Welcome everyone to a night of wild torrential rain where lightning bolts rip through the dark sky between two skyscrapers illuminating a figure lying unconscious on the ground. People passing by on the cold-soaked pavement figured it was just another drunkard passed out, but they were wrong. His left metal arm was short-circuiting, constantly spewing eerie green smoke and flashing sparks like a broken lamp. Suddenly, the young man jolted awake, his face a mix of utter shock and agonizing pain as he let out a sharp, involuntary gasp. Gritting his teeth in pain, he clutched his damaged arm, staggered to his feet, and dragged his battered body out of the dark, filthy alleyway amidst the pouring rain. Standing in the downpour, he grimaced, his eyes wide with confusion, and muttered to himself, "Where is this? Shouldn't I be dead after that explosion?" Clutching his pounding head, which felt like it was being split by a hammer, he broke into a cold sweat and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to piece together his shattered memories. "Ugh, my head is spinning. I'm Kim Tuyen, former Special Ops. Wait, what happened?" Memories came flooding back, pulling him back to a fierce, fire-filled battlefield where he and his comrades were gunning down enemies desperately holding their ground during a mission. "My team and I were surrounded." He bitterly recalled the harsh truth. But tragedy struck when a massive flaming missile slammed directly into our position. We were betrayed by our own organization, turned into a human target to guide the blast. A moment later, a cataclysmic explosion swept through merciless flames, tearing everything apart. It swallowed everything in a blinding sea of fire. The terrifying memory closed with a scene drenched in crimson blood, pulling him back to reality. A reality where his exhausted legs were trudging heavily through filthy puddles, a place he shouldn't even be, having supposedly died in that hellish explosion. Leaning his back against a moss-covered brick wall, Kim Tuyen panted, feeling his body screaming out warnings. "No, this isn't right. The pain is getting worse. I need to find a place to hide." Just as he felt desperate, luck or something like it struck. He looked up and saw a window emitting a warm golden light. It looked like someone was home. Using his last ounce of strength, he crawled toward the wide-open wooden door. He poked his head into the messy room and called out to the burly, muscular guy who had his back turned, "Is anyone home?" Forcing the most awkward smile he could manage to look friendly and harmless, Kim Tuyen began, "Hey, bro." But before the words could leave his mouth, the muscular guy's eyes rolled back until only the whites showed. Blue veins bulged across his face as he let out a savage scream, "Ah!" Before Kim Tuyen could understand what the hell was happening, he saw a wave of invisible force tear the guy's body apart. Muscles and blood splattered all over the dingy room, leaving Kim Tuyen in utter shock. At that exact moment, a desperate voice pierced through the rain from outside. "Big brother." Kim Tuyen's gaze suddenly turned cold and sweat poured down his face as he realized something was wrong. There was someone in the sewer grate. The muscular guy collapsed to the floor. Like a tree being chopped down, he fell, revealing Kim Tuyen standing there, frozen in place with a confused look, unaware of how much bad luck he had just brought upon himself. From the bleeding hand of the corpse, a rectangular metal box stained with fresh blood slid onto the cold floor, driven by the natural curiosity of a special ops soldier. Kim Tuyen leaned down to pick up the blood-stained metal box, examining it and wondering, "What on earth is this thing?" Immediately from the dark corner, a sinister, ghostly laugh echoed, followed by a mocking smirk from behind a skull mask. "Well, well," two assassins in black cloaks appeared, wearing skull masks. They loomed in the doorway. Kim Tuyen, still near the corpse, glanced at them. Suddenly, one of the two jeered, "Look, a cowardly rat came out to steal during a storm." Without wasting any time, one assassin thrust his arm forward, radiating a brilliant, deadly purple light. The assassin swung a scythe. A glowing Grim Reaper in the middle of the night lunged forward with a cold, hollow voice. "You've seen us now. No way you're staying alive. We must take that object." The enemy charged at lightning speed with a roar, "Kill him!" Seeing this scene, Kim Tuyen broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly turning to run, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, being taken by the King of Hell once wasn't enough. Now the Reaper wants me too." With incredible survival instincts, he dodged at breakneck speed, barely missing the tip of the scythe, leaving the skull-masked assassin wide-eyed in shock. The attack missed its target and smashed into the floor. Dust and debris flew everywhere, but Kim Tuyen had already darted out of the house, having escaped the Reaper's scythe. By a hair's breadth, he landed coolly on the wet street outside, right next to the sewer grate that had just emitted that scream. Knowing he was in bad shape, he couldn't possibly take on both of those guys alone. He dropped to one knee, held the blood-soaked box high, and shouted toward the sewer grate with a roguish, street-smart tone, "Save me or I'll throw this box away, and your brother will have died for nothing." The threat worked like a charm. The manhole cover instantly slid aside, revealing a hooded figure hiding inside. Without a second of hesitation, Kim Toyen leaped down into the hole, not forgetting to flash a cheeky grin and leave a graceful parting word, "Thanks, pal." As he dropped into the pitch-black sewer pipe, Kim Toyen executed a flawless roll upon landing. His cloak fluttered as he left the masked pursuers behind. Behind him, a small, fully hooded figure stood ready with a staff. He landed in a cool, hand-planted pose. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings with caution. Just as he lifted his face ready to heave a sigh of relief, Kim Toyen froze and grimaced when he saw the flat shoes of his benefactor. He had been timidly backing away, but before he could regain his composure, a cold six-shooter was already pressed against the back of his neck, signaling a not-so-friendly welcome to the sewer. It turned out the benefactor was a blue-haired girl with a baby face, but she was pointing a gun at the back of his head with a hostile tone. "Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? Why did you stop my brother?" Kim Toyen let out a long, reluctant sigh and replied, "I don't want any trouble. I was just looking for a place to hide from the rain." The girl narrowed her eyes, held out her hand, and demanded with an arrogant debt-collector vibe, "Where is it? Hand it over." The mercenary grimaced, his expression one of pained resignation. Muttering under his breath, he pulled a blood-stained metal box from inside his coat and handed it to the little girl. "Here, take it." As she took the blood-soaked memento, her large, round eyes welled up with tears. Her face crumpled into absolute despair as she let out a choked sob. She couldn't hold back the pain of her loss. She sank to her knees, clutching the box to her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother, why are you so stupid?" she cried out in agony. "Why did you trade your life just to get this medal for me?" Tears streamed down her dirty face as she wailed in pain and helplessness against the harsh reality. "Without you, how am I supposed to live? The world out there, it's just a man-eating society." Watching the heartbreaking scene, Kim Toyen frowned and let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but feel a bitter ache inside. To think that after living through a whole lifetime, I'd end up seeing that look in someone's eyes again. His eyes suddenly darkened, sinking into a deep, melancholic abyss, as if he were being dragged back into some dark corner of his memory. I didn't want to remember it. Flashbacks of the desolate, war-torn landscape flooded his mind. He remembered holding his rifle, feeling the same kind of hopelessness that refugees feel when they lose everything. Back in his past life during the war, he'd seen a young woman's face. Gaunt eyes, hollow, filled with fear and resignation. It flashed through his mind now. He remembered the lines of people in rags, barefoot, being marched along by soldiers with guns at sunset, and the women who had lost all their loved ones. Emerging from the depths of his own darkness, ready to face the world again. Kim Toyen looked at those same hollow, empty eyes and felt the depth of her pain. He told himself women with eyes like that, they don't feel joy just because they've been saved. Watching the lonely figures walking toward the burning, ruined city, Kim Toyen felt a bitter sting. They had lost their country, their home, and had nowhere left to turn. Even if they escaped, they would only fall into the hands of others, destined to suffer even more. Shaking off the painful memories, he returned to reality. He met the tear-streaked, confused, and fragile face of the blue-haired girl looking up at him. Keeping his expression cool, Kim Toyen knelt down. He placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to soothe her like a warm older brother. "Don't be afraid. You can think of me as a mercenary. You hired me, so I'll be just like your brother. I'll protect you." Just as he was about to play the role of the gallant protector, she clutched the box tighter, dumping a bucket of ice-cold reality on him. "You might be a good person, but you aren't going to make it much longer." Kim Toyen blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" The girl glanced at his mechanical hand, which was emitting a sickly green smoke. A strange liquid was corroding his flesh. "You've been out in the shadow rain for way too long," she said, her expression turning deadly serious. She explained, emphasizing every word, "This is shadow rain from the fallen city. It's not like acid rain. Once it dries, it turns into a powerful corrosive." At the same time, she shuddered as she described the horrific consequences, people with flesh rotting away, screaming and clawing at themselves in agony, those who had been soaked in the shadow rain just like him. It's a death sentence. Hearing his own death warrant, Kim Toyen slumped against the wall, breaking out in a cold sweat. He gasped, complaining, "So that's why, no wonder." His strength was fading rapidly. While he still had some time left, he forced himself up and fired off a barrage of questions. "Where did you come from? What kind of hellhole is this? Who were those people wearing skull masks?" The girl knelt obediently and answered, "I'm from the third fallen city. That place back there was the lower city, and they were the enforcers from the lower city. They are also magic-class awakened ones." The confusing terms made the former special operative's brain stall. He broke into a cold sweat, his face twitching as he asked, "Magic users? Awakened ones, what year is this? What is this country called? The girl looked at him with innocent wide eyes and began to explain slowly while in the background a flag with a black eagle fluttered against a blood-red sky. This is the year 1000 of the Star Silver era. The country. I think it belongs to the Flying Eagle Empire. He muttered the insane information to himself. Year 1000 Star Silver era. Flying Eagle Empire. A helpless smirk played on his lips as he slapped his forehead, realizing the truth he had never heard of this world before. It seemed he had transmigrated. His curiosity started to spark again. He looked at the girl squinting. You're that afraid of these awakened people? Where do they come from? Is there a selection process? The girl clutched the box tightly, lowering her head as she denied it. No. As long as you have a medal, anyone can awaken into a combat support or special class. As soon as she finished speaking, images of divine power flashed through his mind, muscular warriors wreathed in flames, light manipulators and water mages weaving, supernatural powerful magic. It officially opened the door to a mysterious, colorful, otherworldly realm. Still sobbing wretchedly, the girl tremblingly opened the iron box. Inside was a skull-shaped medal glowing with an eerie, deep red light. The girl sniffled and sobbed, "Brother, he went to steal this medal just so I could awaken. Now he's never coming back. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let him go get this." Seeing her clutching the box and blaming herself, Kim Tuyen felt a pang of pity. He asked gently, "Do you have any other family?" Tears welled up and tracked through the grime on her cheeks. She replied with the painful truth, "No, my brother was the only family I had." She tightened her grip on the blood-stained medal. The girl declared firmly, her eyes red and filled with despair, "Brother is dead. If I can't use this medal to become an awakened one, I won't be able to survive either." Hearing the girl's dire situation, the former special operative could only hang his head, sweat pouring down his face as he let out a long, empathetic sigh. Well, I guess we're both unlucky." He pondered for a moment, then looked at her with his deep blue eyes, leaving a sentence hanging in the air like a promise. "If I manage to survive." She hadn't even finished her tragic act when a massive explosion shook the whole place, raining down debris from the sewer ceiling and sending her into a panicked frenzy as rocks pelted down like hail. Kim Tuyen dropped to a crouch, shouting in alarm, "It's dangerous, they're inside." While she scrambled in a panic, desperate to run, but having no time to waste, she gritted her teeth and pulled the skull medal from its box, beads of sweat pouring down her face in sheer desperation. "Damn it all. I have to awaken it now or we're all dead." With that, she bravely lifted the medal and pressed it firmly against the center of her forehead to perform the awakening ritual. But life isn't a fairy tale. The moment the medal touched her skin, it let out a blinding flash that sent her flying backward in the most brutal way, the medal clattering to the ground. She wobbled to her feet, pale as a ghost, and gasped, It's rejecting me." Seeing this, Kim Tuyen asked, "What's going on?" The girl panicked and, drenched in sweat, turned to explain this devastating shock to Kim Tuyen. "A rejection means only two things. Either my body is incompatible, or I simply lack the talent to become a class holder." Looking at her empty hands, she burst into heart-wrenching sobs. In a fit of despair, she cursed her own weakness. "I really am just completely useless. The thing my brother risked his life to get has become nothing but trash in my hands." While she was busy wailing, trouble finally came knocking the shadows of two death-cloaked assassins, wielding their scythes. They leaped down from the sewer opening. One landed with a heavy, intimidating thud, his black boots crushing the damp floor as they glided toward the girl with killing intent. One of them mocked, "Scaredy cat, why stop running?" The other coldly dismissed him. No need to waste words on them. Without a second's hesitation, the two assassins lunged forward with insane speed, raising their deadly scythes high and shouting, "Kill them! Retrieve the medal!" Standing before the incoming blades, the blue-haired girl was paralyzed with terror. But behind her, the mercenary Kim Tuyen's gaze turned sharp and determined, a survival instinct kicking in. The girl turned frantic and bolted straight toward Kim Tuyen. In that split second, with her life hanging by a thread, she took a desperate gamble. She slammed the medal onto the protagonist's forehead at lightning speed, leaving him completely bewildered. Boom! A burst of brilliant, fierce red energy erupted, creating a storm that blew everything back. Even the poor girl was knocked flat, squeezing her eyes shut as the power surged through his veins. A sharp mechanical sound rang out in his head. A virtual screen appeared, class change successful. Magic energy instantly condensed into a massive sword, glowing with a sinister red light in his hand, while half his face remained hidden in mysterious shadows. At the same time, a sleek high-end status screen shimmered into view, proudly displaying the confirmation, "Class change complete." Welcome player Kim Tuyen, Class Abyssal Swordmaster Level 0. With top-tier skills and the SSS rank innate talent Netherfire. He opened his eyes. Kim Tuyen's pupils were now glowing with a powerful icy blue. He exhaled a freezing mist as if rising from the dead and stood up straight, looking at the floating screen. The former Special Ops agent felt a bit confused by this game-like reality, muttering, "Is this the rule of this world? A status screen, too." The girl, having scrambled up, saw this, and her eyes lit up as if she'd found gold. She ran over and exclaimed in amazement, "The medal is perfectly compatible with you. You've become a class holder." Before he could even enjoy the joy of his new power, the assassin's shadow loomed over him. The guy stomped his foot in frustration, growling, "You dare use the medal on your own." The assassin, enraged, swung his scythe, repeatedly sneering, "You're asking for death." A deadly blue light tore through the air, heading straight for them. The timid girl recoiled, eyes wide, waiting for death to call her name. Clang! A surge of power erupted. Kim Tuyen had appeared like a god. One-handed, he swung the massive red blade, absorbing the lethal blow head-on, standing tall to protect the girl behind him. The attack was blocked as easily as child's play. It left the two skull-masked assassins wide-eyed and slack-jawed, sweat dripping as they stammered, How is this possible?" Before they could recover, Kim Tuyen launched a counterattack. He moved with near-supernatural speed, leaving a blurry cyclone of energy throughout the sewer. Raising his blood-stained blade, he roared with authority, "Die release!" A massive black and red wave of sword energy, like it was trying to split the very sky, surged forward. Seeing the destructive power coming, the assassins panicked, stepping back and raising their weapons to block. They screamed warnings at each other. "This can't be. He absorbed the metal's power. Stop him!" Kim Tuyen just curled his lip into a mocking, arrogant smirk, his eyes hollow as he scoffed, "Pathetic, way out of your league." The sword energy tore through like a Category 12 storm, shredding their weak defenses and sending them flying backward. Blood sprayed everywhere amidst their agonizing screams. "Ha ha!" This overwhelming display of power left the blue-haired girl staring mouth agape, completely forgetting her fear. "He's so strong, he just absorbed the metal. How is he already this powerful?" While she was busy in awe, our Kim Tuyen landed with a masterly thud. He drove the glowing red sword into the ground, gazing into the distance, looking absolutely heroic, officially opening his path to dominance in this otherworldly land. Examining his mechanical arm, now sleek and clean, without the green smoke, Kim Tuyen couldn't help but gasp, "The power of the metal is truly miraculous. My corrupted body is completely restored." Beneath him, the two masked assassins lay crushed, grumbling bitterly to each other. "Under that guy's cold heel, we actually lost to a newbie who just awakened. This is annoying. We can't go back and report this." Hearing their bickering, Kim Tuyen's icy blue eyes flared with a lethal, bone-chilling intent. He tilted his head with a sneer. "You still want to go back and report?" Without another word, he swung his arm, creating a massive arc of energy infused with deadly black and red mist. He shouted, "None of you are leaving!" The ruthless blade tore through space. It struck the two assassins, slicing them into pieces before they could even scream in terror, sending them off to the afterlife. Everything was settled. The blast tore both assassins to shreds, leaving them just enough time to gasp in pure horror before being sent straight to the afterlife. It was all over. The young girl wiped the cold sweat from her brow and hurriedly urged the bodyguard she'd just hired, realizing that killing the executor and leaving the mangled body behind would surely get them caught. "We have to get out of here now." Kim Tuyen looked up at the gaping sewer opening high above which looked like a black hole in space. He scratched his head in confusion. "It's way too high. How are we supposed to get up there?" The girl just gave a look that suggested it was a piece of cake. She calmly pulled a massive bundle of explosives from her pocket and replied, "I used to hide out here for a while, just follow my lead." Acting with the handiwork of a pro, she quickly plastered the explosives, complete with a ticking red countdown, onto the sturdy stone wall. Moments later, a violent blast rocked the entire underground bunker, sending debris and stone flying through the air. When the fierce fire cleared, a massive hole had been torn through the wall. Emerging from the smoke, Kim Tuyen stared at her work of destruction, genuinely impressed by her violent style of breaking and entering. "Is this even allowed?" he muttered, brushing himself off. The girl turned back, speaking with the clear confidence of a local who knew the area inside out. "Follow me. There's a staircase on the other side that leads to the surface." An hour later, the two finally climbed up to the ground level and stopped in front of a dilapidated row of houses. Under the dim street lights, the girl pointed, "This is my place." And as she nudged the wooden door open, she leaned aside to usher her VIP guest inside. "Come on in." The room was modest, cluttered with a jumble of mechanical tools. The girl walked in first, sheepishly explaining, It's a bit of a mess, but it'll do for a temporary stay. She walked over to a shelf and looked back at him gently, saying, "Let me clean up a bit. Just wait there for a second." Kim Tuyen glanced around, taking in the small workshop, and spoke with warm, empathetic sincerity. "You run this shop all by yourself. It's not easy, is it?" Her small hands carefully picked up each oil-stained wrench and spanner, tidying them into an aluminum toolbox before her movements suddenly froze. Her face fell, her eyes welling up with tears as she recalled the past. "We used to run it together, but now, it's just me." Realizing he'd slipped up, and poked at her deep-seated pain, Kim Tuyen quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your brother." The girl wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and whispered back, "It's fine." The quiet, melancholic atmosphere was abruptly shattered when a man kicked the door open with a cocky, arrogant tone. "What the hell is going on here? Took you long enough to open the shop." A large, looming shadow cast itself across the floor from outside the doorway. Both of them jumped in surprise, spinning around to face the intruder. The moment the girl saw his face, she broke out in a cold sweat, stammering out his name. It was a middle-aged man in uniform with a long scar running across his eye, followed by two burly henchmen. "Major Duong Quan." The major stepped forward. Hai used his massive frame to exert pressure, then coldly interrogated the girl. "The transaction between your brother and me, has he told you about it yet?" The girl looked up, utterly confused. "What transaction?" The major's lip twitched, curving into a provocative, cunning smirk. He sneered, "Looks like you don't know a thing." Not bothering to explain, he waved his hand at his lackeys like royalty. "Someone take her away from me." The two henchmen behind him nodded immediately. "Yes, sir." Two muscular brutes lunged forward, grabbing the girl by her arms and dragging her off roughly despite her terrified, desperate struggles and screams. "Let me go!" Right in the middle of this blatant attack, a pair of boots stepped forward, firm and decisive, setting the stage for a classic hero-saving-the-damsel moment. Moving as fast as the wind, Kim Tuyen dashed up and stood behind the scarred major. His cloak fluttered heroically as he shouted in a steely voice, "Stop!" Annoyed at being interrupted, the major whipped his head around, glaring at the brazen mercenary, threatening him with fury. "Who the hell are you to stick your nose in my business?" Kim Tuyen stared back at the major with icy blue eyes sharp as razors and coldly challenged him. "What right do you have to arrest people?" The scarred major puffed out his chest, retorting with an infuriatingly arrogant attitude. "What right? The right that comes from being the major." Instead of fighting, Kim Tuyen smiled calmly and delivered a sharp, flattering turn. "I know you're a good man. My appraisal skill lets me sense good and evil. You might look tough on the outside, but you don't have any real malice." Upon hearing this, the major replied, "A good man is a rare commodity here in Vong City. Tell me, did the girl's brother Lam Hao leave any special final words for me?" Seeing the major hesitate after being complimented, Kim Tuyen followed up with a probing, practical question. "Major, if I wanted to redeem this girl later on, what kind of price would I have to pay?" The major scratched his head, sneering mockingly. Well, well, well. Looks like Lam Hao thought you could survive returning from Pit 1, huh?" Hearing the strange name, Kim Tuyen frowned. "Pit 1, what kind of hellhole is that?" He shrugged, answering casually. "It's a mine shaft." To add some drama, he described a grotesque giant earthworm monster with a mouth full of bristles, and terrifying saw-like teeth, all hungry. "There are tons of void sandworms in there. If you can crawl in, get what I want, and most importantly, actually carry your life back out of there." Finishing his sentence, the major pointed his thumb at the girl being held by his henchmen. "We'll make a deal. I'll return the girl to you. But a deal like that isn't exactly easy to swallow." Before he could finish, the major suddenly gathered his internal energy and took a stance, launching a wind-tearing punch straight at him, accompanied by a challenge. "But first, I have to see if you're even qualified to make a deal with me." The punch, massive as a jar and carrying overwhelming power and a fierce aura, aimed straight for the mercenary's face. Standing still as a statue, witnessing that terrifying scene, the blue-haired girl's eyes widened in panic, screaming desperately to stop him. "Benefactor, don't take the hit." At the same moment, in a split second, one of the henchmen holding an iron pipe leaked information about his boss's terrifying power. Is he a level 2 profession user? So that's why. The major named Vuong Man. It was already too late to try and stop him. Kim Tuyen decisively drew his fabric-wrapped sword and met Vuong Man's earth-shattering punch head-on, creating a fiery shockwave that swept everything around them away. The burly commander's eyes widened in shock as cold sweat broke out. He couldn't believe the solid defensive power radiating from the glowing blue magical light of Kim Tuyen's sword. Staggered by the rebound force, the commander hurriedly retreated, looking at Kim Tuyen as if he were some strange creature. I gasped, A gifted innate soul, you're an upper city native. The captured young girl stared with her mouth wide open in disbelief, completely stunned that he had actually blocked it. Shouldering his sword with a relaxed and effortless air, Kim Tuyen smirked and asked softly, "Do I qualify now?" The commander hung his head sullenly, admitting, "A fresh recruit who hasn't even reached rank 1 yet. I agree to the deal. However, you're a long way from surviving in pit number 1. He clasped his hands behind his back and sternly assigned the brutal task. "In pit number 1, there's a mother spider. 3 hours after it dies, it will bloom into a soul grievance flower. Bring that flower to the fragrant city guard post in the lower city to trade for the hostage." Kim Tuyen frowned, sealing the deal without a moment's hesitation. As the words were set, the scene shifted down to a chubby green frog sitting blankly on the floor. The commander's voice rang out with the final instruction, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, kid." The commander turned and walked away. Leading his band of cronies, he dragged the young girl away, leaving behind a cold, harsh order. Every man over 16 in the third Forgotten City must report to pit number 1. As he walked off, he didn't forget to shoot a look sharp as a butcher's knife, threatening with a vicious tone, "Anyone who doesn't show up on time." The commander's heavy black boot ruthlessly crushed the poor green frog. After that bloody show of power and the cold one-word judgment, "Die," Kim Tuyen watched their shadows vanish into the foggy alley, left to analyze the commander's dirty schemes. The current situation was still a bit hazy, but he could roughly piece it together. The girl's brother Lam Hao knew he would certainly die in pit number 1, so he stole the medal using his own life to trade for protection for his sister. Just a normal guy? Kim Tuyen turned to look at the sword neatly tucked away on the rack, reflecting on such a noble sacrifice, but the guy was already dead. Could this whole arrest be a trap set by that commander? Perhaps not. Shaking off the tangled mess of thoughts, Kim Tuyen grabbed his sword, his grip firm. His eyes flickered with calculated suspicion as he took a deep breath, reminding himself that the situation was urgent and he couldn't afford to overthink. He needed to get used to his own power immediately. The former mercenary closed his eyes tight, slowly calming his mind to connect with the surge of magical power flowing through his veins. 2 magical energy spheres, 1 vibrant red, 1 deep blue, instantly appeared hovering above his head. He muttered to himself, reviewing his first innate talent, Nether Flame Idol. The energy churned violently, blending the red and blue hues. It created a fantastical magical vortex, radiating an invisible crushing pressure that felt incredibly intense from within the halo. A massive pitch-black demonic shadow with glowing red eyes and fiery outlines stood tall like a god of death, protecting Kim Tuyen with an indescribable majestic aura, retracting the incredibly cool illusion. He hugged his greatsword and eyed the glitching, flickering system panel, scratching his chin and muttering in confusion as the long night drew to a close. The second talent's code is a bit buggy. It was hard to see. As the turbulent night ended, Kim Tuyen turned his head, his gaze deep and calculating, preparing his mind for the storm ahead. The next morning, Kim Tuyen swung his greatsword in a wind-tearing strike, triumphantly thinking to himself, still, its power shouldn't be underestimated. The force from the slash tore through the solid wall. Dust and debris flew everywhere, proving the terrifying strength he had just unleashed. The former mercenary stepped proudly from the ruins, carrying his sword with an incredibly domineering air, standing before a mirror. He examined his current appearance and frowned, judging, "This isn't me. Although I look like it, the skin of my past soldier self couldn't be this fair." His eyes locked onto the system panel displaying the name, 5th District Kim Tuyen. He scratched his head, confused. "Furthermore, I'm Kim Tuyen, but this system panel has a double surname 5th District name." Putting the confusing theory aside, Kim Tuyen shouldered his sword and pushed the door open. Whatever the priority right now was, to get out and find more intel about this world. Half an hour later, he was at a bustling bar with flashing lights where dancers were swaying energetically on the floor. Sipping a drink at the counter, Kim Tuyen casually probed the red-haired bartender. "Is this drink on the house?" The bartender gave a cold laugh and replied, "Of course. We have to go down to pit number 1 tomorrow anyway." Seizing the opportunity, Kim Tuyen skillfully dug for information. "Can you tell me a bit more about pit number 1? Are we going down there to mine tomorrow?" The red-haired guy replied calmly, "It is a mine." Suddenly, he broke into a dark, sinister smile. "Heh, where would we get the qualification to mine? Mining is for the lower city folks. There's an insect in the pit called a sand-eater bug." To add to the horror, he described the beast's habits. "This insect only needs to eat its fill of flesh and blood, and then it goes to dig tunnels in the sand. The lower city miners call the process of the sand-eater bugs digging tunnels loosening the soil. Loose soil makes digging for ore easier and more efficient. Hearing this, Kim Toyen broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale. He asked, "You mean we're going down there to be bait for the sand-eater bugs?" The bartender replied with a blunt, chilling answer. "What else do you think?" Then the red-haired man smiled, raising his glass with a nihilistic air. "Good luck to us." Clink. Kim Toyen drank the liquor, his face deathly pale as the psychological pressure of becoming worm food tomorrow weighed heavily on his shoulders. The scene shifted to a luxurious room where a fiery slam against the table rang out with pure rage. The young master, Lai Huanvu, looked murderous, gnashing his teeth and scolding his subordinates relentlessly. "You dirty low-life fleas, you're all a bunch of useless trash." Sitting before the meeting table with his white-faced henchman, he roared in a frenzy, "My medal, I need my medal, where did it go?" A henchman reported, sweating profusely. "Young Master Lai, the thief's body is gone. There's no other evidence at the scene to prove his identity. As for the escaped criminal, he escaped through the sewer and even used explosives to destroy the tunnel after he left." Lai Huanvu angrily commanded, "I don't care what you do. Find him and bring him back to me immediately." The henchman frowned and argued, "Young Master Lai, that career medal is no bigger than a gold coin. Searching for it like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, what if someone else has already used it?" A cruel glint flashed in the young master's eyes. He arrogantly smoothed his cloak and coldly stated, "Then just line them up and kill them one by one. That'll settle it. A bunch of filthy trash doesn't deserve to possess a career medal." He spat while the henchman still hesitantly spoke up, but the bespectacled subordinate beside them immediately reminded him, "Just do as young Master Lai says." The henchman, still worried, brought up the upcoming event. "Young Master, tomorrow morning the residents from sectors 1 through 5 are required to enter Shaft 1. If we miss the deadline to deliver enough blood-red ore, we'll likely be punished by the Eagle Legion. Does the situation down in the mine involve them?" Li Huanvu rubbed his chin in thought, narrowed his eyes, and plotted, "That works too. Before they head down the shaft, have everyone searched. The thief who stole the medal is likely hiding among the group going to the mines." In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the second day. At the foggy station, a massive steam train waited to transport the sacrificial crowd to their doom. Several guards swung their batons, shouting ruthlessly at the mob, "Get on the train now. Don't delay the mining schedule." The crowd shoved and pushed their way onto the train amidst chaotic bickering. "We're going to die anyway, what's with all the pushing, watch where you're going." In the distance, Lai Huanvu stood with his hands on his hips and asked his henchmen, "Are they all here?" The gray-haired man bowed respectfully. "They are all here." Li Huanvu's eyes turned sharp as he commanded firmly, "Start the inspection, check everyone on the train one by one. Do not miss a single person." The one-eyed man pulled out a piece of high-tech equipment. I explained, "This is a B-2 scavenger drone. It's highly sensitive to spirit energy. If it detects the metal, the device will definitely sound an alarm." Lai Huanvu flung his cloak back, looking imposing. He strode forward. "Stop dawdling, get started." The black-clad henchman stormed into the train carriage, shouting, "Search from this side," standing in a dark corner. Kim Toyen furrowed his brows and glanced sideways at them. Realizing the critical situation, his face immediately darkened, radiating a serious, alert demeanor. Suddenly, a guard shoved someone hard into the carriage and barked, "Stop lagging, get on the train, you idiot." The rough push made Kim Toyen stagger, forcing him to retreat deep into the cramped crowd. The atmosphere inside the carriage was maddeningly suffocating. Moans erupted everywhere. "Slow down, I'm about to be crushed." "That's right, this carriage is packed. No one else can get in." Suddenly, from behind, a figure in a black hooded cloak stepped forward, looking incredibly mysterious. In the dark corner, the hooded figure wore a sinister smile and tossed a glowing purple magic stone, causing Kim Toyen to stare in shock as he realized the sudden danger. He frowned and looked around, murmuring suspiciously, "Strange. Why is there such a strong wave of malice here?" Before he could process it, the people around him began clutching their chests, their faces turning blue as they coughed violently. "It's too much. I can't breathe anymore." Just seconds later, two men's eyes went blank and white, their heads slumping onto the shoulders of the people next to them. Noticing something unusual, he turned toward the front of the train and shouted, "You can't cram any more people in, you're crushing 2 people to death already." The atmosphere grew tense as a cold black pistol was pointed straight at the crowd, reflecting a sharp light. 2 henchmen in black trench coats stood there. 5 weapons were aimed directly at the struggling crowd as they shouted to intimidate them. "Everyone stay still, don't move, playing along perfectly." Kim Toyen obediently raised both hands. The sky had just brightened when the order, "Everyone raise your hands," echoed throughout the carriage. At that moment, Lai Huanvu stepped in puffing on a cigarette with an arrogant expression. He declared loudly, "Yesterday this young master lost a treasure in the lower city. Whoever snatched it, if you're smart, you'll hand it over yourself." Hearing this, Kim Tuyen jumped, a bead of sweat running down his forehead. He cursed silently. The item lost yesterday. Could it be that medal? Damn it! No way it can't be that much of a coincidence. Sweeping his gaze over the dead silent crowd, Lai Huanvu smirked sinisterly. Very interesting. So none of you are going to admit it. Well, then I'll have to trouble myself and search you personally. Immediately, the henchman flicked his wrist, releasing a robotic spider drone. The blue light soared into the air, beginning its scan. The mechanical spider hovered right above Kim Tuyen's head. The blue light swept over him, leaving him breathless. A searching ray illuminated everything, while the bully's voice threatened from behind, "If I manage to sniff you out, your miserable life is forfeit." Luckily, the spider drone just brushed past Kim Tuyen and flew straight on. The system automatically reported no spirit energy detected. He let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at his hand, which was wearing the device containing the medal, and realized he had just walked past the gates of death. He had escaped disaster by a hair's breadth. Kim Tuyen stood watching the spider drone fly forward with the emotionless alert, "Continuing scan." The spider's eerie blue light flickered and then stopped completely. It shone directly onto the blond man, making his face turn pale and sweat pour off him. Locking onto the target, the spider drone instantly aimed its beam at the hooded man's dark cloak. The hooded man's eyes widened in horror as an alarm blared loudly, shattering the atmosphere. "Spirit energy detected. Spirit energy detected. Prey captured." Lai Huanvu laughed gleefully, walking over with extreme smugness. "Ha ha ha! So it was you!" Caught red-handed, the hooded figure panicked. He ripped off his hood, revealing a face of extreme confusion, and muttered, "Damn it, what the hell is this situation?" Without another word, the robotic spider ruthlessly opened fire, launching a high-intensity laser that slammed into the man's position. The blinding beam pierced straight through his shoulder. The hooded man screamed in agony, looking up at the sky. The bully Lai Huanvu and his pack of hounds closed in on their prey as he coldly threatened with a tone reeking of death. "Trying to run now. If you don't hand it over today..." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the man by the collar, yanked him backward, and glared, gritting his teeth. "Don't even think about taking another step out of here." Terrified of losing face, the guy hurriedly held out the deep purple crystal from before sobbing and begging for his life. "Big boss, don't kill me. I swear on my life this is the only one I've got." Snatching the shimmering misty crystal, Lai Huanvu furrowed his brow, his face twisted in utter disgust. "What the hell is this? Cursed glass." A surge of rage erupted. The noble young master's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, murderous intent radiating off him as he realized he'd grabbed the wrong person. Furious at being played, he heartlessly slammed the glass onto the ground, shattering it to pieces, cursing without mercy. "Who the hell wants this piece of trash you've got?" After venting, he jerked his chin and barked an order for the mechanical spider to scan the area again. A green light swept over the hood-wearing guy, who was breaking out in a cold sweat as the device locked in. "No abnormal spiritual energy detected. Target object not found." Lai Huanvu scowled and clicked his tongue in annoyance and frustration. There was no reason to stick around anymore. He turned on his heel and stormed off, pushing through the crowd. "Keep moving," he ordered coldly, heading toward the next carriage, ending the dramatic ticket inspection. The armored train rumbled deep into a tunnel as jagged as the guts of a giant monster. 5 hours passed in a blink. Looking at the scene outside the window, glowing with a blood-red hue, Kim Tuyen turned and asked, "The engine's running ragged, man. Where on earth are we?" The crew-cut guy next to him was breaking into a cold sweat, his face pale as a sheet, and stammered, "Do you see that red light ahead? We've reached the Hell Pit Sector 1. The guards have all jumped ship and bailed. Right now, we're all just sitting ducks on this train." As he finished, the crew-cut guy panicked, gripping the edge of the window. With all his might, he yanked the iron shutter up to find a way out, shouting a warning as he climbed out. "This ironclad train is heading straight into the belly of the mining pit. The deeper we go, the more monsters swarm." No sooner had he finished speaking than he risked everything, lunging out of the moving train, leaving it behind. Kim Tuyen, still deep in thought, watched as people jumped off the sides like falling fruit onto the blood-red cliffs. He muttered to himself, "Looks like this gateway to hell is the final stop." He couldn't stay on the Nova any longer. With a decisive move, he executed a skillful jump, exiting the carriage and landing with a professional-grade tuck-and-roll to break his fall. Kim Tuyen slammed his boots into the jagged, rocky ground, stopping himself. He stood tall in the middle of a massive cave sparkling with crystals as red as hellfire, breaking into a cold sweat. Kim Tuyen felt confused and muttered, "This place is weird as hell and I don't have a single bit of intel. If only I could snag some local to act as a guide, that would be great." No sooner had he finished his sentence, wish granted. The sensitive ears of the former mercenary twitched. He glanced out of the corner of his eye as he felt a wave of murderous intent coming from behind. A shadow darted by in a flash, cutting through the wind. It lunged at his back at breakneck speed, a sneak attack. But he wasn't an amateur. His sapphire eyes flashed with ice-cold intent, his hands moving with seasoned grace. He reached behind his back, gripped the hilt of his greatsword, and used the momentum to pivot. Kim Tuyen swung the heavy blade in a sharp arc, tearing through the red space. The sheer force of the blow sent the attacker flying, crashing face first into the jagged mine floor. Kim Tuyen gave a dangerous, lopsided smirk. "Don't go sneaking around like a starving ghost. Show your face so we can have a little chat." The attacker scrambled up a guy with gelled hair and goggles. He frantically swung a chipped machete, screaming, "Too much talk, just lie down and die." Kim Tuyen gracefully slid to the side, dodging the blade, and scoffed, "You don't want to drink the fine wine, so you'd rather swallow the punishment, huh?" Realizing he'd kicked a steel wall. The guy with goggles furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth in terror as his weapon was deflected with incredible force. Quick as a flash, Kim Tuyen turned the tables. He pressed his hand down hard on the guy's head, slamming him into the rocky ground. The pressure was like 1,000 pounds, making the guy vomit blood as his face smashed into the stone, his eyes rolling back from the shock, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe. Kim Tuyen raised his sharp blade, ready to split a watermelon. He roared, "Die!" seeing the scythe of death descending. The young man panicked and raised both hands, sobbing and begging. "My lord, please don't kill me. I was only forced into this desperate situation." The cold blade stopped less than a millimeter from the guy's throat. The sharp killing intent made him gulp hard sweat, soaking his collar. Kim Tuyen coldly withdrew the sword and asked, "Name yourself. Why the hell did you ambush me?" He trembled and replied, "I'm Than Hugh. I've been stuck in this hellhole for over 10 days. I was so hungry I could barely see straight, so I got desperate and tried to kill you for a barbecue." Finding it interesting, Kim Tuyen lowered his sword and probed, "How did a wreck like you manage to reach the rank of a professional?" Than Hugh spilled everything. "Killing monsters randomly drops medals, but it's rare. The easiest way is to sneak around and scavenge from the rich kids from the upper city who come down here for fun. Those rich brats basically treat medals like trash." He sighed miserably and continued the bitter story. "But serving those pampered brats is also a living nightmare. You get dragged out to be their entertainment at the slightest whim unless your ancestors are carrying the load for you. Only if you find someone kind-hearted can you barely save your pathetic life." After updating his basic knowledge, Kim Tuyen got to the point. "So are there any survival tips or strategies in this mine pit?" "Strategies, are you kidding?" Than Hugh gave a bitter laugh. "There's no strategy. Just find any hole to hide in for 15 days waiting for the miners to come down or for the rich brats to come play. If you can't beat the bugs, just lie down and wait to starve to death here." Kim Tuyen frowned, puzzled. "Then how do you level up?" Than Hugh replied in a desperate tone. "You have to get your ass out there and kill bugs, but brother, this is Sector 1. Even the lamest bug here is already level 11. Than Hugh's face drained of color, his expression shifting to pure terror. Looming right behind him was the shadow of a winged monster closing in on our puny little group. "We came down here just to end up as fertilizer for these things," he stammered. Kim Tuyen, meanwhile, was just as shocked. His eyes widened as he spotted something strange. A giant monster fly with disgusting blood-red eyes was flapping its wings and charging straight at them. Seeing that, he hurriedly kicked Than Hugh away and roared, "Watch out!" A bright red system window flashed in front of him, identifying the hideous monster as a blood mosquito. Level 9, first grade elite tier. Than Hugh looked like he'd seen a ghost, stuttering in fear, a blood mosquito, while Kim Tuyen analyzed the situation calmly. "I've only been down here for a second and I'm already running into bugs. Looks like the spawn density in this pit is no joke." Without wasting even half a second, the young man turned and bolted for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Run, big brother! If you don't run, you're dead for sure." But after only a few steps, he looked back and instantly froze, sweat pouring down his face at the unbelievable sight. Instead of running, Kim Tuyen stood as firm as a rock. He swung his greatsword in a smooth, lightning-fast arc, slicing right through the giant mosquito's midsection. The razor-sharp blade easily split the creature's blackened shell, slicing it clean into 2 neat pieces. Kim Tuyen stepped on the carcass, rested his sword on his shoulder, and smirked confidently. High-level monster, huh? But this young master's innate talent isn't exactly made of tofu. Than Hue, watching from behind, was stunned. His jaw hit the floor, speechless. Peeking out timidly from behind, Than Hue looked at his savior with sparkling, admiring eyes, gushing, "Big brother, that was a blood mosquito. A bloodthirsty one at that. And you took it out with just one slash? That's too insane." Overwhelmed, he scrambled to his knees and kowtowed. "Please take me as your underling. I'm willing to be your servant." But Kim Tuyen turned his back coldly and delivered a brutal blow. "Sorry, I'm not interested in dragging around dead weight." The words "dead weight" pierced Than Hue's heart. He sobbed dramatically. "Ag, big brother, don't be so cruel to my fragile soul." Before the comedy could continue, the space suddenly twisted. A sinister, deep purple vortex of energy tore open unexpectedly, making Kim Tuyen frown. What kind of trick is this now? From that dark abyssal hole, a giant dung beetle head with jagged fangs and glowing red eyes slowly emerged, radiating intense pressure. The system immediately flashed bright red warning of the arrival of a level 15 crystal mineral beetle, a massive first-grade monster as big as an armored tank. Feeling the terrifying killing intent, Kim Tuyen broke into a cold sweat, his face changing. "Damn it, this isn't good." The biological tank stomped hard on the ground, creating a violent shockwave. Kim Tuyen nimbly leaped into the air while the unlucky Than Hue was sent flying, spitting out blood, rolling on the ground and cornered by the monster. Than Hue reached out desperately, wailing, "Save me, help!" unable to just stand by and watch. Kim Tuyen gritted his teeth, planting his feet to prepare for a rescue. The crystal mineral beetle opened its disgusting jaw and let out an ear-splitting roar to assert its dominance. Despite the overwhelming killing intent, Kim Tuyen stood heroically before the monster, raising his sword to split open its spiky, glowing red carapace. A dark, burning, demonic phantom flared up behind him. Kim Tuyen smirked with wild arrogance. "Thick armor, slow speed, you're exactly the kind of snack I'm looking for." Channeling all his spiritual energy into his arm, he unleashed a violent, sweeping slash that tore through the air, leaving a fiery red trail of light before dodging past the monster, with a series of incredibly stylish maneuvers. Then, spinning his body into a whirlwind, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Three heavens flow, sending a giant crimson crescent wave of sword energy that ruthlessly cleaved the armored monster in two. Before the dust from the impact even settled, the system window popped up with a satisfying notification. "Congratulations, you defeated a level 15 crystal mineral beetle. Kill efficiency 100%. User Kim Tuyen. Class Demon Swordsman. Rank level 6 Novice Swordsman." He stood there looking at the carcass, rubbing his chin as he did the math. Leveled up to 6 in a flash. The rules of this world are exactly like an online game. If that's the case, the bigger the level gap between me and the enemy, the higher the drop rate for good loot. Saying is doing without fear of getting dirty. Kim Tuyen shoved his arm straight into the slimy guts of the monster to rummage for spoils. As soon as he pulled his hand out, the system chimed, signaling he'd hit the jackpot. The status window appeared clearly. Equipped crystal mineral heavy armor, metal level 6 first grade, sturdy 3 stars, increases melee attack by 5%, 10% chance to reduce damage by 20% when attacked. Holding the sparkling 6-sided golden gem in his hand, he sighed with satisfaction. Jackpot, it actually dropped something. Though this wasn't a class medal, just an equipment medal. Without hesitation, he pressed the gem against his forehead, curious. Let this young master try it on and see what it's made of. But reality didn't match the dream. A bolt of electricity zapped him, knocking his hand away along with a brutal system notification, level insufficient, cannot equip. Kim Tuyen broke into a cold sweat. He frowned at the sparkling gem, clicking his tongue. What kind of game is this? It drops high-tier loot but puts a level cap on it too, stowing the treasure away. He turned his cloak and drifted deeper into the cave, trying to collect himself, whatever, forget it. First, let's explore this cave. The ultimate goal now is to stay alive. But after only a few steps, the pitch-black cave ahead suddenly lit up all at once. Dozens of glowing red eyes filled with malice. Sensing the incoming death aura, Kim Tuyen hit the brakes and whipped out his greatsword, readying his stance. From out of the shadows, a swarm of jagged, bright red crystal insects surged forward like a tidal wave, determined not to let the intruder escape. But as Kim Tuyen spotted familiar faces, the corners of his mouth curled into a radiant smile. So they're all crystal insects, how convenient. Just when I needed to find a worthy opponent to level up. Finishing his sentence, he braced his strength and stomped hard on the ground, cracking the stone, and launched himself into the air. His eyes ignited with wild, frenzied rage as he let out a loud laugh. "Come and get it, you little pests!" Let me slice you all to pieces. Immediately after his blade slashed down, striking the monster head-on, the system prompt chimed, "Ding, you have killed a crystal insect 9 levels above yours. Efficiency 100%. His ruthless sword cleaved straight through. He minced the pathetic bugs into shredded pieces, their disgusting slimy green fluid splattering into the air as the system dashboard flickered rapidly with kill notifications. You have killed a crystal insect 9 levels above yours. Efficiency 100%. Killed a crystal insect 6 levels above. Killed one 5 levels above. Level up alert. Current level 10 rank 0. Condition for evolution sword mastery badge 1. Slay tier 1. Spirit beast. 10 slay monster lord 1. At the same time, a rank 6 gem dropped from the monster's remains. Lightning fast. Kim Toyen reached out and snatched the shimmering gem falling through the air, his sharp eyes filled with satisfaction as he checked the new item. Career badge Sand Armor Knight. Rank 6. Possesses high defensive and survival capabilities. He smirked triumphantly. My luck isn't bad at all. Finally, I hit the jackpot and got a career badge. Caressing the badge in his hand, he reasoned logically. If badges, gear, and career items can drop like this, then that sword mastery badge can definitely be farmed from monsters too. While lost in thought, his survival instincts screamed danger. He whipped around, frowning in confusion. Huh! What the hell is flying this way? A barrage of spikes coated in neon green venom tore through the air like a rainstorm, forcing Kim Toyen to leap onto the rock wall to dodge the cowardly sneak attack. Before his feet even touched the wall, a massive wave of pressure crashed down on him. He hurriedly swung his greatsword to parry the collision so powerful it shook the very air. At point-blank range, reeking of death, a giant insect head appeared. With blood-red compound eyes and pincers as large as guillotines, it revealed itself with lethal intent. A fiery warning board immediately identified the formidable foe. Crystal Insect King, level 25, rank 2. The regional boss stood tall, glaring at its tiny prey. The overwhelming level gap made Kim Toyen break into a cold sweat. His face paled and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "The level is way too high. This is going to be a real pain." Knowing his limits, the former mercenary decisively turned tail and ran for his life. A smart man doesn't suffer the immediate lost time to bail. Pursued relentlessly by the boss, Kim Toyen darted into a turn and skidded to a halt when he saw a pack of wild, bristling wolves gathered around a pool of blood. The pack turned, baring their fangs and snarling with bloodshot, ravenous eyes. Seeing this, a bold idea flashed through Kim Toyen's mind. I've got it. Just as the Crystal Insect King came crashing in its roar, shaking the entire cave, Kim Toyen sprinted forward, skillfully weaving his way through the pack of wolves. Like a whirlwind, the target disappeared. The infuriated beetle boss opened its maw and spat out a stream of neon green venom carrying terrifying corrosive power. The foul-smelling stream tore through the air, shooting straight at where Kim Toyen had just been standing, right where the wolf pack was sharpening their teeth. The alpha wolf shrieked in agony as the ruthless green acid melted its flesh. As the pack screamed in pain from the surprise attack, the entire group of wolves went mad, turning their blood-red murderous eyes toward the large culprit. The provocation triggered their aggressive nature. The wolves roared crazily and charged straight at the Crystal Insect King to settle the blood debt. Watching safely from the sidelines, Kim Toyen smirked at his own dirty trick. Very good. Threat successfully redirected. He watched as the wolves crazily mauled the giant bug. He crossed his arms and analyzed the scene leisurely. Let the dogs fight the dogs. I'll wait for an opening to deliver the final blow. The wolves were agile, nimbly climbing onto the boss's hard shell, biting savagely into its head and soft underside. A wolf clamped its teeth onto the joint of the bug's front leg, puncturing the defensive plating and causing green fluid to spray everywhere. Seizing the golden opportunity while the boss was swarmed and shredded by the pack, Kim Toyen kicked off the rock wall and launched into the air, overlooking the battlefield. He gripped the hilt of his greatsword with both hands, swinging it above his head, his blue eyes blazing with maximum killing intent as he shouted, "Defense is broken. This is the perfect chance." From midair, Kim Toyen dove like a meteorite, pouring all his strength into plunging his greatsword straight into the top of the monster's head. The blade buried to the hilt. A critical hit. The Crystal Insect King threw its head back, letting out a roar of extreme pain as a brilliant green surge of energy erupted violently from the wound. Along with the bug's death came a blinding explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. The status board immediately updated his massive achievement. Name the 5th Kim Toyen. Career Demon Swordsman. Level 11. Rank 1. Career Skill Demon Earth-Shattering Slash. Rank 1. Rare. He had officially broken through to a new height. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Kim Toyen wiped away his sweat, summarizing the experience after the deathmatch. Rank 2 bosses are truly tough nuts to crack. Looks like I need to speed up the leveling. Carrying his sword, he stepped over the pile of mangled monster corpses, secretly calculating, if I hadn't used the trick of letting the wolves do the dirty work first, my little life might have suffered some bloodshed. Just then, 2 glowing blue-purple energy orbs suddenly dropped from the boss's remains. Lifting the 2 radiant gems in his hands, Kim Toyen's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation. Let's see what my luck pulled this time. The system scanned the items immediately. First item, badge equipment insect armor. Color blue. Rank 2. Type heavy. Agility 5 stars. A top-tier item increases speed. The second one is even crazier. Badge equipment crystal insect staff. Color purple. Rank 2. Intelligence 8 stars. Item comes with 2 skills. Skills mana storage and mana regeneration. 15% chance to refund 30% of consumed mana when casting spells. Kim Toyen looked at the 2 gems in his hand and clicked his tongue regretfully. The badges that drop are certainly delicious, but wait, the system is temporarily offline and I can't use it. I'll just stow it away as capital for now. Suddenly, a massive, thunderous energy explosion echoed from far away, shaking the redstone cavern walls. Rubble flew everywhere and a sharp primal survival instinct kicked in. Kim Toyen immediately lowered his center of gravity and hastily drew his greatsword to defend himself, his eyes darting around in high alert. Someone's here. He looked up at the ceiling. A swarm of pitch-black bats was screeching loudly, pouring out from the thick smoke, signaling a fierce battle ahead. Following the direction of the sound, Kim Toyen analyzed the movements coming from the other side. What on earth is going on here? From a hidden corner of the cavern wall, a voice screamed in desperation, tearing through the red space. Don't come any closer. Just go die, all of you. Following the scream, a blast of icy blue cold energy shot out, wide area freezing, instantly trapping a few bats that were about to swoop down to tear him apart. Hearing something faintly familiar, Kim Toyen narrowed his eyes in thought. This tone sounds very familiar. Could it be by any chance? The scene panned to a man with red hair clutching a blue magical sniper rifle, gasping for air. It really was that stylish bartender from the guard post the other day. Is it him? Lifting his face to glare into the darkness of the cavern ceiling, the redhead gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, to be cornered in a dump like this! Sooner or later I'm going to end up as their snack." 2 giant, grotesque bats with glowing red eyes appeared, accompanied by the system board, blood-sucking Bat King. Level 19. The red-haired guy broke into a cold sweat. These 2 bosses just kept staring him down. He was stuck. There was no way to escape. He wouldn't just give up and die. He hoisted his sniper rifle and leaped backward to find the perfect angle to counterattack. Kneeling on a rock ledge, he braced himself to fire. A flash of desperate determination sparked in the redhead's eyes. Instead of sitting here waiting to die, I might as well bet my life and go all out. He pulled the trigger decisively, and a massive ice drill shot out from the barrel, tearing through the air and whistling toward the bat swarm. The blast of icy energy collided with the target with extreme force, creating a dazzling magical explosion. But the bat's radiant fiery barrier was strong enough to withstand and crush the attack. Seeing his signature move neutralized like it was nothing, the redhead's face turned pale in terror. It's over. The move was completely countered. Provoked, the 2 bats opened their jaws full of sharp fangs and spread their wings, diving down like comets. He closed his eyes in despair, unwilling to accept this. The Grim Reaper was closing in, bringing the stench of rot and the bat's talons. They were only inches from his face, ready to rip him apart. The redhead gritted his teeth, biting his lip hard, his eyes overflowing with resentment and utter helplessness. I really wanted to try to keep living. In that split second, hanging by a thread, a sword arc slashed across the sky, suddenly descending and unintentionally tearing the Bat King's wing armor into 2, sending debris flying everywhere. Escaping death by a hair's breadth, the redhead's eyes went wide, his mouth agape in shock. What the hell was that? Stepping out from behind the rock ledge with an incredibly cool posture, Kim Toyen held his greatsword and greeted him calmly. Hey friend, we meet again. Glancing at the 2 massive Bat Kings lying dead on the ground, the redhead swallowed hard and stammered, You took down those 2 bosses in one strike. Kim Toyen hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and walked over, replying with a humble demeanor. Just a small thing not worth mentioning. You managed to save your own skin, bartender. He hurried over to shake his savior's hand, full of gratitude. Thank you. I will definitely remember this life-saving debt. Adjusting his weapon, he turned back to the front and declared firmly, "Let's go, let me get you out of here." But neither of them knew that right below the cliff, the remains of the two Bat Kings were eerily fusing and twisting together a pair of glowing red demonic eyes preparing for a terrifying rebirth. The redhead's eyes suddenly went wide as he looked toward the heights, sweat beading on his forehead as he muttered, what in the world is that?" From within the thick cloud of fog, a giant Bat King wrapped in blazing red fire emerged, roaring in intimidation. The system board announced it immediately. Final boss, blood-sucking Bat King, level 20, tier 2. Sensing the reek of death. The redhead broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly turned to warn him, "We're done for." The fireball, shaped like an aggressive bat, dove down from the air like a napalm bomb waiting to destroy everything. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kim Tuyen roared, "Watch out!" Then, together with the redhead, they dove quickly to the sides, narrowly dodging the death dive. Retiring to a safe distance, both were in a combat stance, their eyes locked on the target, observing the brutal, destructive power of the monster before they could even steady their nerves. The Bat King frantically spat out a column of red fire, incinerating everything in its path. Bracing his oversized sniper rifle, the redhead gritted his teeth, playing the hero. "Let me hold it off. You hurry up and find a way to get out of here." The sniper barrel immediately gathered energy, firing a piercing blue laser that carried a bone-chilling cold cutting across the fiery atmosphere. The icy beam collided fiercely with the pillar of flame. It created a blinding, magical explosion. The two forces wrestled intensely, neither giving an inch. Straining himself to hold it back, the redhead yelled, urging, "Go, hurry!" But Kim Tuyen stood still as a statue, calmly asking back, "Go, why would I go?" The redhead was driven mad, scolding him aggressively. "Are you insane? That's a fusion form 10,000 times stronger than a normal boss. If we don't bolt, we're all going to end up blind and dead here." Hearing that, Kim Tuyen smiled wryly, speaking with full confidence. "Who dies first remains to be seen." And besides, while the flaming boss was lunging toward both of them, he casually tossed out a cold, sharp line. "Killing a high-end boss, won't it drop even more experience?" As soon as he finished his sentence, Kim Tuyen stomped, leaping into the air and pouring all his power into his greatsword with immense confidence. Watching the reckless back of his newly acquainted teammate, the redhead gritted his teeth, cursing in helplessness. "You lunatic! You're an absolute madman! I've never seen anyone so obsessed with throwing their life away!" Ignoring the protest, Kim's sharp blade, Tuyen unintentionally sliced straight into the flaming body of the giant Bat King. Being struck, the demon arched its neck and roared frantically, the evil flames on its body flaring up even more violently. "Damn it, it incinerates enemies and reflects damage!" The Bat King opened its hideous jaw, spitting a direct stream of red hellfire into Kim Tuyen's face. Kim Tuyen was overwhelmed by the pressure of the energy. You gritted your teeth, tensed your arms to block the heat, and smirked. "Tough, huh? Figures an evolved type really is much tankier than those lame mobs from before." Not bothering to hide his hand anymore, he tilted his head back and let out a roar. Underworld Flame Avatar. Immediately, a surge of magical radiance exploded outward. The ground shook as a colossal demonic phantom clad in jet-black knight armor burning with eerie blue flames stood tall behind Kim Tuyen, radiating an imposing aura. Syncing with its master's move, the Black Knight swung its massive lance, thrusting a lethal blow that tore through the wind with trailing blue flames. The powerful strike impaled the Bat Demon right through the chest, making it shriek in agony as the blue flames ruthlessly devoured its fire-resistant defenses. Witnessing this insane otherworldly power, the redhead, his jaw dropped, sweat pouring down as he stammered, What in the hell is this?" His eyes reflected the cold blue flames. In his mind, he kept screaming at the absurdity. "Blue flames? No way. That kind of absolute destructive power. How can it still exist here?" Ancient memories flooded back, and he stood stunned, guessing. Didn't the Apocalypse Empire Legion slaughter that entire clan? To the point where only a blind girl was left. How the hell is there a descendant still alive and kicking here? The system panel flickered, tallying the achievements. Level 15, Tier 1. Seeing this, Kim Tuyen immediately quipped, "Leveling speed seems a bit sluggish, doesn't it? Slaying 3 bosses and hundreds of trash bats, and I've only managed to climb 4 levels. Once everything was wrapped up, the redhead stepped forward, arms crossed, and asked, "Brother, 1,000 thanks for saving my life." Kim Tuyen replied, "But I'm honestly curious. Are you actually a great class holder or just some normal guy popping pills?" Feeling a pang of self-pity over his own wretched fate, the redhead smoothed back his red hair and sighed bitterly. "Talking about it is just humiliating. I used to be a high and mighty class holder, but I was framed by villains, so now my cultivation is ruined and I'm just a normal person." He stroked his cold sniper rifle, bitterly confessing, "Now if I want to survive and keep this little life of mine, I have no choice but to cling to this weapon, Jack. Sounds like a cultivation novel. Kim Toyen's eyes widened in curiosity. They actually have methods to force a class holder to demote to a commoner. Is that even possible? The redhead laughed coldly, his eyes filled with self-mockery. It's not as easy as you think, haha. Maybe this pathetic life of mine is the only one left to have achieved that miserable feat. Kim Toyen propped his chin up, eager for gossip. Oh, tell me about it. The redhead began to recount the tragic legend. Deep in the abyss, there is a rare poison called the Soul Death Flower. The way it kills is by directly corrupting the class metal. It forces the power to dissipate, turning the victim into a commoner. Then the abyssal toxicity erupts and takes your life in a heartbeat. Bitterly, he opened up about his family drama. I was the only loser in the house who couldn't awaken any talent, but unfortunately I bore the title of the eldest son, so according to the family rules I inherited the super-powerful metal. It's just a pity that people's hearts are sinister and unpredictable. Hearing this, Kim Toyen scoffed, exposing him. Listening to you just now, my brain has already drafted the whole script. 9 brothers fighting for power, right? And you're the classic unlucky crown prince who was chased to the ends of the earth, aren't you? The redhead shot Kim Toyen a sideways glance and fired back. You're teasing me. You don't even have the qualifications to act in a power struggle like that. We're both the same. 50 steps mocking 100 steps. Basically, we're both just expendable junk. Kim Toyen was stunned, pointing at himself. Me same type as you. The redhead nodded, appearing to understand the ways of the world. I thought your family had been wiped out. Who would have thought a little seed like you would slip through the cracks? I can totally imagine the look on the Apocalypse Empire's faces later. If they ever ran into you now and your roots were exposed... Kim Toyen broke into a cold sweat, his face tense as a bowstring, and pressed, What exactly do you know about my background? The redhead sank into a grave expression as he recounted the heroic history of 1,000 years ago. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a pioneer who crossed the tribulation and awakened a transcendent SSS-grade talent claiming the legendary Holy Light class. A knight, whether it was human or monster, whoever crossed paths with your ancestor would have a massive headache. The legendary knight's figure loomed large through the powerhouse's booming tale. Specifically the one about the 5th, the genius whose talent shook the world. Kim Toyen broke into a cold sweat, thinking frantically, Wait, the body I'm in actually has a top-tier family bloodline like that. But wait, what did he mean by extinct? As if sensing his thoughts, the red-haired guy dealt a mocking, lethal blow. I won't even bother bringing up the Exalt Empire. If you want to blame someone, blame your own family for not trying hard enough. For hundreds of years, you haven't produced a single SS-tier talent, and by the time it reached the clan leader, it had devalued to mere S-tier. Kim Toyen's face went dark, left speechless. After the deathmatch, while the red-haired guy was busy scavenging the loot dropped from the fusion boss, a brilliant orange metal shaped like a bat slowly appeared, grabbing both their attention. The system panel immediately scanned the item's info. Metal Night King's Blade, Blue Tier Level 1, a 5-star power-type weapon. Includes 2 skills. Shadow Stealth increases attack speed by 20% in darkness, and Night King's Rage, a 25% chance to increase the next attack's damage by 50%. All top-tier stuff boosting both speed and damage. Seeing a drop perfectly suited to his specialty, Kim Toyen's eyes lit up with joy. He snatched it up to show off his swordsman gear and without a second thought crushed the metal in his palm. To activate the gear, a blinding radiance erupted as the metal transformed into a blade with a razor-sharp edge and an exquisitely carved hilt. Kim Toyen held the sword, nodding in satisfaction. The feel isn't bad. It's not much different from my old sword. It would be even better if I could fuse them. With that, he smirked with anticipation. I've got to test its power. Instantly, he swung it, slicing through the air and creating a massive glowing red sword beam that struck the cave wall. The violent energy triggered a small explosion. The power was not to be underestimated. Feeling the difference, Kim Toyen couldn't hide his surprise. The speed boost effect is... Wielding a sword in each hand, he pondered the added speed of the Night King's blade. Not bad. I wonder if I can fuse it into my own weapon. Thinking is doing. He pressed the 2 swords together, his eyes full of determination. Let me give it a try. A flash of magical red light exploded, enveloping the 2 swords and beginning the miraculous fusion process. His great sword transformed, becoming much sharper and more ornate. Kim Toyen's jaw dropped in shock. Whoa, that actually worked. Gripping the new hilt, he clearly felt the power surging within, confirming it had indeed been enhanced. Just then he held out the 2 other medals that had dropped from the boss earlier. These are the ones that dropped earlier. Do you need them? But the red-haired guy waved him off dismissively. Everyone has ambitions. You have yours, I have mine. I have no interest in these low-tier metals. Looking at the guy's down-and-out appearance, Kim Tuyen remarked bluntly, "At the rate you're going, you won't last long." Stung by the truth, the red-haired guy gritted his teeth and made a serious proposal. "That's why I want to make a deal with you." Kim Tuyen narrowed his eyes. "What kind of deal?" The guy revealed his trump card, a golden medal. It sparkled. "I have a legendary class career medal Great Cannon Controller." He continued to sell his unique item. This is a super long-range sniping career, and it has an incredibly rare wide range. In the future, if you want to form an army to explore this vast, desolate world, you can't be without a long-range shooter in your squad. Hearing the sales pitch that sounded like a pyramid scheme, Kim Tuyen was skeptical. "Is this really legendary grade?" The red-haired guy quickly educated him. According to records, medals are divided into 8 ranks corresponding to colors. White is trash, gray is common, green is good, blue is exquisite, purple is majestic, orange is epic, gold is legendary, and red is mythical. Placing the precious medal into Kim Tuyen's hand, he laid out his terms clearly. "I want to use this legendary medal in exchange for your help." Seeing the other party wasn't on guard, Kim Tuyen smirked coldly. "Aren't you afraid I'll just rob you blind? If I drew my blade right now, your head would be off your shoulders in an instant." The red-haired guy also smiled and replied, "I already told you. We are the same kind of person." To prove his sincerity, he pulled out an old parchment revealing a shocking secret. "The person who discovered this mine was my family. Only later was it sold to the Legion." Unrolling the map, he confidently promised, "With my guidance, you can reach level 3 in this mine, with the lowest possible risk." Kim Tuyen rested his chin on his hand, staring straight at the map and nodding. "It really is a genuine map. Once I reach level 3, I won't have to fear anyone when I get to the lower city. So what exactly do you want me to help you with?" The red-haired guy's eyes hardened, his voice stealing as he revealed the goal. "According to my family's records in this pit number 1, there once appeared an abyssal scythe rat. It's born with the ability to sense and open abyssal spatial rifts. If you can just make it open a rift, our deal is as good as done." Kim Tuyen frowned, going straight to the point. "Then how do I force it to open a spatial rift?" The red-haired guy explained in detail. "If you can reach level 3 with the skills you have now, you'll have enough power to beat that abyssal scythe rat until it perceives a death threat which would force it to open an abyssal rift to escape." Kim Tuyen blinked, contemplating. He nodded, acknowledging the immediate goal. "Understood. First, I have to grind my way to level 3. Immediately after, the red-haired guy turned to him, his demeanor full of confidence as he reassured him, "Don't worry, I can help you." With that, Kim Tuyen asked, "By the way, do you know where that resentful mother spider in mine number 1 is hiding?" The red-haired guy's skin turned pale, looking flustered as he retorted, "The resentful mother spider? What on earth are you looking for that nasty thing for?" Without holding back, Kim Tuyen replied curtly, "I need a branch of the resentment flower." Hearing that, the guy put on a mysterious look, explaining the reason why the family sold the mine. "Do you know why my family sold this mine number 1? 1, it's because the bloodstone ore here is impossible to mine without relying on those sand-eating insects." He gestured toward the map of the Forbidden Zone, emphasizing the danger. 2, because of that vengeful mother spider. That's why mine number 1 is always deserted. Even the tourists from Rose Rock are strictly forbidden from letting their kids anywhere near here. She's a level 39 tier 3 boss. Anything below tier 4, and no matter how many people you bring, you're just serving yourselves up as dinner. Kim Tuyen smiled, calculating, and reached out to the guy, laying out a smooth deal. "I can promise to help you find that abyssal sickle rat, but in exchange I want all the intel on that mother spider, plus that map you're holding." Without a second thought, the redhead stepped forward and grabbed Kim Tuyen's hand. Eyes set, a deal was made. The two figures began to head inside. Deep within the crimson limestone cave, where flickers of light barely touched the silent, treacherous walls, the redhead carefully warned his companion as they walked. "Watch your step. This place is crawling with level 18 steel-tail scorpions. They burrow and they're obsessed with cheap shots using their tails. If we farm these things here, we could actually grind out a few levels." Suddenly, a giant razor-sharp scorpion tail shot out from the ground, missing Kim Tuyen's back by a hair's breadth. Realizing things just got real, the redhead whipped his head around and shouted a warning. "Watch out behind you!" Seeing the urgent situation, Kim Tuyen raised his mechanical arm, bracing himself for the surprise attack. With lightning reflexes, Kim Tuyen whirled around and swung his glowing red greatsword, unleashing a crescent-shaped slash that cleared every obstacle behind him from the loose soil. A giant armored scorpion emerged, fully raising its massive claws and roaring to show off its strength. Kim Tuyen took a stance, his blade sharp and calm, glancing at his comrade. Back off a bit. Watch out or I might accidentally slice you too. With that, Kim Tuyen stomped his foot onto the rocky floor to build momentum and launched himself forward like an arrow, his eyes blazing. With pure killer intent, he unleashed a fatal strike at the monster. The crimson blade tore through the air, cruelly slicing right through the beast's tough armored shell. Cut cleanly in two, the scorpion collapsed. The redhead scurried over to the carcass, bubbling with excitement. This steel-tail scorpion has a hide. It's perfect for stopping bleeding. He frantically peeled off the slime-covered skin, sweating profusely as he explained his desperation. I really need this for these wounds of mine. But before he could celebrate, the ground erupted again. Another scorpion queen, several times larger, suddenly burst out, pincers raised, ready to crush the scavenger. Seeing the shadow engulf him, the redhead's face turned pale. "We're toast!" he screamed in terror. The monster wildly thrashed its pincers and gruesome body, shrieking for the life of anyone who dared touch its kin. Just as things hung by a thread, Kim Tuyen surged forward at blinding speed. His face burned with murderous intent, determined not to abandon his teammate. A blade of light, sharp as a laser, pierced through the dust, aimed directly at the armored beast. He swung his sword, drawing a brilliant fiery arc, and roared with fury, "Get away from my friend!" Landing like a pro, Kim Tuyen knelt on one knee after the lethal strike. He left behind a thick cloud of smoke, mingling with the flames from his weapon. But the trouble didn't stop there. From the shadows, a swarm of giant scorpions with dozens of blood-red eyes came rushing in to surround him. Facing the overwhelming horde, Kim Tuyen raised his sword high, creating a massive epic glow, and turned to the redhead. "Just stay back!" Finally, the redhead turned and ran for his life away from the battlefield, while Kim Tuyen faced the swarm alone and threw back a firm promise. "I'll buy us some time and hold them off." Kim Tuyen lunged forward with sharp, intense eyes, his figure gliding like the wind. With killing intent flaring, he swung his sword without a hint of mercy. He created twisted, glowing red slashes that tore through space, crushing 7 giant scorpions into tiny pieces. A brilliant system notification popped up with some insane stats. 9 level gap cleared. 8 steel-tail scorpions eliminated. 100% contribution. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. Kim Tuyen sheathed his blade and stood straight, smirking smugly. Level 16. Tier 2 monsters are actually pretty easy. Standing far back, the redhead stared eyes wide at his companion's back, muttering in utter shock. Is this really a Tier 1 job class? A normal swordsman, even with an SSS rank talent, could never unleash such brutal power. While walking, Kim Tuyen suddenly looked up at the cliff, squinting with curiosity. Huh, what on earth is that thing? The redhead jumped, sweat pouring off him as he frantically warned, "Those ferns behind you, that's a level 25 boss, the Overlord. It's got insanely high recovery. You can chop it to bits and it'll just piece itself back together. If you want to win, you have to aim straight for the purple crystal on its back." As if to prove the danger, the flower-shaped monster stretched out its long neck. It opened a mouth full of fangs and tentacles to roar and intimidate him. Without a flicker of... Kim Tuyen harnessed his strength and leaped into the air, gripping his greatsword with expert grace. He kicked off the monster's vines to gain momentum, sneering. "The weakness on this thing is way too obvious." Kim Tuyen's eyes glinted with a cold light. He raised his sword, brimming with killing intent, and scoffed, "And you're not even bothering to defend yourself." The crimson blade swung down, tracing a curve of death, and slammed directly into the crystal weakness on the beast's back. Hit in its vital spot, the nightmare flower writhed in agony. It shrieked piercingly, and with a pop, the monster's body exploded into a cloud of blood. The system went ding-ding, announcing the victory. 9 level gap cleared. Flower Branch King eliminated. 100% contribution. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. Watching the boss loot drop, the redhead swallowed hard, sweat dripping as he analyzed it. His swordsmanship is so strange. Every strike is perfectly flat and smooth. It's like he's slicing tofu, and he was right. The cut on the monster's cap was so precise it was perfect, completely nullifying its so-called super recovery ability. At the same time, 2 glowing orbs floated away from the boss's remains. Kim Tuyen stepped forward, exclaiming, "The drop rate today is pretty good. It even spat out 2 more medals." The item info panel highlights the sweet high-end purple tier Flower of Violet's ring, specialized in damage buff therapy, and the divine blue aura for the cleric class, featuring a shield skill that reduces damage. Seeing Kim Tuyen busy looting, Loiki curiously asks, "Hey Kim Tuyen, do you have a wound cancellation skill?" Confused, he turns back to ask what wound cancellation even is. So the red-haired guy, acting like a living dictionary, eagerly clears things up. Wound cancellation affects living entities. In short, It's used to suppress a target's healing and recovery abilities. To illustrate, he points to the scorpion corpse that had been sliced in half earlier, saying, "Look at your slash." The wounds on these monsters are smooth like plastic that's been melted. They can't heal at all. Kim Toyen rubs his chin in thought, silently admitting that his attack is indeed strange, but it's probably all down to that glitched talent. While buffing his strength, the red-haired guy suddenly remembers something important and adds, "Oh, that's right. Have you ever tried taking off your equipped metal?" Kim Toyen honestly shakes his head, saying he's never heard of that. The guy turns serious, advising him like a senior. When you remove a metal, it dissolves into the ether. It can't be traded or transferred, but only when you die does it have a chance to coalesce again. So don't think of metals as mere external gear. They are your flesh and blood, a part of your cultivation path. Kim Toyen smiles in appreciation. "You're pretty knowledgeable, huh?" Loika immediately offers advice. "With your ability, there's no need to hang around this area anymore. Just head straight north. There's a Tier 3 lava beast lord there acting like a loner." Following the directions, the two head straight to the center of the mine, where rivers of burning lava are boiling fiercely, flowing around jagged rocks that look like spikes. Loika carefully warns, "This Tier 3 lord has an incredibly high defense, and its strength goes without saying, but the good thing is it sleeps a lot. If you use that sharp weapon of yours to sneak attack, you might just have a chance." Kim Toyen wonders, "Then why even go kill it?" Loika explains, "At the very least, it'll help you rank up. Plus, I need that lava fruit. It's a delicacy for the abyss sickle rats." Just as he finishes speaking, their boots touch the edge of a towering cliff with a sea of fire lava directly below. Looking down into the deep pit, Loika squints his eyes and whispers, "We're here." At the bottom of the lake, a giant stone monster wrapped in lava is curled up in a deep sleep. Above its head, the words, "Tier 3 Lava Beast Lord" shimmer. The red-haired guy breaks into a cold sweat, analyzing nervously. "This thing is level 39. It's the strongest lord in this area, second only to the me spider." Kim Toyen replies, "Even while sleeping, it doesn't let its guard down." Loika continues, "Its defense is so high that almost no one can break its armor." Without waiting for him to finish, Kim Toyen leans down his armored hand, grabbing a rock the size of a watermelon. He weighs the rock in his hand and lets out a wicked grin. "Let me give this a try." Before Loika can react, Kim Toyen throws the rock straight at it, flying at breakneck speed and slamming into the head of the snoring boss. The rock collides with extreme force against the bald, lava-coated head. The monster's head shatters the rock into 100 pieces without leaving a single scratch. Seeing this, Kim Toyen has to admit, wow, that defense is insane. But he didn't stop there. Kim Toyen leaps down from high above, gripping his flaming sword with both hands, shouting heroically, "Then try this slash of mine!" A giant red laser-like blade of light tears through the air with overwhelming power, slashing directly at the monster's absolute defense. Woken up by a critical hit, the beast snaps awake, its blood-red eyes bulging with fury, while a glowing red slash cuts from the top of its head straight down to the center of its face. Landing perfectly, Kim Toyen stands tall with a majestic air before the giant monster, while the flames from his strike erupt violently, burning through the night. Kim Toyen delivers an earth-shattering blow. The red flames erupt like a volcanic explosion, tearing through the darkness and instantly swallowing the Beast Lord whole. The system panel flashes, announcing an off-the-charts achievement. Exceeded level by 21, defeated the Lava Beast. Lord 100% contribution rate. Congratulations on successfully ranking up. At the same time, a powerful crimson aura envelops Kim Toyen's entire body. Witnessing that insane scene, the red-haired guy's legs go weak and he slips, collapsing onto the rocky floor of the ruins. Still in shock, Loika sits on the ground, jaw-dropped, marveling as if he'd just seen an alien. He actually did it. At level 18, he one-shotted a level 39 Lord boss. From the ashes of the stone monster, 3 bright golden beams of light shoot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire cavern, signaling a high-luck loot drop. Kim Toyen looks up at the beam, smiling with extreme excitement. A Tier 3 epic-grade orange metal. Sure enough, it dropped good loot. The system instantly displays a long stat sheet for the orange tier Lava Judgment Greatsword, loaded with a bunch of buffs, strength stacking, bonus damage, and crowd control immunity. It's enough to make anyone drool with envy. That's not all. The system also includes a full set of Tier 3 purple defense armor, including a helmet, chest piece, and shoulder guards. Wearing it makes you incredibly tanky, with the ability to create shields that reflect damage. Kim Toyen scrolls through the floating system interface, nodding in approval. Pretty high-end gear. Let's see if I can advance it now. But life is rarely a dream. The advancement requirements appear, demanding a swordplay medal. He frowns and sighs. Still not enough. I need a swordplay medal. in contrast to his disappointment. On the other side of the line, Loiki is cradling a glowing lava orb with both hands as if it were pure gold, laughing like a madman. It's amazing the lava orb actually dropped. With this, my hopes of defying fate are at least 20% guaranteed. Kim Tuyen approaches his teammate, who is clearly high on the excitement, and asks, "Do you know if there's any place in this mine number 1 that drops swordsmanship class medals? I'm level 20 now. I need a swordsmanship medal to advance or my level won't budge." Loiki rubs his chin, putting on a look of seasoned experience, and analyzes, "Monsters that drop swordsmanship medals are common enough, but the drop rate is miserably low. You'd need to be fighting at least 5 levels above your own for the odds to improve even a little." He then eyes Kim Tuyen with curiosity. "So what kind of swordsmanship skills are you leaning towards?" Kim Tuyen doesn't even hesitate, answering immediately, "Agility-based." Hearing this, Loika shuts his eyes and shakes his head vehemently, rejecting the idea instantly. "No, I think you'd be better off as a constitution-based steadfast swordsman." He begins to lecture, painting a bleak picture. Constitution-based swordsmen lack the defense of a shield-bearing knight and the raw damage of an agility-based assassin. Even if you have the tanky stats to spam skills constantly, the damage is pitifully low, useless like chewing on gristle. Kim Tuyen breaks into a cold sweat as his choice is utterly trashed. Before he can argue, Loiki adds a redeeming point, "But you are different." Loiki analyzes the strategy confidently, gesturing wildly as he explains, "I've seen plenty of swordsmen die miserably among monsters because they lacked damage. But your Bright Flame Idol skill can compensate for the defense, and with a charge skill on top of that, you could break all your limitations. So just pick a quick charge swordsmanship skill to make up for the lack of agility, and you'll be the perfect class." Kim Tuyen finds the logic sound, smiling as he agrees, "That actually makes sense. But first, tell me where the next spots are." Loika opens an old, worn notebook and loudly recites the itinerary: the abandoned Water Ghost Mine, Wood Valley, and the final stop, the train station. We can hit all 3. He's brimming with energy, mapping out the promotion plan. We only need 1 class-specific skill medal to be set. If we manage to snag all 3, we can easily reach the 3rd tier. As for the 4th tier, we won't be able to complete that promotion here at mine number 1. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling, opulent city known as Lower City. A harsh, shattering sound echoes as a luxurious porcelain vase is smashed to pieces. It's followed by a bitter, screeching roar. "They didn't find the medal. Everyone from Red Rock City prepared to be buried with me." In the grand palatial room, young Master Lai flails his cloak in a rage, while his henchman stands trembling, explaining, "Young Master, finding this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's truly impossible. After this opening, mine number 1 won't reopen for another 25 years. I was planning to replace the entire population of the dead city and have the scavengers comb every inch of dirt." The henchman breaks into a sweat, cautiously delivering the bad news. "The plan is fine, young Master. Usually it would be easy to handle, but there's a new situation." The gaunt man with glasses nearby, sensing the tension, speaks up. "I received several calls on the way here. They said a group of young masters from the upper city wants to enter ahead of schedule. They've probably already reached the dead city to pick off the easy prey." Hearing this, young Master Lai flies into a fury, snapping, "What no one is allowed in without my order, nobody gets in." He rages, "If those thieves make contact with them, my status as an upper city noble will be completely useless. What the hell would there be left to investigate?" The city lord rushes to appease him. "Young Master Lai, I'm just a minor lord of the lower city. I can't stop them. Why don't you step forward yourself? Surely with your status as a representative of the Pioneer Financial Group, they would have to negotiate with you." Young Master Lai's face sinks into the shadows. His bloodshot eyes flash with a cold, ruthless glint. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket lights up. Fighting back his anger, he reaches in to pull out the device. Exuding extreme danger, he finally presses the phone to his ear, his eyes narrowing as he asks, "Hello, where are the 2 pieces of equipment?" Holding the phone, young Master Lai's expression shifts as quickly as flipping a pancake, breaking into a sycophantic smile. "Reporting to you, the 2 pieces of equipment are right here in my hands. It just so happens that one of my friends is having a birthday, and he's insisting that I stay to celebrate. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, that's all. And if I don't find the items, don't even bother showing your face again." But the moment the call disconnects, the fake smile on his face vanishes, replaced by a look of panic and extreme rage. He grips the phone so tightly his veins pop, grinding his teeth as he curses in front of his guards. "Damn it, I can't just sit here and be led by the nose forever." To salvage the situation, he makes an angry call to a friend. Hello, old Fwang. Help me block those people from the upper city. What the hell are you thinking? You think this Falcon Empire is your own backyard? I know we're childhood friends and I trust you, but the items were lost on the route you invited me to. If you go home and get punished, feel free to dump all the blame on me. At the other end of the line, Fwang Huai is livid, firing back at his friend's absurd logic. Lai Huan Vu, if I try to explain, it'll just look like I'm feeling guilty. Fwang Huai, I have a clear conscience. If you want to call the Pioneer Financial Group to investigate me, go ahead, be my guest. Despite the harsh words, Fwang Huai calmly provides intelligence. However, I've already sent people to search the place where the metal dropped. The passage was blown up, but it's still right there below. There are no other exits around. We can basically conclude that the culprit is still hiding inside the dead city. Hanging up the phone, Fwang Huai turns his back coldly, throwing out a final remark, "Solve it yourself." Looking into the mysterious, swirling black magical shadow, he turns to ask an old man in a black cloak standing with his hands folded near the cliff. "Old Chu, do you think there's any chance of finding the lost items?" Old Chu strokes his beard, his aged face revealing deep contemplation. The master once taught that all-out evil leads to destruction. The young master has gone all out, so there should be results. But looking at the current deadlock, the probability of success is miserably small. I'm just afraid Avian won't be able to hold out until then. The success rate is pitifully low. I'm just worried that VM won't be able to hold out until then. Looking up at the drizzling rain, Old Chu sighed with a glimmer of hope. The clan leader has personally arrived at the elemental holy city. Word is an unidentified metal just popped up over there too. Good people get lucky, they say, while all the rich folks are in a complete frenzy. Meanwhile, at the Golden Spring Dungeon, a legendary feat was just recorded. A notification announced a solo kill of the Rhino King at level 9 with a 100% contribution rate. Kim Tuyen strikes again. He held a shimmering purple crystal in his hand and generously told Loi Ke, "Take this rhino horn, man. With this, your leg will heal up in no time. As for me, I've already found the true love of my life." With that, he hefted his glowing red greatsword, leaped into the air, and slammed down the slope with the sheer intensity of a war god, driving his blade into the ground with a thunderous crash. It created an earth-shattering shockwave that cleared the entire path ahead. It turned out the purple crystal he'd just picked up was a top-tier rank 2 skill metal purple destroyer blade. Its ability allowed the user to dash toward a target at the speed of purple lightning. Kim Tuyen grinned to himself, muttering, "The devil sword technique. It's going to level up my skills even more. Things are looking up." Without wasting another second, he slapped the metal onto his forehead and shouted confidently, "Learn!" The system immediately fired off celebratory fireworks. "Congratulations, Purple Destroyer Blade learned successfully." At the same moment, a surge of mystical purple mana erupted, engulfing Kim Tuyen's entire body. His eyes flashed brilliantly, radiating cold purple bolts of lightning, sharp as a blade, ready to take down any enemy. To test out his new gear, Kim Tuyen immediately activated the skill, launching himself like a giant purple lightning streak that sliced through the darkness. He slashed straight at an unlucky monster blocking his way. The cut was so smooth it left a blinding purple trail in the air, its brutal power tearing through everything in its path. Seeing his teammates' power skyrocket, Loi Ke rushed over, flattering him. "Your speed and growth are truly like a rocket, getting stronger by the second." Kim Tuyen shouldered his sword, fueled by determination, and replied, "Just need to find one more rank 2 monster. I'll officially take the next big step." The two stopped before an underground lake. Loi Ke warned him cautiously, "There are bone-eating fish in there. They hide underwater, so trying to brute force them is a real pain." Quick-witted as always, Loi Ke spread his hand, conjuring a magical fishing rod that glowed with a dazzling light. He braced himself, cast the bait into the water, and didn't forget to explain his strategy. "But we can use the meat from that rhino earlier as bait and see if we can land a big one." The float bobbed obediently on the water, kicking off a dramatic session of deep trench angling. Just a few seconds later, the still water suddenly bubbled and splashed violently. The bubbles burst and Loi Ke reeled back, pulling the rod hard, shouting excitedly to his teammate, "We've got a bite!" A giant aquatic monster with jagged teeth and blood-red eyes lunged straight out of the water, roaring, wanting to chew them to bones. The two hunters didn't hesitate. Kim Tuyen launched himself forward. He unleashed a fiery, explosive strike that split the prey in two. The result was perfect. A brilliant golden flame erupted, enveloping Kim Tuyen in an imposing display as he stood tall within the golden energy. Along with a system notification that couldn't have been sweeter, "Congratulations, successful advancement to rank 2. The system panel instantly popped up with shimmering text finalizing his achievement, "Number 5, Kim Tuyen Devil Swordsman, level 21, rank 2. He looked back, smiling smugly, finally advanced. To his surprise, it was so smooth. He opened his skill panel, thrilled to see the rank 2 orange tier skill Destroyer Blade, which came with a whole suite of crowd control effects. It was incredibly overpowered. He clicked his tongue in approval, and this new skill is way stronger than I thought. Sitting by the crackling fire, 2 huge pieces of fish were being skewered and roasted until golden brown. The fat sizzled as it dripped, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Loika sat waiting by the flames. Looking at him, he suggested in a friendly tone, "Let's take a break. Come over and eat something." Kim Tuyen nodded, praising his teammates' culinary skills. The grilled fish isn't bad, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. If you opened a tour company, you'd definitely be successful. Loika sat nearby laughing as he replied, "Haha, that's actually a pretty good idea." As they sipped their water, Kim Tuyen looked off into the distance, deep in thought, and asked curiously, "Is this world really that big?" Loiki held his fish, skewer his expression turning serious and worldly. "It's huge. You could say humanity has always been exploring. No one really knows where the edge of the world is. In our vast world, there are 3 superpowers, the Flying Eagle Empire, the Heavens Revelation Empire, and the Elemental Holy City. All of them operate on the principle that might makes right." Hearing this, Kim Tuyen furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming, and sighed. If that's the case, is survival here really that difficult? Loika raised his water bottle and replied with a bitter, faint smile, "In this world, only when you're strong enough do you have freedom. Otherwise, it's all just living on someone else's charity." Kim Tuyen looked at him curious. "So how long do you think the Flying Eagle Empire can hold out for now?" He continued to paint a grim picture. "Ever since I still had some authority on the border, there were already signs of a beast tide rising. I don't hold much hope that the 3 great powers can hold off this wave. In the end, we'll likely return to an era of wandering through monster-infested lairs." Kim Tuyen's face darkened as he thought of the brutality of the wandering era. A world of big fish eating small fish. An era of constantly hiding. It was truly worrisome. Suddenly remembering something important, Loika changed the subject. "Right, that reminds me. Travel groups could enter mine number 1 at any time. We should try to avoid them." The scene shifts to a modern, bustling subway station. Deep in the mist, near the entrance to mine number 1, a tourist train pulls in. In the VIP carriage, 2 young men from the upper city are sprawled out. The gray-haired guy complains, looking annoyed. "Didn't mine number 1 open early yesterday morning? Why let us in just now?" His companion smirks. "Why do you think to let the sand-eating bugs settle down a bit, obviously? Did you really think your level 21 strength would be enough to go pioneering out there?" Self-correction, pause. "You didn't think your level 21 strength was enough to go pioneering, did you?" Hearing this, the gray-haired guy turns around, mocking, Isn't this young Master Lee the one who had his leg broken? I was wondering who it was. Since Kalinger is here too, aren't you going to go out and try your luck? Ha ha ha!" Stung in his weak spot, young Master Lee breaks into a sweat, gritting his teeth and glaring, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, being mocked for having my leg broken by Kalinger's brother. I had finally managed to keep that quiet, and this guy just had to bring it up again." Sensing the tension rising like gunpowder, a woman nearby intervenes. "Hey, quit the bickering, both of you." Appearing on the screen is a powerful woman with platinum hair, an ample bust, and a mechanical arm. Kalinger closes her eyes coldly, ordering, "Move out." Watching their retreating backs, young Master Lai calculates silently, his eyes full of malice. "This trip, I have to stick close to them. I absolutely cannot let them complete their deal. Where's that medal we were looking for?" Back at the Golden Spring dungeon holding a skewer, Kim Tuyen asks, "What's the deal with this tourist group?" Loiki explains thoroughly, "Just some groups of young masters from the upper city down here to play around. They treat killing as a hobby and want to hunt for some opportunities." Packing up his gear, Loika stands up and stretches full of energy. "All right, let's keep moving. I'm taking you to Ghostwood Valley to grind levels." The 2 enter Ghostwood Valley, a gloomy valley filled with giant trees and jagged, sharp cliffs, pointing straight up toward the swirling clouds. Loika stays alert while explaining the terrain. "There are a lot of razor mantises here. They're agility-type monsters, extremely fast." He pulls out a strange-looking grenade, tossing it toward Kim Tuyen. "Catch this. It's a blood-tooth shock bomb. Once you detonate it, it releases blood silk in midair. It's super sticky and will drastically slow down enemy movement." He maps out a well-planned tactical strategy. "You have the dominant skill, so you can break free from the silk. Use that window to quickly kill the Lord-class monster. After the mantis dies, it will erupt with a massive amount of iron worm parasites. Their defense is really low. Suddenly, Loiki pulls out a massive mechanical sniper rifle with a glowing blue barrel, proudly showing it off. My previous job was a flesh and blood machinist. It's a profession that blends mysticism and technology. Later, when the parasites appear, let me take them down alone. I want to evolve this rifle. Hearing such a bizarre thing for the first time, Kim Tuyen's eyes widen in surprise. No wonder a normal person like you was out hunting those blood-sucking bats. So weapons can actually evolve by killing monsters. Stroking the cold gun. Loiki mumbles with a sorrowful look. It's not just a weapon. It was once my guardian. It died for me, so I refined him into this ghost blood rifle. Or to be more precise, it's still a class holder. Understanding the situation. Kim Tuyen hoists his greatsword onto his shoulder and keeps it short. Fine, kill the parasites if you can. I only need a 100% kill efficiency rating on that Lord Monster. No sooner had he finished speaking than a wave of killing intent washed over them. Kim Tuyen reflexively braced himself as a strange creature approached. A mantis, a giant sickly green one with eyes red as headlights, lunged from above, swinging its razor-sharp blades toward him. Kim Tuyen immediately activated his skills, summoning the Phantom Knight. The Nether Flame Idol, a giant glowing blue shadow, appeared to defend him. The mantis blade smashed into the chest of the magical phantom, creating a glowing, crackling fissure. The Phantom Knight immediately swung its massive, heavy sword, knocking the mantis away. Kim Tuyen roared in anger, "You dare sneak attack me!" Not giving it a chance to react, Kim Tuyen lunged forward with blinding speed. I delivered a lethal blow. The system notification chimed. Level 4 gap, Lord Class Razor Mantis destroyed. 100% efficiency. Battle ended. Kim Tuyen walked over and looked at the demonic phantom, exclaiming, "That attack power is high. The Nether Flame Idol actually got cracked." But suddenly, from behind, Loika hurriedly raised his gun, shouting, "Kim Tuyen, get back!" From the headless lower body of the mantis, pitch-black parasitic tentacles began writhing and crawling out. In an instant, countless grotesque iron worms burst out like a cluster of demonic tree roots, whipping wildly toward Kim Tuyen, forcing him to tumble backward to dodge. Loading his magical sniper rifle, Loika aimed precisely at the mass of parasites, confidently shouting, "Leave it to me." An energy bullet encased in a freezing cold gust of wind tore through the air. It struck the parasite cluster and detonated, instantly freezing all the hideous worms into a brilliant block of crystal. Witnessing the perfect destructive power, Loiki wore a smug, satisfied smile, patting the sniper rifle. Not bad, great result. But the joy was short-lived. From within the thick dust in the distance, 3 shadows with glowing red eyes slowly emerged, causing Kim Tuyen to frown in alert. 3 razor mantises ferociously leaped into the air. Spreading their sharp blades, they shrieked, demanding the lives of the intruders. Without a hint of hesitation, Kim Tuyen took his stance, imbuing his greatsword with roaring flames, getting ready to greet the uninvited guests. Both sides clashed violently. Kim Tuyen exerted all his strength, swinging his sword to deflect the razor-sharp blades of the mantis diving from above. The collision was so powerful it created a shockwave, blasting the monster back into the air. However, the mantis swarm was too numerous and agile. They seized the chance to close in and surround him. Kim Tuyen broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widening in shock. Watching from a distance, Loika saw the situation turn dire and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kim Tuyen, get out of there!" ignoring any thought of fleeing. Kim Tuyen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and roared. As soon as the command was given, the Minhwa idol instantly summoned a phantom black knight wreathed in flames. A majestic blue aura enveloped the phantom knight's body. In sync, it swung its heavy greatsword with brutal force, sweeping across in a single line. Kim Tuyen shouted with fury, "Die, all of you!" The icy blue sword energy tore through space, crushing the hardened shells and slicing apart the mantises that dared to get close. Suddenly, the system panel pinged with glorious news. Level up 4 levels gained. Eliminated Liet Dao Donglang Slasher Mantis Type X. Efficiency 100%. Just as he finished off the monsters, countless pitch-black tentacles erupted from their corpses, spreading everywhere. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw Kim Tuyen nimbly dodging. Loiki lowered his gun, letting out a sigh of relief. "Your reflexes are insane. You had me worried sick." Suddenly, Kim Tuyen's eyes flashed with a blue magical light. Narrowing his eyes, he realized there was one more. With those words, he somersaulted through the air, plunging downward like a falling rock, turning toward where the last mantis was hiding to launch a sneak attack. He struck, causing it to scream in agony before it collapsed. But misfortune never comes alone. From within the dust clouds, a massive swarm of mantis minions poured out. They were dying to tear the young swordsman apart. Facing the swarm, Kim Tuyen didn't flinch. He tensed his arm, pulling his greatsword behind him, compressing his power to the absolute limit, preparing for something big. He swung his sword, delivering a devastating blow that tore the night sky. He shouted, "Kuma liet dia tram," giant demon earth-shattering slash. A red crescent-shaped tsunami swept across the battlefield, crushing and sending the entire stubborn mantis swarm flying into the sky. He landed in a super cool pose amidst the swirling dust. Kim Tuyen smirked. He saw his chance. A perfect opportunity in the blink of an eye. Ha unleashed fluid sword strikes, slicing through the mantises in midair like he was chopping vegetables. Ding, the system panel honored him. "Congratulations, you have reached level 22. Kim Tuyen sheathed his sword, confidently analyzing his own hacked ability, leveraging this glitch from his encrypted talent. It granted him unlimited rending damage. One strike down, and they were either dead or crippled. They couldn't even block the attack. But his joy was short-lived. A giant blade wrapped in eerie purple light tore through the wind, striking from a blind spot. The unexpected ambush left Kim Tuyen unable to react, sending him reeling back. After a moment, he looked up, gasping with a giant question mark forming in his mind. Before him stood a massive, supersized mantis overlord, its entire body radiating a wicked purple aura, letting out a ferocious roar. Slipping as he tried to break his momentum, Kim Tuyen broke into a cold sweat. His gaze became extremely tense. He didn't expect a boss to be hiding here. He was almost killed. Seeing the final boss appear, Loika raised his sniper rifle, frantically shouting to prompt him. "Kim Tuyen, use the grenade quick." Hearing the order, Kim Tuyen smiled confidently, his hand whipping out to throw a Huyet Nya Bloodfang shock bomb. Toward the boss, he roared, "Eat this!" The giant blade of the mantis overlord, carrying a deadly purple aura, struck down fiercely, tearing through the air, intending to split its prey in two. But the power of the Bloodfang bomb instantly took effect, creating a flash explosion with a dazzling star-shaped energy wave, batting away every attack. As the light faded, countless glowing red energy ropes wrapped tightly around the monster's giant body, completely sealing its movements and leaving it staring blankly in helplessness. Seeing the golden opportunity had arrived, Loika roared excitedly, urging him on. "The boss is restricted. Strike now." Without needing a second reminder, Kim Tuyen launched himself high into the air, channeling all his strength into his arm, swinging the flaming greatsword. Preparing to deliver the verdict upon the monster's head, the red-hot blade, carrying destructive power, slashed vertically from top to bottom, splitting the poor boss in two with one smooth, razor-sharp stroke. The system panel immediately reported exciting news. "You have exceeded 10 levels. Eliminated Liet Dao Duonglang Vuong, Mantis Overlord. Efficiency 100%. He landed lightly amidst a blue aura, still burning around his body. Kim Tuyen raised his hand to check smugly, remarking, "This demonic body of mine isn't half bad. It absorbs quite a bit of damage." Meanwhile, the system pinged again with congratulations. Level 23. From the monster's giant carcass, 2 skill orbs, 1 gold, 1 purple, slowly floated up, radiating a brilliant light that captivated the young swordsman. Kim Tuyen opened the system panel to inspect the loot. The information was clear. Skill Scripture Sword Arts, Triple Winged, /purple, Tier 3rd grade, effect. The user exerts all force, lunging at extreme speed, unleashing 3 consecutive strikes. Strike 1 fast as a lightning bolt. Strike 2 slightly wider range. Strike 3 the most brutal. A light flashed, and with a strike too fast to defend against, he lunged to slash hard. The second orb was even more premium. Skill Scripture Sword Arts, Magic Potion /orange. Tier 3rd grade 4. Effect: grow wings on your back, fly low, glide at extreme speed, and unleash 3 strikes. Strike 1 fast as a lightning bolt. Strike 2 creates area of effect damage in a fan shape. Strike 3 powerful piercing slash. The epic enemy was silenced. Gripping the 2 precious orbs, Kim Tuyen smiled calculatingly. "To reach Tier 3, I just need to make sure that when I rank up, I have 3 swordsman skills." Now that the sword skills were collected and the battlefield cleared, the 2 companions walked across the open field. Loika turned to look at his comrade, offering some praise. "Thanks for that mantis slash earlier." Following the momentum, Loika proudly showed off his beloved sniper rifle. "My weapon has also evolved. It's practically Tier 1 now." Hearing his friend brag, Kim Tuyen happily played along, congratulating him. "Aha!" Loika smirked, responding, "I should congratulate you too. Currently, your skills are sufficient. All that's missing is the level." "How many levels left?" Kim Tuyen asked, his face calm as he replied shortly, "1 level." thinking about the next grinding strategy. Kim Tuyen narrowed his eyes, analyzing with extreme seriousness. Next, find high-level monsters, but slow ones are best. It's better for me to hunt them down quickly. Grasping that idea, Loi Ka tilted his head confidently, taking the lead to guide him to a new spot. The scene shifted to a strange area. What hit his eyes was the snout of a beast idly chewing on shimmering crystal blocks instead of grass. Standing on a safe ledge, he looked down at a herd of dark gray buffalo with glittering horns. Loi Ka acted like an expert giving a lecture. Tiamtingu crystal-horned buffalo are considered relatively peaceful among monsters. They are all third-tier herds. As long as you don't provoke them, they have no strong desire to attack. But if you initiate an attack, it will trigger a stampede. He zoomed in on the fierce face of a bull with crystal horns. Loi Ki emphasized the danger. No third-tier legion can withstand the onslaught of their stampede skill. Seeing the situation looked tough, Kim Tuyen turned to ask for his opinion. Do you have a good way to deal with them? Seeing that the situation was getting tough, the pack turned to Kim Tuyen to ask if she had any better ideas for handling this. Loi Ka calmly responded, knowing how to deal with this type of monster. It's best to take advantage of the high ground, Loi Ka said, looking down at the craggy cliffs while recounting how the pioneers of the past used earth-type mages. They would dig massive pit traps and combine them with trapping skills to slow down the stampeding herd, but we don't have the luxury of that. We can only carve out the cliffside. Looking at the silent herd below, Loi Ka didn't forget to warn him carefully. However, these needle spine bulls have a skill called Earth Prison. It can instantly seal you in rock and dirt. So even though we're using the cave in the cliff to avoid being trampled as soon as the battle starts, we must get out of there immediately. Having grasped the plan, Kim Tuyen shouldered his greatsword with an incredibly cool demeanor, ready to act as a miner. Understood. Just stand aside and watch. Without hesitation, Kim Tuyen poured his strength into a flurry of sword strikes, unleashing countless glowing red sword auras that shredded the cliff face, quickly carving out a hideout. Once the defensive position was ready, Loi Ki found a hidden spot up high, aimed his gun barrel at the herd, and said decisively, Kim Tuyen, let's start. Narrowing his left eye against the scope, the barrel glowing with a cold, icy blue light. Loi Ki focused intently and locked onto his target. An energy bullet tore through the wind. It struck the middle of the monster pack and exploded into a dazzling frigid zone, blasting away the thick dust. Having been interrupted while eating, a needle spine bull threw its head back and bellowed at the sky. The roar echoed, its eyes glowing with the violet hue of absolute rage. The anger spread at a dizzying speed. The entire herd of bulls immediately activated their pack skill. They thundered forward, creating a storm that leveled everything in its path. Sensing the violent tremors approaching, Loi Ki broke into a cold sweat, gripping his gun with both hands and shouting a combat alert. They're here. Get ready. In the cave they had just dug, Kim Tuyen brushed the defensive wall and smirked with immense confidence. All set. Even if this place closes up, it won't be able to hurt me. Outside, the needle spine bulls charged like crazed tanks, their eyes glowing purple with killing intent. Tossing aside everything in their way with brutal, sharp horns, the entire herd slammed into the cliff. A violent shockwave rebounded, causing the surface of their defensive position to crack. While Loi Ki stood on the high peak, observing the battle with extreme tension as a million tremors shook the earth from the collision, Kim Tuyen wiped away sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I listened to Loi Ki, otherwise I would have been flattened into a cookie by now. From atop the rocky ledge, Loi Ki aimed his gun precisely and shouted, The needle spine bulls need cooldown time after using their skills. This is our only chance to wipe them out. Just as predicted, after the earth-shattering charge, the entire herd suddenly lost momentum, panting and crowding together against the cliffside like a bunch of sitting ducks. Go for it. Seize the golden opportunity. Kim Tuyen shattered the rock covering and dashed out, swinging his giant burning sword backward as he roared heroically, Great Demon Earth-Shattering Slash! A massive crescent-shaped glowing red sword aura swept across the ground, ruthlessly tearing through the huddled formation of needle spine bulls before they could even recover. He continued to pivot, pouring in his strength as he smirked and unleashed his follow-up ultimate, Blade of Annihilation. The sword, carrying a destructive red and black energy, hissed through the air, skimming the ground. Charging straight at the bewildered bulls, the brutal whirlwind of damage swept past, leaving the herd no time to even cry out. Their thick armored hides were sliced through with ease. Blood sprayed everywhere as they collapsed in rows. Watching the smooth combo string that looked like a hack, Loi Ka lowered his gun, eyes wide in astonishment, muttering, Too strong, 2 consecutive skills moving so fast. Even if I were at my peak facing him, I wouldn't be his match. Watching the assassin-like figure of Kim Toyen, who looked like an evil god swinging that glowing red blade, Loika thought to himself with awe and a hint of fear. Even if I applied my family's SSS rank talent plus this mythical flesh and blood job, as a mechanic I would absolutely never win. Looking at the cold, emotionless eyes of the young swordsman bathing in an evil aura, Loiki could only swallow hard and exclaim from the bottom of his heart, truly a monster. The battle ended as quickly as it began. Kim Toyen stood majestically amidst the mountain of monster corpses, shouldering his sword as he proudly received the system notification of his happy news. Congratulations, leveled up to 29. Behind him, Loika was trying to climb down from the stone platform. As soon as he stepped down, Loika gave a wry smile and admitted, "You really wiped them all out." "Ah, I was actually planning to use my gun to peel off half the herd. I didn't expect you wouldn't need it at all." Kim Toyen turned curiously, asking, "Don't these needle spine bulls have a leader?" Loika shrugged, shook his head, and clicked his tongue, explaining, "No. If there were one, it would be on the same level as the grudge spider matriarch. It wouldn't be that easy to take down." While speaking, Loike pulled out a versatile dagger and crouched next to the carcass of a bull like a professional. However, inside these bodies there is needle spine bull gall. It's a very good detoxifying material. Without hesitation, he swung the knife in a clean, decisive line, ripping open the thick abdominal skin, spilling the monster's purple blood, digging through the innards. Loiki proudly pulled out a shimmering golden crystal and beamed, showing off the loot. "Pretty valuable, huh?" Eyes sparkling at the thought of money. Kim Toyen draped an arm over his friend's shoulder and excitedly shouted, "So we just struck it rich, right?" Loika nodded knowingly. "We can sell it to the Galactic Consortium. They specialize in pharmaceuticals. Just this batch of needle spine bull gall is enough for you to live quite comfortably." Then, clutching the glowing bull gall in his hand, Loika suddenly dropped his smile and urged carefully, "But we need to hurry. The smell of blood here is way too strong. There will be a huge amount of monsters swarming here for a feast soon." As a hardcore grinder, Kim Toyen didn't care at all, shouldering his sword and saying smugly, "I'm only one level away from evolving. If monsters come, that's just perfect." Loiki broke into a sweat, reminding him, the ones coming aren't necessarily all the same type. It could be a bunch of mixed-up monster swarms. Dealing with them won't be easy. Not wanting to invite trouble, Loika cleverly gestured in another direction to slip away. "Go this way. The experience points we got from hunting along the way should be enough for now." Taking advantage of the last sweep, Kim Toyen raised his hand to absorb countless streaks of azure light from the monster corpses into his body, grinning, "All right. But these dropped metals absolutely cannot be wasted." As the scene transitioned to a massive underground cave where the ruins of old train tracks could be seen, Kim Toyen's voice rang out full of curiosity. "So where are we heading next?" As they strode down the stone steps, Loiki laid out his plan. "We're going to the central zone. That's where the monsters are most densely packed." "And there's a refugee den there?" Kim Toyen asked, brow furrowed. "A refugee den." Loike began his encyclopedia-style explanation. "There's a type of insect called the silver thread silkworm. They live in red earth caves and have a habit of hoarding food. They weave a massive cocoon nest underground, and every time they hunt, they trap their prey inside as food storage. So as long as we can break into their food supply, we can easily kill a bunch of monsters that are already tied up." Before he could even finish, the grinding sound of machinery shattered the silence. Deep from the tunnel, a tattered blue and white subway train rumbled toward them along the tracks. Suddenly, a memory flashed by of a more glamorous scene. Inside the train car, a man in a blue suit was fawning over a glass of red wine. "Young Master Chu, thank you for leading our team to explore Tunnel Number 1. I'm Lu Hai from the Kien Tui Group. Just call me Little Lu. My family is in the construction business. I'll finish this drink first. Please make yourself at home." The blond young man, who introduced himself as Chu Keen Hung, elegantly swirled his wine glass and responded with a condescending air, "Our main task this time is to clear the area. As long as we get this done smoothly, everything else will be easy to talk about." On a bench far away, a young man in a black suit sat with his chin propped up in deep thought. His cold gaze fixed out the window, completely detached from the people brown-nosing each other. The man in the suit muttered to himself with utter boredom, "When is this train going to stop? Sitting still in this car is incredibly dull." Back in reality, the dilapidated subway train carrying those ghosts of the past thundered past Kim Toyen and Loi Kei. In the dark cave, watching the train run off schedule, Loika frowned, puzzled. "Isn't the caravan supposed to arrive in 15 days? Why is a train coming now?" Kim Toyen looked equally tense as he scanned each rattling window. Loiki's gaze suddenly froze his pupils, constricting when he saw the familiar figure of the man in the black suit still sitting with his chin propped up. The moment their eyes met through the glass for a split second, Loika gasped, his mouth hanging open, breaking into a cold sweat. The young man in the car was equally stunned, bolting upright in shock. The man in the black suit scrambled back, stammering in a state of extreme panic. "It's him! It's him! He's not dead yet!" That look in his eyes. It's too similar. Could it really be him? Seeing his subordinate's strange behavior. Young Master Chu's face twisted in annoyance. "Trio Lulubak, what the hell are you doing? Why are you jumping out of your skin like that?" Without bothering to answer, Trio Lubak gritted his teeth, tensed his muscles, and used his hands to rip open the speeding train door. Risking everything, he threw himself out into the night. He jumped out to get to the bottom of it. Trio Lubak landed heavily, his legs buckling as he skidded across the ground to absorb the impact of the reckless leap. From a train moving at such high speed, he landed and saw no one. Confusion was etched all over Trio Lubak's face. "That's strange. Where did they go? I clearly saw two people, and one of them looked exactly like him." Meanwhile, the two subordinates who chased after him, terrified for their lives, caught up to find their boss in a daze. One of the subordinates approached, timidly peeking over to ask, "Young Master True, what's wrong?" The young man's face suddenly turned, dark veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and muttered suspiciously, "I definitely didn't see wrong. There was someone standing here. He's not dead. Why hasn't he returned to the upper city?" Back to the two protagonists. After the train sped away, Kim Toyen strode through the cave and turned to ask, probing, "That kid in the car earlier? It seems like you know him." Loiki responded immediately, "Yeah, you could sell the bull gallstone injection to him. He's the type who definitely has money." Kim Toyen, hearing this, replied coldly, "He's one of the people from the Galaxy Consortium you were talking about, isn't he?" Loika nodded, beginning to reach into his treasure trove of knowledge to ramble on. "He's the eldest young master of the Galaxy Consortium, all right. A dark priest from the Divine Gear Master branch. In the entire upper city, besides the light, there are only two mythical rank class medals. One is my old Flesh and Machine Master medal. The other is the Thunder Beast Berserker of the Falcon Legion." Accompanied by his story was an image of an imposing dark priest, shrouded in a wave of dark energy. Loiki lowered his voice, mysterious. "No one knows if their family has hidden away a third mythical rank class medal, and they even let their family descendants successfully form a pact with it." As they were busy gossiping, their steps suddenly halted when the tips of their shoes accidentally snagged on thin white silk threads scattered and tangled all over the ground. Kim Toyen frowned and looked down. Before he could understand what was happening, the tough spider silk slithered up and bound his legs tight, making him exclaim in surprise, "Huh! What is this?" In the very next second, a terrifying pull from the cave ceiling snatched the silk, jerking them both backward violently. They had been ambushed. Kim Toyen and Loika could only resign themselves to being hung upside down high above their bodies, tightly cocooned like two Egyptian mummies. Both annoyed and amused by the ridiculous situation, Kim Toyen grumbled, "Loika, you were too busy talking and not paying attention. We got ambushed." Loika struggled, tilting his head to defend himself. "This is the Silver Thread Silkworm's signature trap. It doesn't have much combat power, but this silk is incredibly durable, and it sets traps at an extreme speed." Looking at the massive cocoons, Kim Toyen scanned his surroundings. A dozen giant wriggling cocoons packed tightly hit his sight. Loiki pointed out optimistically, "Those are all the food storage of the Silver Thread Silkworm. If you finish them and that Silver Thread Silkworm off, you'll probably be able to level up to level 30. Hearing about leveling up, a flame of enthusiasm flared in Kim Toyen's eyes. He exerted his strength, causing a brilliant blue magical aura to explode easily, snapping the restrictive silk. "Let me try." He spread his palms wide, gathering a blazing red energy to create block-shaped magic circles, and said, "While the Silver Thread Silkworm isn't back yet, let's wipe them all out." As soon as he finished speaking, the young swordsman somersaulted forward, trailing after images. He drew his greatsword and charged straight into the cluster of cocoons, wildly swinging precise, sharp strikes. His cuts sliced the monsters, sleeping soundly in their cocoons, causing internal organs to fly everywhere. The system panel repeatedly popped up notifications. 6-level breakthrough eliminated poison shell insect. 100% efficiency. 6-level breakthrough eliminated slime crawler. 100% efficiency. 6-level breakthrough eliminated all-terrain earth crawler. 100% efficiency wiped out the entire food supply nest. Kim Tuyen still wasn't satisfied, his body gliding along with lightning speed. You grit your teeth, failing to calculate the timing. Still falling just a bit short of leveling up and desperate for some experience, you casually swing a black and red blade of energy upward toward the cave ceiling. Cutting the silk thread, you rescue your buddy, Low-Key, who drops to the ground with a thud, dusting himself off and standing up. Low-Key looks up, assesses the situation, and frowns as he makes a decision. Looks like we'll have to deal with the silver-threaded silkworm after all. Hearing this, Kim Tuyen immediately turns to ask where the silkworm is, while Low-Key carefully squats down to examine the ground, gingerly touching the razor-thin threads, tugging them taut. He explains in a serious tone that these are its alarm threads, set up to prevent intruders from entering its lair. If you had just walked in and accidentally touched these, it would have been back in an instant. Instead of being afraid, Kim Tuyen's face lights up with excitement. Looking toward the source of the sound, he puts his strength into swinging his greatsword. He delivers a massive blow to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that snaps and scatters all the alarm webs nearby. Standing amidst the torn, wind-blown silk, Kim Tuyen keeps an arrogant expression, his eyes flashing with battle-hungry sparks as he waits for the prey to walk right into his trap. Sure enough, as expected from the dark corner, a giant gray-skinned worm lunges out, rearing up its upper body to show off a deadly purple aura, looking absolutely hideous. The aggressive silver-threaded silkworm lowers its head. It opens its pitch-black mouth and fires a razor-sharp ink-black thorn, aiming to impale the uninvited guest, sensing the killing intent. Low-Key behind him quickly retreats. He raises his sniper rifle and shouts a warning to be careful, but Kim Tuyen just smirks with an incredibly arrogant smile, calmly telling him to hold back. No need to lend a hand. I'll handle this myself. No sooner had he finished speaking than a crimson blade of energy carrying brutal power traced a perfect diagonal arc, slashing straight into the creature's chubby body. As the monster rushed forward, the silver-threaded silkworm lord frantically tilted its head back, emitting a brilliant purple aura and roaring fiercely, but its majestic roar was immediately snuffed out, as a red beam of sword light brimming with brutal force split its massive body in two. The system board immediately flashed, 8 levels higher, silver-threaded silkworm lord defeated. Efficiency 100%. Kim Tuyen heaves his greatsword onto his shoulder, standing tall in the cave, smiling triumphantly as he looks at the notification, level 30 reached. He smirks and mutters, another lord, huh? Meanwhile, the advancement requirements are clearly displayed, efficiency 100%. Defeat 10 level 3 monsters and 1 level 3 lord monster. Low-Key walks over nodding as he analyzes the situation clearly. You've already got enough of your 3 swordsman skills. You just need to take out enough monsters and you can rank up to level 3. Kim Tuyen turns to him, urging, tell me your plan, I'm pretty much ready on my end. We just need 1 more level 3 lair and we can advance. Low-Key's gaze becomes icy as he describes the final boss. My ultimate target is the Abyss Reaper. It has incredibly sensitive perception. So to injure an Abyss Reaper, the best way is a sneak attack on its belly while under total encirclement. That's the only way to guarantee a win. Pointing into the distance, Low-Key continues to scheme. The most ideal place is the lair of the sand-devouring worm and the vengeful broodmother. These 2 types of monsters both have massive swarms of minions. Once disturbed, they'll surely throw their entire force into the fray. Add that to your brutal fighting style and we should be able to force it to open the Abyss Passage. Wearing a rugged smile and giving a thumbs up, Low-Key sighs, offering a final piece of advice if they succeed. We'll be going our separate ways after this. In a place like the Abyss, I don't even know if I'll make it out alive myself. I promised you, didn't I? Hearing his buddy's thoughts, Kim Tuyen suddenly pulls out a golden shimmering medal, his expression calm as he says, this is a legendary class medal, carefully taking the top-tier item. Kim Tuyen is a bit surprised, asking, the quest doesn't seem finished yet. Are you in such a rush to give me the reward? Loka shrugs, replying, I'm being perfectly fair. If the Abyss goes well, I won't have a use for this, and if it doesn't, I won't be able to use it anyway. Decisively handing it over, Low-Key looks at his brother and declares boldly, let's go. Just clean out 1 more lair. After that, I'll send you into the Abyss. As the scene shifts to a blood-red underground cave area, 3 well-dressed men in black suits from the corporation are walking cautiously, probing the area ahead. Their leader, Chu Kin-hung, frowns in annoyance, questioning why along this whole path there isn't even a single monster to be found. The henchman walking beside him cautiously speculates, maybe those ore slaves already gave their lives to feed them full, so they're too lazy to come out and hunt. Still scanning the surroundings with his eyes, the henchman lowers his voice, warning, Boss, there's going to be a giant water worm up ahead. Everyone be careful. But the footsteps of all three suddenly freeze a big question mark appearing over their heads as they see the corpse of a giant monster in front of them, lying flat and oozing purple blood. The young master. Chu breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with horror as he blurts out, "Wait, the giant water worm has already been killed by someone else. And looking at this condition, it looks like it was killed in an instant." Moving closer to inspect the shredded carcass, the henchman trembles, concluding, "These are all wounds caused by a blade. What an incredibly powerful sword technique." His eyes revealing his frustration, Chu Keen-hung grits his teeth and orders, "Change direction. Someone else already beat us to this giant water worm, so we're heading to the lava beast's lair." However, as they delve deep into the area of the blazing lava lake, the scene before them deals another fatal blow to their composure. A giant stone lava statue has been sliced perfectly in two. The henchman panics, screaming out, "I heard the lava beast's defense was supposed to be absolutely terrifying. How could it just die like this so easily? This doesn't make any sense." Even the lava behemoth was killed by someone, not believing his own eyes. A subordinate pulled out a razor-sharp serrated dagger, gritted his teeth, and charged in. I watched as he put his entire strength into stabbing the blade into the monster's rock-hard hide. A blinding spark flew out, and the atmosphere suddenly went still as the dagger shattered and snapped in two. The subordinate holding the broken hilt broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, "Even its corpse has a defensive power this high. What kind of freak managed to kill this thing?" He turned to look at the leader, who was deep in thought. "Young master, to deal such fatal damage to a lava behemoth, what kind of requirements would that take? Could a mythical tier class even do it?" Chu Keen-hung broke into a cold sweat, analyzing it with extreme seriousness. Below level 3, even with a mythical class and SSS tier talent and a full set of legendary purple grade gear, +5 purple grade skills and a high burst purple grade sword technique dealing crushing damage like this is still completely impossible. His eyes narrowed in tension as Chu Keen-hung continued to explain. "It's insane. The Domain Lord also has the privilege of boosting its stats. The blood of this lava behemoth was originally tied directly to the entire lava lake." Hearing how horrifying that was, the subordinate trembled and suggested, "Young master, the person who did this might really be a level 7 blood summoner. For your safety, we should leave this dimensional space immediately." Young Master Chu gritted his teeth, thinking of the cruel reality. For the 1,000 years since the world anomaly began, not a single person had ever been able to break through the limitations of a dimensional space. Even a level 9 powerhouse couldn't do it. The subordinates timidly urged him on. "So what should we do now, young master? Our target is gone. I think we should leave as soon as possible. Staying here is just a waste of time and won't solve anything." His pride-wounded Chu Keen-hung glared at them. I was adamant and refused to retreat. "We've already fought our way this far, so there is no way I am going back empty-handed. This place still has many other areas to explore." While those young masters were trembling and planning in a barren sandy land, countless fat, filthy giant earthworms were racing to emerge from the ground, kicking up a sandstorm. Facing the swarm of monsters, the battle-crazed Kim Tuyen didn't say a word, pouring all his strength into swinging his greatsword. He brought down a strike that sliced through the night like a brutal crimson energy wave, his body spinning gracefully in mid-air. Kim Tuyen swept out crimson storms of sword energy, tearing the swarm of worms to pieces while the system pinged with notifications. Successfully killed a high-level red worm, efficiency 100%. Through the sniper scope, the crosshairs locked onto a giant worm emerging from the ground, baring its jagged teeth, waiting to swallow Kim Tuyen from behind, providing support from afar. Loika gripped his rifle, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Kim Tuyen, watch out, the Red Worm King is behind you." Without hesitation, a blue energy bullet tore through the air. It struck deep into the fat body of the monster to clear the way. Screaming in pain from the hit, the Red Worm King writhed, raising its upper body and opening a mouth full of sharp teeth. It roared in a fit of wild rage. Not letting the boss regain its composure, Kim Tuyen whipped around, his eyes razor-sharp, and lunged forward like a bolt of lightning with his glowing red greatsword. Drop dead. A vicious crescent-shaped wave of sword energy fueled by destructive power sliced through the Worm King, cutting it in two as blood sprayed everywhere. Kim Tuyen stood coolly, sheathing his sword amidst the shower of purple blood. The system board pinged again, displaying a gold notification. Target eliminated 3 levels above, killed the Red Worm King, efficiency 100%. Holding a meager haul of loot in his hands, Kim Tuyen frowned, sighing with a weary, dejected groan over the lack of rare drops. "The drop rate really is pathetic if it's going to be like this," he muttered. "It's genuinely a struggle for an average class holder to level up." Loiki stepped down and walked forward, pointing out the path as he planned the route through the upcoming tunnel of this garnet thistle nest. We can head straight to the sand-devouring worm's lair. I'll scout the path. You take this chance to get used to your Tier 3 strength. Kim Tuyen raised his hands, tilting his head to the sky to embrace the golden aura of advancement that enveloped his body. I'm already level 30, he exclaimed as the light erupted intensely. Like flames dancing across his body, his eyes ignited with extreme excitement. I can finally wear the magma set. As the firelight faded, Kim Tuyen stood clad in a majestic blazing red magma armor, his entire being exuding an overwhelming pressure like a volcano about to erupt. Witnessing this divine transformation, Loiki's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping as he stammered, You are... Behind Kim Tuyen, two giant flaming phantoms suddenly manifested a ferocious, snarling tiger and a mountain-crushing mammoth. Loika gasped in terror, 200 stars, clenching his flame-wrapped fists. Kim Tuyen smugly sensed the power surging through his veins. Just wearing one legendary weapon makes me feel several times stronger. It's not just that. Loiki broke into a cold sweat, nodding in admiration at his freakish friend. Your physique and class power growth are just too high. Only at Tier 3 and you've already hit the 100-star mark. In the future, if you run into trouble out there, just flash this 100-star spirit text. Anyone with half a brain will probably scramble away. Realizing his point, Kim Tuyen suppressed his aura. Loika helpfully explained that the spirit rank of his equipment had stacked up to a total of 100 stars. The tiger mark represents strength, the elephant mark represents physique. Kim Tuyen nodded, finally understanding. 100 stars, so that's how it is. After cleaning up, Kim Tuyen signaled his comrade to move out. Let's go. We're going to explore the sand-devouring worm's lair together. Kim Tuyen led the way, nimbly squeezing into the cramped, dark, sandy tunnel. Loika gripped his gun and followed closely behind, and changed 1 hour later. The atmosphere shifted as both of them struggled their way out of a stone cavern that led directly into a lush, primitive forest. As soon as he emerged, Kim Tuyen clutched his chest, coughing violently and gasping for air as if he'd just been revived. Cough! Cough! I was choked to death. It was hard to breathe in there. It burned. Loika followed, eyes squeezed shut, and replied, At least we didn't wander around in vain. We found the exit. But before the relief could even settle in, Kim Tuyen's pupils contracted. His eyes froze in horror as he stared ahead. Stretched out before them was a scene so gruesome it made their skin crawl. Countless human bones were piled into massive mounds, blood staining the forest floor red. His expression turned deadly serious. Loiki squinted at the mass grave and analyzed. The smell of blood is very strong here. This must be the hunting ground of the abyss scythe rat. Maintaining his composure despite the bloody sight, Kim Tuyen turned to the expert for advice. What do we do now? Pulling a flaming magma fruit and a small robot from his bag, Loika smirked with confident professional flair. I'll go set the bait. He tiptoed toward the clearing. He placed the yellow spider-shaped robotic stand on the ground, then carefully set the glowing red magma fruit on top as the perfect lure waiting for the fish to bite. Stepping back to look at the boneyard, Loika reasoned grimly. If the abyss scythe rat's favorite snack is magma, their second favorite is eyeballs. With so many humans having died here, it's definitely going to want to come grab a bite. Hiding behind a large rock, Loiki and Kim Tuyen watched their improvised trap intently. Now we just have to wait. Amidst the unnaturally silent atmosphere of the forest, an abandoned green bus suddenly appeared, and an abnormal black spatial hole hovered above it, eerie and strange. Under the robot stand, the magma fruit remained motionless, radiating a brilliant heat that beckoned the hunter. Hiding behind the rock, Kim Tuyen and Loike held their breath, their sharp eyes locked on the bait without blinking, impatient. Kim Tuyen whispered his doubts. Can this method really lure the abyss scythe rat out? Loika smiled confidently. The abyss scythe rat usually follows the sand-devouring worm to scavenge for food. Their stealth skills are top-notch. You can't detect them under normal conditions. No sooner had he finished speaking than a vague, shadowy blur like a patch of static quietly descended right over the magma fruit. Loika continued his explanation in a steady voice. But if the abyss scythe rat eats that fruit, the fire element will force it to reveal its form. Kim Tuyen's eyes lit up, nodding in praise of his friend's cunning plan. So that's it. Suddenly, the solid magma fruit made a cracking sound. A large chunk was bitten off, leaving no trace of the invisible force. The fish has bitten, Kim Tuyen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He swung his arm, drawing his red and black greatsword, ready to pounce. Look, something's eating it. But Loi Ki quickly reached out to stop him. Don't get excited yet. The Abyss Scythe Rat hasn't fully revealed itself. Wait a bit longer. To their astonishment, the remainder of the magma fruit was suddenly lifted into midair as if grabbed by an invisible hand. The fruit's skin kept cracking and falling off in chunks as the monster, the invisible creature, chewed voraciously. Seeing this, Kim Tuyen broke into a sweat, his nerves pulled tight like a bowstring, locking his gaze on the empty space. I can't see the thing, but the magma fruit is definitely disappearing. It's out there, hiding tightly behind the rock. Loi Ki smirked with crafty anticipation, lowering his voice to reassure his restless friend. Don't be impatient, the real show is about to begin. Sure enough, the giant invisible rat, having just gorged on the magma fruit, suddenly had its insides scorched and twisted by the erupting fire, forcing it to reveal its true form as it shrieked in agony. Seizing the golden moment, Kim Tuyen's eyes blazed. He lunged out from behind the rock, leaving an afterimage behind. Perfect chance attack! He stomped his heel, cracking the ground to borrow the recoil force, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. Kim Tuyen poured all his mana into activating his ultimate skill, summoning a massive blue demonic illusion. With his hands clasped around his searing, flaming sword, he shouted coldly, "Demonic earth-shattering slash!" A powerful roar echoed as a massive wave of sword energy slammed straight down onto the abandoned bus. It unleashed a cataclysmic blast, the shockwaves churning the earth and blowing away rock and debris to reveal the giant bodies of the sand-devouring worms hiding beneath. Laika rushed over from a distance, face tense as he looked into the fiery chaos, nervously asking, "Did it work?" What greeted him was a horrifying sight. Countless giant worms, their bodies wreathed in flames, breaking through the ground one after another, creating a raging sea of fire. Kim Tuyen stood in the middle of the burning battlefield, sword in hand, eyes narrowing as he scanned the area. Strange. Did it run away? Lika hurried over to stand at his comrade's back, beads of sweat dripping down his face. Be careful, the abyssal stalker is incredibly cunning. It must still be hiding nearby. Seeing the stalemate, Kim Tuyen asked anxiously, "Any ideas?" Lika's mouth twitched as a wild idea struck him. Grinning, he pulled a grenade from his pocket. "Let's try this." Without another word, he hurled the grenade straight toward the pack of monsters. He then grabbed Kim Tuyen's hand and took off, sprinting for dear life to escape the blast wave as a blinding explosion consumed a corner of the forest, whipping up a fierce fire that spread rapidly. Amidst the rolling heat waves and thick smoke, Loi Ki kept pulling his friend along, shouting over his shoulder, "Just run first!" From the dense sea of fire, a giant sand-devouring worm rose high, its armored body and two sharp pincers raised like a manifestation of a devil. Driven mad by the flames, the monster let out a piercing shriek. It let out a roar of rage that shook the air. Refusing to be engulfed by the fire, the monster frantically swung its massive pincers with terrifying force. It slammed them into the ground to snuff out the blaze. The entire swarm began simultaneously spraying high-pressure sand from their jagged mouths, frantically sweeping away every bit of flame in their path. Watching the monsters act as firemen from their safe hiding spot, Kim Tuyen looked confused. What kind of trick is this? Laika smiled smugly and explained, "The grenade created small fires everywhere. The sand-devouring worms are territorial. They'll definitely put out the flames. Since the abyssal stalker is covered in those flames, those worms will help us find it." Just as he predicted, the giant pincer of a worm putting out the fire suddenly struck a small lone lump of flame scurrying desperately across the ground. Seeing this, the worm immediately sprayed a blast of power toward the strange creature. Forced out into the open, unable to withstand the random attack, the abyssal stalker, blazing with fire, was finally revealed, scrambling to escape the claws of the sandworms. Locking his gaze onto the panicked prey, Kim Tuyen gave a cold laugh. Trailing a layer of blue aura, he streaked forward like a ghost, arriving right beside the invisible rat. Kim Tuyen poured his brutal mana into the black and red blade and swung it straight at the creature, roaring, "Die!" Cornered, the abyssal stalker didn't go down without a fight. It spun around, revealing glowing magical patterns on its body, and opened its maw with a threatening roar. At the same time, from the air behind the beast, a mystical purple energy converged, manifesting a massive abyssal portal glowing with brilliant light. But before it could draw power from the other dimension, the creature's body was sliced in two by the blade. Blood splattered everywhere along with the system notification. Level 7 gap exceeded. Special enemy abyssal stalker defeated. Efficiency 100%. As Kim Tuyen landed, finishing his killing strike, The magical abyssal portal began to flicker with unstable purple light. He turned around to look at his handiwork. Kim Toyen broke into a cold sweat, his face changing color, revealing a look of alarm. Oh no. Overplayed it. The abyssal stalker is dead. The abyssal portal could close at any second. From the deep purple abyss of the portal, a jet-black crow formed from bizarre dark energy flapped its wings and flew out. The crow slowly landed near the door. It radiated a cold, murderous aura, clearing the path for its master. The moment it landed, the massive abyssal portal fully stabilized, emitting a dim purple glow. It illuminated Kim Toyen's sturdy silhouette. Seeing the mission was complete, Laika calmly turned his back and took a step, preparing to leave to pursue his own goal. Witnessing the mystical scene that had just unfolded, Kim Toyen frowned curiously, asking, "Is this your innate talent?" Laika turned back, a purple magical crest glowing on his forehead. He smiled confidently and replied, "That's right, my talent is related to the abyss." The black crow let out a few threatening caws. Laika tilted his chin and introduced, "My talent is called Abyss Commander. This is my guard." Seeing Kim Toyen standing before the threshold, Laika lowered his voice to warn him, "The abyssal portal is open. I can help you, but only up to this point. The road ahead is something I must walk alone. No one else can help anymore." Kim Toyen replied, "To me, this has already far exceeded the value of that class medal," flashing a cheerful smile. Kim Toyen reached out his hand, offering a blessing. "In that case, wishing you a smooth journey." Laika shook his friend's hand, promising, "If I survive and return and you're finished with your business, how about we start a travel group?" Not waiting for his friend to react, Kim Toyen happily assigned the roles. "All right, I'll be the tour guide and you can be in charge of the narration." Hearing his friend's playful remark, Laika laughed brightly and nodded along. "Haha, in that case, I'm really looking forward to it." The atmosphere of their parting was tinged with nostalgia. Kim Toyen smiled at his short-term comrade. "All good things must come to an end. We'll meet again." Laika left with a determined smile, replying decisively, "We'll meet again." Without hesitating another second, Kim Toyen's silhouette gradually faded as he stepped into the swirling light of the mysterious abyssal portal. Returning to the desolate jungle, Kim Toyen walked briskly, his face reflecting a hint of sadness. I thought to himself, this parting, I wonder when I'll be able to see you again. Just as he sliced through a monster blocking his path, a brilliant golden light caught the corner of his eye. Kim Toyen paused, muttering in surprise, "Huh, what's this?" The system window generously displayed information on a supreme item, lucky coin. Equipment level none. Equipment quality special. Equipment type special accessory. Attribute effect increases luck, boosts the drop rate of high-quality items and equipment from monsters. Activates the lucky event for 30 days. It can also be manually triggered to enter a random dimension. Kim Toyen reached out and grabbed the gold coin. It's actually sparkling, and it's got a six-sided magic shape. The light is blinding the whole forest. Examining the fancy new toy he'd just looted, Kim Toyen blinked in surprise. "A special accessory, huh?" He quickly pressed the item to his forehead. The shimmering gold coin reflected in his sharp, deep blue eyes, filled with the hope of endless grinding sessions packed with VIP loot. Magical light flared around Kim Toyen's body. He smirked triumphantly. "Luck is just another part of one's strength. This thing can boost the drop rate for legendary gear. I definitely have to test this out." Without wasting a second, he tensed his muscles and swung his glowing red sword, ready to use the unfortunate monsters nearby as lab rats. Trailing a roaring fire, Kim Toyen charged straight into a swarm of giant sandworms wriggling along. He yelled excitedly, "All right, I'll start by dissecting you lot to see what kind of good loot drops." Caught off guard, the swarm of sandworms bared their fangs and hissed violently, rushing madly to tear the intruder to shreds. His red and black blade slammed deep into the monster's hide. The system window immediately chirped with good news. Luck effect activated. A lava explosion erupted, incinerating the sandworms. Kim Toyen swung his sword arrogantly amidst the sea of fire. As expected, once the luck stat was raised, things really were different. After wiping out the swarm, Kim Toyen bolted like a lightning strike into a frozen icy cave system. Time to go find what I came for. While running, he opened the map to scan his position. He saw a bright red X and smiled to himself, calculating, "After I take out this grudge spider matriarch, I can finally figure out a way to get out of here." Before him opened a massive cavern filled with shimmering ice stalactites. A cold notification box appeared, "Grudge Spider Matriarch's Lair." Coincidentally, from another corner, a guy named Chukin hung hands in his pockets, strode in arrogantly with his entourage of bodyguards in black suits. He looked around with disdain. The lair of a pathetic level 39 monster. and they act like it's some grand spectacle. One of the lackeys chimed in flatteringly, taking a drag from a cigarette while looking at the surrounding ice sculptures. Boss Chu, you're not kidding. I think these ice statues actually have a real artistic vibe. When the time comes, let's ship a few to the upper city for an art exhibition. That would be great, young Master Chu. Chu Keen Hung smirked mockingly. Kid, you actually know art. The lackey tapped his chest proudly and explained, My family works in construction. I studied architectural design. Look at these frozen monster statues, sir. The poses are so vivid and they each have their own expression. When the time comes, we can use the grudge spider matriarch which you killed with your own hands as the centerpiece. The lackey quickly added, and the smaller ice sculptures can be decorations. I'll even explain to everyone exactly how you fought and killed them. It's guaranteed to be a hit. Hearing this, Chu Keen Hung laughed smugly, exhaled a long puff of smoke and said, Not bad. When we fight, be careful, don't smash them all. The group marched aggressively deep into the frozen cave. Leading the way was Chu Keen Hung, followed by a cold-looking blue-haired girl carrying a machine gun and two burly, bald-headed bodyguards. The blue-haired girl cautioned, This type of primeval creature hasn't been killed in 300 years. We should still be careful. Chu Keen Hung turned his head to look at her with a teasing smirk. I guess your brother isn't coming, she replied coldly, devoid of emotion. My brother has already broken through to Tier 4. Why would he come here? Chu Keen Hung held his cigarette, his expression extremely arrogant. This level 1 pit is opened every 25 years. Anyone halfway decent has already hit Tier 4 by then. Nobody below Tier 3 even bothers coming to this kind of dimension anymore. High-level players aren't coming, which is why this place is rumored to be so mysterious. It's like it's dangerous or something, but I'm not worried. Finding the young master's arrogant attitude eyesore, the blue-haired girl frowned and warned him sternly. I know you all have your own reasons for coming to the level 1 pit. I hope all of this can wait until we've finished off this grudge spider matriarch. Not caring in the slightest about the warning, Chu Keen Hung clapped his hands loudly to signal his underlings. All right, start releasing the bait. On the freezing, icy floor, bleeding, cracked bare feet walked with a tremor. It was a group of shirtless, emaciated miners being herded like cattle by the corporation's bodyguards driven by cruel lashes. Move fast! A guard yelled, cracking his whip viciously across their backs. You miserable wretches, move all 10 of you toward that cave entrance. Get in there fast. Suddenly, terrifying sounds emerged from deep within the cave. A guard recoiled, stomping his boots on the ice. Chu Keen Hung raised his arm to direct the formation. Looking extremely tense, he shouted, Get ready, block the entrance. The bait had worked. From the darkness, a swarm of giant pitch-black grudge spiders surged out like a broken dam. Brimming with murderous intent, Chu Keen Hung ripped off his overcoat and summoned 2 massive battle axes. His eyes glowed with bloodthirsty excitement as he roared, It's been a long time since I've really let loose. Today, I'm going to have a blast. He charged madly into the swarm of spider monsters, swinging his sharp axes and yelling to intimidate them. All of you open your eyes and watch closely. With brutal force, Chu Keen Hung slammed his axe deep into the hardened shell of the lead spider, the impact unleashing a blinding purple shockwave, shredding the unlucky monster's body. The blue-haired girl stood with her arms crossed, silently gauging the strength of this arrogant, blood-crazed warrior. That legendary class of his really can't be underestimated, she thought. Lost in a bloodlust-induced high, Chu Keen Hung swung his axe wildly, an evil grin plastered on his face as he licked his lips. So satisfying. I love the taste of fresh blood. Suddenly, a giant spider leapt from the shadows, its razor-sharp fangs aimed straight for him. Caught off guard and unable to defend himself, Chu Keen Hung took a scorching hit that sent him flying backward into the air, letting out a sharp cry of "Ah!" The blue-haired girl and her bodyguards broke into a cold sweat, staring in horror at the deep darkness that had just birthed an anomaly. Wait, what is that? They gasped as the very air seemed to thicken and freeze. A massive, colossal spider queen. The crystal matriarch emerged slowly from the nest, radiating a deadly purple aura, its 6 blood-red eyes locked onto the intruder, scrambling to regain his footing. Chu Keen Hung looked up at the boss, gritting his teeth in shock. The crystal matriarch! But the panic lasted only a fleeting moment. His body instantly erupted with the fiery red energy of a blood-crazed warrior. Swinging his axes with a crazed laugh, he roared, "Come on, even better!" The matriarch raised its massive legs, sharp and ready to strike, while Chu Keen Hung stood cockily shouting a provocation, "Let's see how you play!" He channeled his strength and leaped high, hurtling toward the monster. He swung his axe cloaked in a red aura, aiming straight for the Spider Queen's leg, intending to sever it. but the boss's speed exceeded his expectations. It coldly struck down, that giant leg like a massive pillar smashing into the ice. The impact created an explosion of purple energy, a shockwave that wiped out everything nearby. The recoil was too intense. Although he had raised his weapon to block, Chu Qin-hung was still sent flying backward. He jammed his axe into the ground to create friction, sliding a long distance across the frozen floor. Finally balancing himself, he maintained his reckless attitude. Smirking with contempt at the giant boss, Chu Qin-hung sneered, "Is that all the power you've got?" He channeled his mana once more and lunged. With agile movements, he roared as he swung his axe down. "Get sliced!" The axe blade clashed against the spider's super hard shell, sparks flying, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Angered by this stubborn bug, the crystal matriarch tilted its wart-covered head. It let out a deafening, thunderous roar of pure fury. From its disgusting maw, a blast of bone-chilling frost magic erupted, drenching the young master standing nearby. In the blink of an eye, the cold air completely froze Chu Qin-hung, turning him into a vivid ice sculpture in the middle of the battlefield. Seeing their leader so easily controlled, "Like a mere joke!" the blue-haired girl gasped, eyes wide, screaming his name. Without letting its prey thaw out, the crystal matriarch ruthlessly swung its razor-sharp leg. It slammed down straight onto the ice block, holding the blood-crazed warrior, intending to crush him into dust. But the moment he broke free, Chu Qin-hung exploded with his full power. With a vibrant, bloody aura and a grin so crazed it looked twisted, he laughed. "Now this feels like a real fight." Responding to the provocation, the giant spider roared violently. Its armor radiated a surging blue energy, refusing to let their boss face this alone. The bald bodyguard with the flamethrower rushed forward with his team shouting, "Covering fire, suppress it now!" Immediately, a scorching, brilliant stream of fire blasted the monster's face. Burning its outer shell, he seized this golden opportunity. Chu Qin-hung launched himself into the air, raising his axe, which was wrapped in a blinding red aura. Mid-air, he put all his strength into a finishing blow, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Ultimate technique, blood-crazed decapitation." With terrifying power, the axe landed precisely on the spider's head, creating a deafening explosion of light. Taking the fatal blow, the monster tilted its neck and let out its final agonizing screams. The result: its massive body crashed to the ground, its shell shattering and purple fluid splattering everywhere, while Chu Qin-hung stood majestically like a god of victory, resting his axe on the ice to catch his breath. The arrogant young master sneered in disdain. "So much for a difficult situation. 300 years and this is all you've got." With a face full of self-satisfaction, he gave an arrogant smile, crowning himself the #1 of the new generation. Just then, from the carcass of the giant monster, 2 glowing blue objects clattered to the ground. But Chu Qin-hung's smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock mixed with rage. "No way! It's a primal species. It should have dropped something good. Why is it just 2 blue metals?" The scene panned out from above. The monster's corpse lay abandoned in the middle of the ice rink, surrounded by miners cowering in fear. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner on a cliff, another gray-haired young master stood with his bodyguards, mocking, "Idiots! That was nothing more than a field guard. A glorified doorkeeper. Did they really think a warlord was this weak?" The subordinate next to him asked nervously. "Young master, then, should we—" The man in the shadows replied calmly, his smile becoming even more cunning. "Wait for the real show. The real fisherman hasn't even entered the stage yet." Back on the battlefield, the 2 pathetic blue metals rolled on the ice, accompanied by Chu Qin-hung's bitter cursing, "Damn it!" He couldn't suppress his rage. The self-proclaimed #1 stomped his foot on the 2 gems, gritting his teeth in fury. "What the hell? How could the crystal matriarch drop this trash?" Suddenly, the sycophantic subordinate from before ran up, his face pale as a sheet, stuttering his report. "Captain Chu, my skill shows this monster is called an Icebone Guardian." It wasn't the matriarch. Hearing the news, the bald bodyguard broke into a cold sweat. What? What, not the matriarch?" The man beside him turned equally pale. Panic-stricken, he analyzed, "If there's a guardian, there must be a superior, and the superior must be the field warlord." Realizing they had poked a hornet's nest, the 2 subordinates panicked, screamed, and turned to flee. "Run, there's something stronger here, I can't die here." But before they could escape, a massive spider leg carrying terrifying pressure slammed down right behind their heels, splitting the ground to cut off their retreat. At this moment, the true Spider Queen, bearing massive glowing purple crystal clusters on its back, slowly emerged, completely overwhelming the entire team. And that wasn't all. From all 4 corners, dozens of purple crystal spiders crawled out, surrounding the group so tightly there wasn't a single gap left. Someone let out a desperate cry. It's all over. We're surrounded. The scene shifts to the entrance of a dense rocky cave where a figure in a blue cloak stands lost in thought. This was the real hunter. Holding a map in his hand, his sharp blue eyes fixed and determined, he muttered, "They said the tour group already arrived. I have to catch up to them before they get there." After obtaining the grudge flower blade, he carefully reviewed the information. His glowing finger traced the cave diagram. "There are 4 domain lords here. Poison, ice, fire, and wood, but luckily I have the lava flute set. Elemental counters are the best breakthrough." With a perfect plan in mind, he lunged into the pitch-black cave like a gust of wind to see what was inside. However, not long after stepping in, a swarm of monster spiders with dozens of glowing red eyes blocked his path in the darkness, making him break a slight sweat. But unlike those fake young masters, he didn't panic. The corner of his mouth curled into a wickedly confident smile. "Interesting. The little monsters have their eyes on me. But you guys are back to the blue-eyed hunter." In another sequence, facing the swarm of tiny spiders, he didn't flinch, instead summoning a massive phantom warrior. The deep blue flames filled the frame as he coldly declared, "All of you are just experience points for me." Just then, a massive white ice spider emerged from the swarm, baring its jagged razor-sharp fangs to intimidate the intruder. In a flash, he swung his blue-flamed sword. With a single stroke, he sliced the monster in two, sneering sarcastically, "Is that it? Breaking through your defense was too easy. You're not even worthy of being my opponent." While that guy was farming mobs as if on a stroll at the main battlefield, the purple crystal spider boss was unleashing a bloody slaughter, using its spear-like legs to impale and sweep the corporation's guards into the air. The giant monster's silhouette rose menacingly amidst the carnage and blood spattered on the ice, spreading absolute terror among those still clinging to life. Witnessing this hell on earth, the sycophant henchman who was flattering everyone earlier now looked deathly pale. Sweating profusely and trembling, he wailed in despair, "What do I do? I don't want to die." Faced with death, 2 burly bald guards desperately grabbed their weapons. The blue-haired lady bravely shouted to show her loyalty. "Miss, we'll clear a path for you." One bald guy hoisted a heavy grenade launcher onto his shoulder, grit his teeth with determination, and aimed the barrel straight at the monster's face. "Eat this." The gun flashed and roared as a massive glowing energy projectile tore through the wind at extreme speed, slamming accurately into the crystal armor of the Spider Queen. A blinding fiery explosion erupted the shockwave, blowing away the frost around them. Thinking they had dealt with the threat, the 2 bald guys turned back, beaming with pride. "Miss, we managed to take one down. Hurry, this is our only chance." But contrary to their smugness, the blue-haired lady's pupils constricted, her eyes filled with absolute horror, and she gasped, her mouth agape. She screamed at the top of her lungs to warn the fools who thought they were so powerful, "Look out!" But the warning seemed too late. The 2 bald guys, covered in cold sweat, whipped their heads around. They saw the Spider Queen completely unscathed. It was glaring at them with its purple eyes, looking at them like mere insects. Before the prey could even gasp, the boss opened its hideous mouth and began spewing a wave of ice magic. A surging destructive power poured down. The terrifying cold wave swallowed the 2 guards and blasted directly at the blue-haired girl, leaving the whole group stunned. Overwhelmed in the blizzard, the young lady's face went blank. A streak of blood on her cheek and her hollow eyes proved she had realized the crushing gap in power. As they were about to fall into the abyss of despair at that very moment of life and death, the show-off Chu Hung erupted with a fierce blood-red aura, lunging forward with his twin battle axes to save them, pouring all his strength into a powerful slash. He coated his axes in fire energy, the friction against the monster's leg, creating blinding sparks, but its rocky shell seemed as hard as diamond. Struggling and gritting his teeth to hold his ground, Chu Hung, sweating, turned his head and screamed at the blue-haired lady. "Kailin Nyai, aren't you going to do something?" Snapped out of her shock, Kailin Nyai slammed her hand down. A high-tech blue light matrix shimmered on the ice, channeling energy as a massive magic circle appeared from thin air. She summoned a heavy armored tank, shouting her ultimate move, Mechanic-class Skill Mountain Crusher Summon. As the massive tank appeared, it immediately engaged. The cannon barrel sparked with friction, firing a powerful energy round that pierced the air, slamming squarely into the face of the Spider Queen. It created shockwaves that distorted the air, lighting up the corner of the crystal cave. Seeing the hope brought by their allies' firepower, a henchman in a vest behind them looked thrilled. He grinned, flattering her, "The legendary mechanic class is just too strong." But contrary to the excitement, the sycophant known as the architecture expert was still pulling his hair out, cowering as sweat poured down like a waterfall, muttering in a panic, "I can't die, I can't die." Just as he was muttering, he looked up and saw something terrifying right in front of him, which scared him stiff and left him speechless. And then a purple crystal spider loomed over him. It reached out and mercilessly sprayed a wave of white freezing mist directly into his face. Meanwhile, the artist could only tilt his head back and scream miserably, "Ah, help me." That was the end of the arts advisory team. All 3 guards standing there instantly froze into 3 transparent ice statues, perfectly fulfilling the wish of creating an ice sculpture exhibition that the henchman himself had proposed earlier. The scene returns to the young master Chu Qin-hung. He was drenched in sweat, frantically swinging his axes to defend against the rain of spider leg attacks, gritting his teeth and whispering in anger, trying to find a way to survive. "Damn it, I have to break out of here," with a superhuman effort. Chu Qin-hung channeled all his remaining power, unleashing a burst of energy that sent everything flying. The ice trapping him cracked under the strain, and he winced in pain as the ice beneath his feet groaned, releasing his frustration. Without wasting a single second, he swung his axe with all his might, smashing through the ice blocks in his path. Determined to break the encirclement, looking disheveled but still trying to act cool, he charged forward, leaving the crowd in awe. They were still stuck in place, but it seemed the magic had worn off. Kalin Ni's expression shifted, and she screamed in terror. "Something's not right. There's something underneath." Sure enough, the ice beneath their feet shattered. A giant dark shadow lunged upward, throwing everyone into the air, looming over the terrified group. The system announced, "Frost Spider Sovereign Level 45 3-star. The Spider Queen roared in fury, energy swirling and gathering, preparing to unleash a torrent of freezing blue mist. Piercingly cold, it frantically sprayed a brutal blizzard, sweeping across every living creature in its sight. The unlucky underlings could only scream in agony. As ice spikes mercilessly pierced their bodies, Kalin Ni saw the situation take a drastic turn. She ran forward, panting, and analyzed, "If we keep fighting like this, we'll just run out of strength and die. We have to break through." Chu Qin-hung, running ahead, replied, "This boss is too hard to deal with. I need a moment to recover." No sooner said than done. He put everything into a swing that ripped through the air, creating a blast that shattered the ice into falling fragments. The slash carried a final glimmer of hope, gouging through the cliff wall and opening a narrow gap. Just when things seemed hopeless, a purple-cloaked man named Ha-on-Trak suddenly poked his head out with a smug, boastful smile. "Good thing I brought high-powered explosives." This was the only spot not sealed off. Like a drowning man grabbing a straw, Chu Qin-hung cheered, "There's a way out." But no one could have predicted the twist. Just as he was about to run, Kalin Ni coldly dropped a flash grenade. "Sorry, young Master Chu." Chu Qin-hung looked back in horror, his face hardening as he realized he had been ruthlessly betrayed by his own trusted teammate, followed by a brilliant explosion that lit up the whole area. The man named Chu took the full impact and was sent flying like a rag doll, his mouth screaming in agony. He crashed face first, sliding across the cold ice, his dream of being the #1 completely shattered. Suddenly, an ice blast from behind pierced straight through him, swallowing his hatred. He coughed up blood and struggled to lift his head, staring at the back of the traitor standing before him, now the figure of death in the form of a spider queen. Chu Qin-hung screamed in desperate, venomous malice, "Ka you bitch, you won't end well." Responding to that curse was a blast of dark energy. It slammed down on his head, completely ending the performance of the arrogant young master. Meanwhile, Kalin Ni calmly ran away, not forgetting to look back and drop a biting, sarcastic remark. "I've had my eye on you for a long time. You reap what you sow." The scene shifts to the 2 bald bodyguards huddled together, searching among the rocky crevices. The senior one asked, "Who are those 2 that escaped?" The other frowned, analyzing, "They don't look like anyone we saw along the way. I didn't see them come into contact with anyone else." The senior one said anxiously, "What do we do now?" Young Master Fyong ordered us to keep an eye on all of them to complete the mission. The senior one decisively ordered as he started running, "Let's split up and pursue them." While the side characters were busy stabbing each other in a gorgeous, murderous ice cave, our male lead had just finished up. A sharp red and black sword strike split the space itself. The system immediately popped up a massive notification, "Achievement unlocked. You have killed a level 15 higher boss, the Woodvine Spider. Efficiency 100%. Along with it, top-tier loot dropped a rare orange-tier blueprint for the Spring of Life medicine and a purple-tier blueprint for the Vine Guard gauntlets. Kim Tuyen then majestically sheathed his sword. Behind him lay the giant corpse of the monster he had just defeated, as easily as flicking away a piece of lint. But before he could relax, a desperate scream echoed from afar. Someone was being hunted. "Help save me." Kim Toyen tilted his head slightly, his cold eyes glancing toward the cave entrance where a wave of black energy was surging toward him. It turned out to be the phony opportunist Ha-On-Trak. Ha was running for his life with all his might, followed by a swarm of ghostly spiders burning with black fire. He opened his mouth, screaming, "Help me, someone's invading the territory!" The young man in blue glided forward like a gust of wind, his sword erupting with firelight, preparing to clean up the trash. He swung his blade with destructive force, decisively shouting his technique, Obliteration Slash. A wave of blue fire energy exploded, sweeping through and incinerating the entire swarm of spider monsters in a heartbeat. The screen softly popped up a notification, "You have killed a level 10 ice spider. Efficiency 100%. Looking cool standing amidst the flickering blue flames, Kim Toyen left Ha-On-Trak sitting on the ground, trembling and staring up. The opportunist was now pale as a ghost. Cold sweat dripping, swallowing hard. He wondered, Who is this guy? He's so strong." Kim Toyen stood calmly before him, his gaze as indifferent as ever, asking in a cold, flat voice, "Can you still walk?" Overwhelmed by his kingly aura, the gray-haired man teared up, moved and terrified, stammering humbly, "Yes, thank you." After regaining his senses, Ha-On-Trak stared wide-eyed at the desolate scene. Swallowing, he asked, "Great Master, did you kill all these monsters by yourself?" Responding to that look of awe, Kim Toyen just coldly replied, incredibly cool, "I'm looking for something. Anyone who gets in my way." Hearing that, the phony opportunist's brain instantly shifted into high gear. His eyes lit up with a fierce hope for survival, calculating internally, "This is amazing. If I just shamelessly stick by this great master's side, my chances of survival will definitely increase." Thinking it, the phony opportunist immediately threw away all his pride, lunging forward, intending to kneel and hug the master's leg. "Please let me follow you. I can do anything for you." Unfortunately, before his knees could hit the ground, Kim Toyen reached out and gripped his shoulder to stop him, smiling slightly with hidden meaning. "A man has gold beneath his knees." Before he could even finish his sentence, a deadly beam of blue light tore through the air from behind. Kim Toyen didn't panic. He kept talking while being yanked away by his collar at breakneck speed. Ha-On-Trak's face twisted in horror, only managing to blurt out a stunned, "What?" That timely jerk saved both of them from the lethal attack. The guy in the blue coat then calmly finished his philosophical thought. "Not good, is it?" Ha-On-Trak tumbled onto the ice. Before he could even catch his breath, his pupils contracted as he saw a massive attack plummeting from the sky straight toward his position. His face went pale, sweat pouring down like rain. He was so terrified he couldn't even stammer. What was that? From the giant hole blasted into the ice, a surge of sinister aura erupted, a signal that the real monster had arrived. The smoke cleared. A gigantic, massive ice spider queen crawled up, her blood-red eyes glaring with rage at the intruders, while a swarm of tiny monsters gathered pitch black behind her. Ha-On-Trak screamed in pure panic, "Oh my God, why are there so many monsters chasing us?" Meanwhile, Kim Toyen calmly drew his greatsword, which emitted a red glow, and commanded coldly, "Hide behind me." With extraordinary agility, Kim Toyen leaped into the air. His cloak and dark aura flared, forming the shape of pitch-black devil wings that exuded overwhelming pressure in mid-air. His eyes burned with a cold crimson light, radiating terrifying dominance as he issued a warning. "Don't get in the way of my grinding." Instantly, the devil wing triple slash was unleashed. The blade carrying dark sword energy shredded the monsters' bodies decisively. I didn't even give the spiders a chance to gasp for air. His figure darted forward with ghostly speed, his burning red eyes leaving streaks of light in the air. Every swing of his sword chopped the monsters to pieces. Body fluids splattered everywhere. The entire area was submerged in the protagonist's dance of death. He dove from above, bringing down immeasurable damage, crushing the spider swarm. His third strike landed with immense power, clearing a huge chunk of the battlefield. As the clumsy spiders stood helpless, he finished the combo perfectly. He slammed his sword into the ground, creating a dark sigil on the ice, ending the lives of the small fry. Hiding in a safe corner, Ha-On-Trak's jaw dropped so low it nearly hit the floor. He broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, "These ice skeleton guards, even Triokin Hung and Kaelin Nai couldn't handle them, yet under his blade they're like tofu." And the reward for the cleanup arrived. An item glowing with brilliant light appeared. The system notification announced the drop, Skill Solar Judgment Orange Tier, Epic Grade. Below it was a badass description. The swordsman stomps the ground to trigger lava. The lava deals burn damage and slows nearby targets. Gather lava into the weapon. At extreme speed, leap into the air and launch a powerful solar judgment at a target, dealing massive damage. Epic trait burn. It inflicts damage over time, making the target feel even more intense pain. At the same time, a golden leveling up light pillar engulfed the protagonist. The system cheered, "Congratulations, leveled up to 35. He smirked in satisfaction, brushing aside the monster card. A normal monster actually dropped an epic scroll. "Lucky coin really works. Not a waste of good loot." Kim Tuyen immediately crushed the skill stone and loudly commanded, "Use it." The system immediately brought up a notification board. "Sword mastery detected. You can convert normal sword skills into devil sword skills. +1 rank. Do you want to convert? Yes or no?" Obviously, his finger decisively pressed yes. Instantly, his mind was pulled into a mythical, shadowy space. 3 visions appeared before his eyes. An image of a black-winged angel chained and kneeling in submission while on a distant throne, a massive shadow roared with power. "I am the overlord of evil blades." The hulking demon lord radiated destructive energy as he stepped forward, declaring arrogantly, "Today I kill the 12-winged angel to glorify my name," he roared, gathering energy. Blue lightning covering the sky. "My blade shall shatter your false destiny." With a burst of energy that blinded the eyes, a terrifying technique. Fallen Sky Strike. It tore through space, crashing straight down from the sky like a thunderbolt carrying deadly blue magic. That surge of murderous intent completely swallowed the girl's figure. The poor angel tilted her head back and screamed in ultimate punishment, thereby officially etching that brutal demon sword technique. This savagery into the protagonist's body. Just as he left the illusory space, Kim Tuyen clutched half his face, sweat streaming down his forehead, frowning and muttering to himself, "What the hell was that memory? Overlord of evil blades. Irks sounds like a backstory woven into the skill. Or is this the dark backstory of this crazy world?" Before he could finish racking his brain, the system slapped a blinding gold-rimmed skill board right in his face. Judgment of Irk's legendary gold tier. Accompanying it was an incredibly OP description. The Devil Swordsman stomps the earth, summoning Irk's judgment altar, imprisoning all targets inside, then descending with a world-ending demon judgment strike. Not only does it deal massive damage, but it also carries a chance for instant logout and death. Plus, it comes with a special legendary effect, Fear. Targets hit will lose control, panicking, completely reducing combat will, and only thinking of fleeing from the source of fear. Looking at the huge skill board floating by Kim Tuyen froze for 5 seconds, blurting out in surprise, "A legendary grade skill, watching from the sidelines." Ha-Antrak also broke into a cold sweat, chiming in with an amazed tone. "This skill is definitely no joke." Wiping away a few drops of cold sweat. The tag-along. Ha-Antrak immediately put on a bright, flowery smile, cheering internally, "So strong. I was so right to blindly cling to this powerhouse." Cutting away from the big boss's skill showcase, the camera shifts to another corner of the battlefield where 2 guys in suits are running for their lives, sprinting desperately through the blizzard. The guy behind gasped for air while urging, "Faster, that guy just caused a huge mess. Don't let us get dragged into it." But after running a few more steps, the disciple in front suddenly slammed on the brakes, spreading his arms to block the way. His face panicked as he shouted, "Young master, wait." Up ahead, there seemed to be people. Sure enough, through the freezing fog, the silhouettes of 2 burly men emerged, standing tall and causing both sides to stop dead in their tracks. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. One husky, shirtless man in a tank top whipped his head around, shouting to his bald accomplice, "Is there a monster behind us? Is it chasing us here?" The bald guy, looking ferocious, quickly scanned the area and replied, "Doesn't look like it." But before the smile could even form on his face, crack! A foot stepped down. The black shoe of a man in a suit had accidentally stepped onto a cluster of slimy green tentacles crawling on the ground. He gasped in horror, "Oh no," realizing something was wrong. The bald guy lost his balance and fell backward, his face turning sheet white. He shrieked, "It's a trap!" The curtain of snow was ripped apart, revealing a massive, monstrous plant. With disgusting blood-red eyes, it whipped out thick green tentacles from beneath the ground, binding both thugs tightly and tossing them into the air amidst desperate screams. "It's a monster! Ah!" Struggling in despair. The bald guy frantically swung his weapon in the air before being slammed hard against the frozen, unforgiving ground. Not letting its prey escape, the tentacle monster immediately wrapped itself around a massive spike-covered iron club, swinging it crazily for the finishing blow, a mix of razor-sharp blades and brutal spiked maces. It smashed down repeatedly, creating jagged fissures in the ground and shredding the giant ice blocks nearby. Slimy green fluid oozed out from countless grotesque tentacles that kept writhing in the air like bloodthirsty vipers, absorbing the shockwaves of the attack. The two thugs were sent rolling far across the ice, their faces pale with sheer terror at the monster's overwhelming strength. Taking advantage of the monster being busy with the two unlucky guys, the suited underling finally dared to peek out from his hiding spot. He patted his chest in relief and said to his master, "Thank goodness you reacted in time and dodged it, or else we—" But before the word die could leave his lips, a cold, sharp dagger was pressed against his neck. The tank-top guy had him cornered before he even knew it. His face froze, cold sweat pouring down as he groaned, "We're done for." The suited underling calmly took control. He hissed, "Don't move." In the blink of an eye, the situation had flipped. The two thugs who had looked so imposing just moments ago were now being held hostage by two guys in suits with knives at their throats. The suited underling smirked. "So you two realize you're at the end of your rope now?" The bald guy was dripping with sweat, stuttering as he begged, Wait, don't kill us." The camera slowed down, shifting to a low angle from behind the captives. The silhouette of the head man in the suit stood tall like a mountain, exuding an oppressive pressure that blocked out the entire sky. Accompanying a cold, lingering "you too," the lead young master finally revealed himself. He was a dapper youth with slicked back hair, his hands calmly tucked into his pockets. Looking down from above with an arrogant gaze, he softly uttered three deadly words, "Want to live," crushed under the heavy aura. The man in the tank top looked up. His eyes widened when he recognized the face of his enemy, and he panicked. "Zhao! Young Master Zhao!" Young Master Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. He leaned in close, each word dripping with lethal intent. "You followed us. Who exactly were you trying to chase? What's your goal?" The blade pressed tighter against his neck. The man in the tank top, terrified, spilled everything without skipping a word. "We're from the Black Dragon Gang in the lower city. A big shot in the upper city wanted me to keep a close eye on all the wealthy young masters on the train, to watch the scenery. They said it was to prevent the young masters on the train from making contact with the first group of mining slaves." Hearing the implication-filled answer, young Master Zhao snapped, questioning him harshly. "Why, what are they afraid of?" Losing his patience. Young Master Zhao's eyes bulged and he let out a furious roar. "Who the hell ordered you to do this?" The man was scared out of his wits. The tank-top guy opened his mouth wide and sobbed, It's the Shengyu Corporation," hearing the name he was looking for. Young Master Zhao furrowed his brows. His scheming brain started racing. The Fang family. Could it be that they're targeting the unknown manuscript? At the same time, hearing the other person's mumbling, the tank-top guy's eyes widened, bloodshot with shock. He actually knows about the existence of the unknown manuscript. He reasoned in his head. Could he be the one secretly supporting the mining slaves? Feeling that his prey had no more use, young Master Zhao waved his hand. A dark, deep purple aura erupted, summoning a razor-sharp Grim Reaper's scythe. He smirked. "You've given me a very satisfactory answer," seeing the head guy pull out his tools to send him off to the afterlife. The man in the tank top was in a state of absolute panic, dropping to his knees and clasping his hands together like he was praying to Buddha. Young Master Zhao, spare my life. Everything I said is 100% the truth." The bald guy wasn't far behind, promising and begging, "If there is even half a word of a lie, may my whole family die. May I be struck by lightning." The moment the begging ended, young Master Zhao didn't say a word, swinging his scythe high into the air. A fierce purple light slashed down. The man in the tank top screamed in agony, "No, don't, but it was too late." His body took the full force of the brutal attack. Blood splattered everywhere along with desperate screams. However, after a moment that felt like his soul had left his body, the bald guy opened his eyes wide, his hands feeling all over his body. Looking clueless, he let out a confused, "Huh." All around the two men, green lights suddenly burst forth, carrying the breath of life and quickly patching up every injury on their skin. The bald guy stared dumbfounded. Seeing his accomplice becoming whole again, he couldn't believe his eyes. This is a healing spell. My wounds have all recovered." Looking profoundly mysterious, young Master Zhao retracted his scythe, tilted his chin up, and commanded with the aura of a master holding the power of life and death. "Go back. Tell your master everything you've heard and seen. Tell him your own guesses, and by the way, tell him if he really has no other choice, he can come find me." While running away, having just been released, the man in the tank top immediately turned back and voiced his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, young master." Zhao, watching the silhouettes of the two men fade away, the suited underling asked, quietly confused, "Young master, are you really just going to let them go like that?" Just now I observed his reaction. They seem to be 10 parts convinced that you are the one supporting that mining slave. If he goes back, he will definitely say that you are the one who took that thing. Hearing that, the young master's face turned dark, his eyes flashing with evil. He replied, "Well then, what if that's exactly what I want? So what if it's not true? They saw him kill that guy with their own eyes. Their return is going to stir up a storm between the two families." But back to our main lens, our young hero Kim Tuyen is still hard at work, grinding away. He swung his great sword, hacking repeatedly, splitting a giant body in two. The monster exploded right in front of Ha-On-Trak, who was scrambling to keep up while a fiery sword wave carved through the ice behind him. It landed square in the middle of that hideous spider monster's face, sending it straight to the afterlife. The system immediately popped up a notification praising the MC's dominance. "You've killed a level 4 overlord, the voracious spider 4 levels above your own. Loot drop rate 100%. He just brushed his hands off, finishing the cleanup. Kim Tuyen continued walking with Ha-On-Trak trailing behind, curious and eager to gossip. "So where are we headed, boss?" Kim Tuyen replied to that innocence with one chilling sentence. "Hunting the ominous mother spider." Hearing the name of the final boss, Ha-On-Trak's face went pale. He jumped in fright and stammered back. "What, you seriously want to go looking for that terrifying thing?" Looking at the cowardice of the guy behind him, Kim Tuyen held his sword and glanced at him coolly, dropping a line that dealt massive damage to his self-esteem. "If you're scared, you can leave. I don't need you tagging along." Hearing that polite dismissal, Ha-On-Trak grabbed his collar, sweating bullets, mentally slapping himself. "This area is extremely dangerous. How can I get out of here alone? My only chance of survival is sticking to the boss." Changing his tune faster than a pancake, the guy immediately put on a bright, fawning smile. Hugging his chest with both hands, he started speed-running his own self-promotion. "Boss, you've got it all wrong. It's an honor to follow you. Plus, I'm useful. I'm a level 39 epic class radiant priest. My S-rank talent, incantation, allows me to condense complex spells into a single word. I can even stack multiple spells." Hearing such an impressive resume, Kim Tuyen paused slightly and turned halfway to look at him. With a searching, slightly surprised look, he asked, "Are you from the upper city?" At the mention of his background, Ha-On-Trak looked a bit guilty. He scratched his head, explaining, "I was born in the lower city. The upper city corporations came down to pick us out. I awakened my S-rank talent at 16 and got selected to go up." Stepping over the giant spider legs scattered around, Kim Tuyen raised an eyebrow. "Level 39 at 16. Ha-On-Trak hung his head, bashfully admitting he was just a grinder. "Yeah, that's right. But my levels came from raising bugs. At level 40, you need a class breakthrough, and there's no other way to level up besides using bugs." As someone who played as a pure combat build, Kim Tuyen turned around, shouldering his greatsword, and asked bluntly, "What does class breakthrough mean?" Seeing his chance, Ha-On-Trak immediately switched into encyclopedia mode. He explained as images of brilliant energy altars merging with monster phantoms appeared, showing how weak human bodies are. "There's no other way to keep leveling up your class skills, so we use altars to assimilate monster powers, merging their strength with the human body. That makes your class much stronger. That assimilation process is the class breakthrough." Still not quite getting it, Kim Tuyen pressed further. "So what exactly is an altar?" Ha-On-Trak leaned back, spreading his hands naturally. "An altar is a legion's totem. Only legions hold them." A giant mechanical altar appeared, crackling with green lightning. The blinding electromagnetic energy flashed in the priest's story. Generally, those weren't found in the hands of lower city corporations. Kim Tuyen lowered his head, deep in thought. "So to have a class breakthrough, I have to join another faction." Ha-On-Trak rested his chin on his hand, correcting him, "Not necessarily. You can obtain a legion order and start your own, but that's a bit difficult. The entire Eagle Empire controls such vast territories. Actually, basically, there are only 4 legion orders." In the air, 4 radiant, colorful emblems appeared, representing ultimate power. Ha-On-Trak finished the list: the Eagle, the Galaxy, the Vanguard, and the Imperial Might, finding the paperwork to join a faction too troublesome. Kim Tuyen turned and walked away, asking, "Isn't there any other way to break through?" Like hitting the nail on the head, the priest excitedly revealed a secret. There are some incredibly powerful Overlord-class monsters that have a chance to drop a spirit orb inside their bodies. You can use a spirit orb to perform a class breakthrough, allowing you to take on a human form while gaining the monster's stats. Seeing that this sidekick was basically a living dictionary, Kim Tuyen nodded slightly. He glanced at him. "You know quite a bit. Fine, keep following me." Having escaped the fate of being left behind in the freezing wasteland, Ha-on-trak joyfully trotted along behind him shouting, "Thank you, boss!" As they were walking, both suddenly stopped, their pupils shrinking as they stared at a pitch-black icy cave entrance in front of them with a massive question mark hovering over it. It signaled bad news. In the dark, deep void of the cave, a series of glowing red eyes appeared, flickering menacingly, along with an evil aura, moving lightning fast. Kim Tuyen shoved himself to the side, throwing an arm back to shield his weak disciple, pulling his greatsword and bracing for a fight. With sharp eyes glaring at the cave entrance, he muttered, "Humph, another monster blocking the way." Thinking the priest would run off to hide, he was surprised to see him hold his ground, quickly charging a glowing fireball. I threw it straight into the cave and shouted, trying to look cool, "Boss, be careful. Let me light it up for you." The flames erupted, illuminating the space and revealing a giant, deep purple spider. With rugged golden rocks on its back, it bared its razor-sharp fangs and 6 hideous green eyes staring down its enemies. The system immediately updated its identity, Overlord class, Obsession Spider. Seeing the massive size of the boss, Ha-on-trak's legs turned to jelly and he stumbled back, stuttering in fear. "Oh, Overlord!" While his disciple was trembling, Kim Tuyen turned his head wearing a confident smirk, the look of a true hunter, and casually swung his greatsword behind him, dropping a remark of utter disdain for his enemy. "Just a couple of Lord-tier monsters, that's all. No need to be afraid, just stay safely behind me." Ha-on-trak stared, wide-eyed, sweat dripping down his face, speechless at his big brother's arrogance that was a literal Lord-tier monster. But to the expert, it was nothing. Ignoring the nerves of the weak, Kim Tuyen dashed forward at breakneck speed, wearing the crazed, excited grin of a hardcore gamer. Seeing a juicy farming spot, his eyes flashed with a greedy crimson spark. His powerful blade struck down repeatedly, carving out deadly glowing red slashes. He sliced off the monster's limbs, purple blood spraying everywhere. The system pinged to honor the ruthless one. "You have killed a Lord-tier haunted spider 4 levels above your own. Performance rating 90%. As he sheathed his sword after the perfect finishing blow, the monster's body suddenly condensed, and a round orb emitting a mysterious dark purple aura drifted upward, making Kim Tuyen frown in curiosity. A wisp of evil smoke from the orb slowly coiled and lingered right in front of him. Kim Tuyen gripped his sword tightly, asking in confusion, "What is this?" At that same moment, Ha-on-trak scrambled over, running up from behind and catching sight of the loot. The priest's eyes lit up. He cheered at his big brother's luck. "Holy crap, boss, your luck is just insane. This kind of spirit orb is incredibly rare." Kim Tuyen, still clueless, repeated the strange name, Haunted Orb, but before his smile could fade, the entire ice cave shook violently from the towering cliff above. A massive wave of pressure crashed down, accompanied by 2 deafening, bone-chilling roars. "Humans! Devour! You!" The ice floor shattered as giant boulders rained down like a storm, facing death. Kim Tuyen reacted with lightning speed. He kicked Ha-on-trak hard to blast him to safety, shouting, "Watch out!" The unlucky guy went tumbling through the air, his face pale with panic, only managing to let out a miserable scream. "Whoa!" As he was sent flying, Ha-on-trak stared in shock. He gasped out a foolish sound right at that moment. A steady hand reached out, grabbing his shirt and jerking him back amidst the hail of falling rocks, followed by a cold, sharp shout, "Save your life, hang on tight," as he dragged his unlucky subordinate along. Kim Tuyen and Ha-on-trak plummeted together into a bottomless pit filled with freezing water and debris, their figures fading into the void. Luckily, they both landed safely on a wide ice shelf below. Ha-on-trak sat slumped on the ground, still dazed and hollow, trembling as he watched the rocks continue to fall. He stammered out, "What on earth just happened?" Meanwhile, Kim Tuyen stood tall, his gaze sharp and fixed forward. Tension was etched onto his brow in beads of cold sweat as he furrowed his brows tightly. His eyes were filled with deep suspicion and extreme caution. In the surrounding darkness, things began to stir with strange swirling miasma, signaling grave danger. Straining his eyes through the freezing fog, a truly ghoulish sight met his gaze. Far off in the middle of a lake, a flickering blue light emanated. A slender figure stood perfectly still, back turned to the uninvited guests. The enemy's form became clear. It was a woman with pale skin and long, disheveled white hair. Her body was wrapped in tattered rags, and she stood soaking in the grotesque water, surrounded by dark energy. She let out a voice that hadn't been heard in a long, long time. "What kind of human is this, making me crave them so much?" Suddenly she whipped her face around, revealing a crazed smile with jagged beast-like teeth. Her eyes flared with the bloodthirsty red light of a predator as she let out a monstrous growl. "Come here and be my meal." Along with her savage laughter echoing through the cave, Her true form was finally revealed. The upper body was that of a woman, but her lower half was fused with a giant spider, disgusting with countless razor-sharp legs. The system window flashed bright red, announcing the identity Final Boss Overlord Haunted Spider Queen Level 40 Tier 4. Upon hearing that death-dealing name, Kim Toyen's pupils contracted and he gripped his sword hilt. Behind him, the priest was so terrified his soul nearly left his body, whispering, "The Haunted Spider Queen. I never thought we'd run into this monster here," never forgetting his role as the walking encyclopedia. Ha-on-Trak gestured frantically, trying to coach his big brother. "Boss, be careful. This queen has an incredibly fast reproduction rate. She can spawn a huge number of spiderlings, and she possesses the soul manipulation ability." He swallowed hard, explaining further, "This boss is a nightmare, unless you destroy the spiderlings completely. Otherwise, they will infinitely respawn just like zombies." Yet that warning of extreme danger only seemed to act as a stimulant for the protagonist's combat spirit. Kim Toyen swung his great swords and lunged forward with an arrogant smirk burning with murderous intent, retorting loudly, "Oh, then I guess I'll have to go and have a little reunion with her." With speed as fast as light, Kim Toyen blurred through the air, closing in on the massive target, hoisting his greatsword, glowing red, putting all his strength into a strike aimed straight at the mysterious shadow of the Spider Queen, who stood tall and arrogant. However, an unforeseen scene unfolded. His mountain-cleaving blade just touched the target's body when she suddenly dissolved into liquid. The force of the strike slammed into the water, sending splashes flying. Kim Toyen's eyes widened, shouting, "What the?" Before he could pull his sword back, the water under his feet surged violently, forming a massive waterspout. It reached all the way to the cave ceiling. The Spider Queen stood tauntingly beside the whirlpool, her cold eyes watching the prey trapped in the death trap, watching the show from afar. Ha-on-Trak screamed at the top of his lungs, "Boss!" His face twisted, sweat pouring down as he wailed in his heart, "We're doomed!" Did the boss really just fail to block even a single move from this monster? But how could the script possibly end so lamely? From the very center of the fierce whirlpool, a burst of dark energy exploded. Kim Toyen's blade, carrying the power of a brutal demon, split the massive pillar of water in two. He had directly countered the monster's attack, seeing the sword aura shatter the waterspout and save the day. Ha-on-Trak joyfully shouted the savior's name. Faced with that tenacity, the Spider Queen just turned up her nose, looking down on the pathetic worm. She extended her razor-sharp claws and arrogantly sneered, "Being able to die by my hand, you should consider your life complete," ignoring the garbage coming from the boss. Kim Toyen unfurled his demonic wings, gliding gracefully through the air before landing safely on the cold ice, sliding backward into a defensive stance. Ready for the next round, and despite being drenched in sweat, a cocky smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He tensed his muscles, confidently sizing up his opponent. "The Spider Mother is no pushover. A second ago, I almost didn't even have a chance to strike back," he thought, a flashback of that hair-raising moment flashing across the screen. That was too close. Floating mid-air with his hands clasped, Kim Toyen conjured a brilliant blue defensive formation around his body, silently praising his own improvisation. "Good thing my reflexes were fast enough." Having managed to summon the defensive phantom just in time, he looked down at the ground where the puddles from the monster's attack were already rapidly freezing over. The frost spread at a dizzying speed. He clicked his tongue, thinking, "If not for that, I'd be a cold, stiff corpse right now." Seeing that her prey had dodged the water dance technique, the Spider Queen changed tactics. She stood tall, her dress flowing, and unleashed countless ribbons of blinding golden light energy, weaving them into a deadly laser web. It swept in every direction. But before the system warning could even blare, her eyes widened in shock, shifting to the side as she let out a surprised murmur of praise at her enemy's stealthy movements. That speed, it's just too fast. Right above her, Kim Toyen's silhouette had already lunged forward, cloaked in eerie black demonic energy, standing out against the blinding light like a reaper descending. It made the Spider Queen tilt her head back, her eyes wide with terror. Without wasting a single movement, he flipped in midair, used the momentum of his free fall, and dove down with his burning blade like a ripping meteor. He aimed directly at the monster's arrogant head. As the distance closed in a heartbeat, Kim Toyen smirked, wearing a confident grin. In return, his opponent unleashed a sharp, biting insult. "Spider Mother, it seems you're nothing more than this." Hearing the sarcasm, the monster suddenly changed form. The Spider Queen melted into a bizarre blue liquid mass with a sadistic grinning face. "Is that so?" she mocked triumphantly. With terrifying force, Kim Toyen's greatsword slammed down with a thunderous blow onto the target zone, but what he struck was not the monster's flesh at all. It was just a hollow pillar of water that splashed everywhere. The protagonist was caught off guard, hovering in midair with a stunned, blank expression. Looking down from above, he furrowed his brows tightly, grabbing his collar. He turned his head to look back at the spot where he had missed his strike, filled with utter bewilderment, gritting his teeth and wondering, what the hell is actually going on? Just then, the living, breathing encyclopedia lowered. On track from afar did his job. Gesticulating wildly, he shouted out some game knowledge to his confused brother. Big brother, this spider mother will actively transform into water form to dodge every attack. You have to find a way to counter it. The life and death battle was still at a desperate stalemate. Having just realized the monster's cheap trick, Kim Toyen immediately exerted his strength and launched himself away, dodging a massive glowing blue water hand that was slamming down from above, creating a violent tremor. He skidded across the ice in an incredibly stylish, evasive maneuver. Kim Toyen's gaze swept across the battlefield, his mind silently calculating a clever strategy. I have to attack when she's off guard. After a few exchanges, a spark of insight flickered in his eyes. He realized the truth and smirked, muttering to himself as he pieced together the boss's tricks. So that's it. Just before I struck, she had already split her body beforehand, constantly leaping and flipping frantically between the deadly pillars of water, chasing right at his heels. The expression on Kim Toyen's face wasn't one of fear. On the contrary, he wore a twisted, excited smile, enjoying the life-or-death rush, this surge of adrenaline. It's absolutely magnificent. Just as he was soaring through the air, the water vortex below suddenly churned, transforming into a giant hand that tightened around him. The Spider Queen's distorted voice echoed triumphantly, "You can't escape!" Caught in a surprise ambush. Kim Toyen's face paled. His pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth, gasping in alarm. This isn't good! A torrent of pressurized water surged forth, carrying overwhelming power. The ruthless blow slammed directly into him, tossing him aside like a ragdoll until he crashed into the cliff face, absorbing both the physical and magical damage. Wincing in agony, Kim Toyen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, letting out a choked, struggling sound. The shockwave from the strike recoiled, triggering a brilliant explosion of blue light. It launched his body into the air, leaving him completely out of control until he plummeted onto the cold, icy surface. As Kim Toyen hit the ground, the ice beneath him instantly shattered. Massive pitch-black stones etched with eerie runes erupted from the depths of the abyss, interlocking to form a death trap that completely sealed off his area. Standing at the center of the swirling water, the Spider Queen casually hugged her shoulders, contorting her body while wearing a smug ear-to-ear grin, triumphantly declaring, "I told you so." She extended her pale hand, revealing razor-sharp claws. Her bloodshot eyes glinted with cruelty as she sealed her prey's fate. "You can't escape my grasp." To finish the job thoroughly, countless hideous armored spiderlings descended from the high sky like rain. They swarmed the sealed area, crawling everywhere, intent on tearing their enemy apart. However, before she could enjoy her victory for even 3 seconds out of the debris filled with dark energy, Kim Toyen's silhouette flared with light. Far from being harmed, he wore an incredibly wicked smirk. His gaze locked onto the boss as he muttered, "Finally, you've shown yourself." Realizing her true form had been exposed and that her prey was still alive and well, the Spider Queen flew into a rage, pointing straight at him and shrieking orders for her minions to kill him. Kim Toyen braced himself, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that shattered the stone seal in front of him, stepping out majestically like a war god awakened from the dead. The pitch-black horde of spiderlings surged forward like a tidal wave, baring their fangs and claws to overwhelm the protagonist with sheer numbers. Without even blinking, Kim Toyen swung his greatsword. I spun, unleashing a razor-sharp crescent of sword energy that sliced through the lead spider's hardened shell, sending green fluid splattering into the air. Witnessing that insane display, the Spider Queen's jaw dropped. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she stammered, unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to be trapped? The answer to that question was a dance of death. Kim Toyen transformed into a red and black whirlwind, charging wildly into the middle of the monster horde. He swung his sword in a continuous arc, creating a web of lethal energy that shredded the spiderlings into flying chunks of gore, walking through the rain of flesh and blood. Kim Toyen's face was shrouded in darkness, revealing only his blazing eyes and a savage, villainous grin as he growled, "Did you really think you had me cornered?" After feigning weakness, he had launched himself into the air, trailed by a streak of crimson energy to pursue his enemy. He then calmly revealed his devious plan. "I was just trying to lure your true form out." Moving like a phantom, Kim Toyen had closed the distance, appearing right above the Spider Queen's head. swinging his greatsword with radiant, overwhelming pressure. Preparing to deliver the punishment, the Spider Queen realized she had fallen into the cunning boy's trap. She looked up, her pupils shrinking in extreme panic. She broke into a cold sweat and screamed in despair. No, it's too late. A massive, bright red wave of sword energy tore through the space, carrying enough power to split the sky itself, crashing down onto her body without mercy as she took the full brunt of the fatal blow. The Spider Queen's face shattered, her bloodshot eyes cracked open and bled, and she shrieked in absolute helpless agony. "No, this is impossible!" The perfect slash sliced her entire body in two. The massive spider portion of the mother brood gushed out evil green fluids like a fountain, officially sending the delusional queen to meet her ancestors, while the onlookers watched the entire top-tier IQ reversal unfold. The young man, Ha'an Trak, looked disheveled, but his eyes glowed with pure worship as he gasped, "Too overpowered to think he could toy with the mother brood like that." The killing intent faded. A brilliant green beam of light shone down on the protagonist. The system immediately displayed a massive congratulatory notification. "You have killed the Overlord-class Grudge Spider Mother Brood 5 levels above your own, with a 95% success rate." The miracle of this final purge certainly didn't disappoint. A piece of equipment radiating a brilliant golden light hovered before his eyes. The system listed a long, drool-worthy stat sheet. Soul of the Grudge Spider, Legendary Grade Tier 4 Equipment Necklace Type. Strength 180. Constitution 170. Agility 150. It came packed with a dozen overpowered skills, like Spider Thread Binding, Toxic Water, which transforms into liquid to dodge fatal hits, and Grudge Spider Predator to lock onto targets. It unleashed massive damage, broke through enemy armor, and included the Summon God of the Hunt skill, which could directly call out the Grudge Spider Mother Brood itself as a minion. That wasn't all. Legendary traits included Deadly Poison, Continuous Health Drain, and Web Domain to slow enemies by 30% and trigger Crowd Control, Movement Prohibition. It was a huge, massive bargain for Kim Tuyen's leveling grind. After enjoying the spectacular reversal and boss kill, Kim Tuyen gripped his hand, which was wreathed in dark energy, his lips curling into a deeply satisfied smirk. "This legendary skill, I got really lucky this time." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of blinding radiant light erupted from the monster's corpse, so bright it eclipsed the entire freezing icy landscape. As the light dimmed, an object appeared in midair, emitting mystical purple lightning accompanied by a bright red notification that slammed directly into his eyes. Legendary Legion Command. Even Kim Tuyen, who was used to top-tier loot, was stunned, gasping in disbelief. A Legion Command, to think even this could drop. Standing behind him, Ha'an Trak's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a goose egg as he screamed, shaking the earth. A legendary item, a piece of Legion Command. This is just too insane. Without hesitating to lose the treasure, the system immediately prompted, "Congratulations on obtaining the Legion Command. Do you wish to claim ownership as the Legion leader?" Kim Tuyen firmly reached out and touched the golden light, saying, "Yes." The notification, "You have become the Legion leader," lit up, and the artifact instantly transformed into flowing golden lightning. It wrapped around Kim Tuyen's arm. Watching the transformation, he muttered, "Merge into my body." Instantly, a long, detailed information panel appeared listing dozens of Legion privileges. Leader bonus, 30% increase in all stats, a massive treasure space, and even access to a remote trading shop. It shrouded his dark silhouette in an awe-inspiring aura. Skimming through the terms, Kim Tuyen stroked his chin, analyzing the situation with satisfaction. "As I suspected, this Legion Command is equivalent to a guild creation decree. With an all-attribute boost of 30% and a 30% increase in spirit energy harvesting, this alone would have professionals swarming like ducks. But this group order, it seems to limit the number of members based on rank." But before the joy could fade, another prize arrived, a blazing red energy burst, exploding out of thin air, shining as bright as the midday sun. The harsh red light hit Jin Quan's face, making him flinch and shield his eyes as he recalled what an acquaintance had once mentioned. What is this? He remembered hearing that red represents the ultimate limit of the world known as mythical. So mythical-grade items were finally showing themselves. There was a shimmering golden scroll called the Book of Divine Envoys, and a sparkling stone called Dimensional Crystal. Seeing the blue crystal floating there, Jin Quan couldn't help his curiosity. He slowly reached out, intending to touch and collect this new item. As his fingertip brushed it, the system popped up a window with an extremely tempting prompt. "Do you wish to claim ownership of Abyss Number 1? Choose yes or no." Jin Quan stared at the notification, stunned. What kind of toy is this? It can actually make me the master of Abyss number 1. His curiosity overcame his caution. He pressed his finger firmly onto the yes button, muttering expectantly, "Let's see how this works." As soon as he pressed it, a blue tornado-like pillar of light engulfed the space. The system chimed with a congratulatory message, "VIP Pro, congratulations on obtaining the highest authority over Abyss number 1. Through the newly acquired power, a flood of fragmented images of those currently active in Abyss." Number 1 flashed through Jin Quan's mind. He smirked, sweating slightly at the sheer dominance of this function. This is just too ridiculous. I feel like with just a single thought right now, I could wipe out everyone inside Abyss number 1 and banish them. While lost in this power, a blazing red energy from behind suddenly caught his attention, making him jump and turn his head. His pupils contracted, half his face showing extreme surprise. Realizing what the glowing object was, he softly blurted out, "Is that the sorrow flower?" Surrounded by that radiant red flower growing amidst the ice was a floating purple orb. The system displayed their newly updated names, Spirit Sorrow Flower and Sorrow God Pearl. Holding the flaming flower and the purple orb, Jin Quan frowned, confused and asking himself, "Isn't this the Sorrow Flower? Why did it turn into the Spirit Sorrow Flower?" As expected, raising a disciple doesn't go to waste. Shia Enza stepped up immediately to explain, looking excited. "The mother worm evolved it. This must be something even better than the original Sorrow Flower." A thought flashed in his eyes. Closing the deal quickly, Jin Quan tossed the sparkling purple orb in his hand and turned to the priest. "I've got 2 spirit pearls. If I give you one, is there a way to break through your profession's limits?" Feeling sorry for himself as a support class, Shia Enze heard the big boss ask that. As he took the orb, he stuttered in confusion. You're already level 39, Jim Quan replied calmly, as if it were nothing. "After killing the mother worm, I just happened to hit level 39. Clutching the precious orb, Shia Enzi stroked his chin, grimacing. I explained the helplessness of his current class. To break through as a priest, I need to lock onto the blood of a teammate to fight the remnants of monsters. My ability is currently too weak. I can only lock onto one person." Seeing his disciple looking down again, Jin Quan pressed him. "If that's the case, isn't a priest like you basically finished? How can you ever advance?" The priest rested his chin on his hand and enthusiastically laid out a dark path for survival. "It's not exactly official, but there's a special ability in the support class. I can lock onto a teammate. I just need to borrow a drop of blood from a teammate of the same rank to enter the altar. Then I can support my teammate in battle to find a chance to break through." Right then, Jin Quan immediately held out his hand, deciding decisively and generously, "Just use my blood." You can imagine how thrilled that leech was. With teary eyes and a moved expression, he bowed in gratitude. "Really, thank you, boss." Without further ado, Jin Quan pulled out a knife and made a clean cut across his palm. Fresh blood flowed out immediately, preparing for the life-binding ritual. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the magical, multicolored light spreading everywhere. Calmly, he spoke, confirming, "I can sense it now." A brilliant golden magic circle burst forth in mid-air, emitting fierce, tangled bolts of lightning. The binding process officially began. "Now let's begin the lock-on. Wait for the light to fade." The process ended smoothly. On Jin Quan's hand, the energy condensed into a glowing, brilliant cube shimmering amidst the falling snow. He opened his eyes to look at the cube in his hand, golden lightning veins still tracing along his neck. He asked again to be sure. "So this means the lock-on was successful." Standing behind him, Shia Enzi nodded excitedly and guided the next step. "That's right. You can now use the energy cube in your hand to open the altar." Acting without a moment's hesitation, Jin Quan took a kneeling stance, channeled all his strength, and smashed the glowing cube straight down into the hard ice floor. The force of the impact traveled downward, causing the massive ice surface to suddenly crack into large chunks, rapidly spreading around where the two were standing, just like an earthquake. In no time, a massive area of ice shattered and collapsed straight down, revealing a deep, pitch-black abyss. Dust rose in clouds, swallowing everything into the void. Accepting the free fall, both landed safely in a massive stone-tiled cellar. While Shia Enze stood on guard, the long trail of magic light from the protagonist's fall, still billowing with smoke, drifting to both sides. He suddenly stood up and looked up at the massive, towering architectural structure filled with solemnity and tinged with the ancient moss-covered colors right in front of him. Kim Toyen couldn't help but exclaim, asking his disciple, "Is this the altar you were talking about?" His eyes lit up with hope for a future transformation as Ha'an Troc stood there. Clenching the glowing purple gem, he nodded decisively. "That's right. I'll try it now." Immediately, Ha-On-Trak cautiously took the glittering purple Awanthan Chowgem and pressed it into a circular indentation on the stone wall. Instantly, the ancient stone floor lit up as a brilliant red glowing square pattern connecting the four corner pillars appeared, marking that the altar had officially been activated, not letting the master and disciple wait long from the illusory void of the ceiling. A super gigantic slimy green toad with hideous red spots plopped down right in the middle of the formation, shaking the entire ground. The chubby toad just lay there. Its bulging eyes glared at the two men with contempt. Right above its head, a bright red system panel appeared with a very blunt debt collection message, 500 spirit crystals. Upon reading the exorbitant price, Ha-On-Trak's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down his face, and he shrieked in extreme distress. "I need 500 spirit crystals just to break through. Are you kidding me?" Kim Toyen, standing next to him, also had his face dark and frozen in place. Knowing his big brother hadn't experienced the ways of the upper city, Ha-On-Trak whimpered in explanation. "Master, I don't have that many spirit crystals. That's the currency of the upper city. I heard from them that you only need 2 to break through in your profession. I don't know why this toad needs 500. Kim Toyen stroked his chin in confusion. "What are these spirit crystals anyway?" After understanding the money issue, Kim Toyen turned away and coldly tossed back a remark. "Pfft! I don't have any either." Ha-On-Trak collapsed, tears welling up, clinging to him. "Then what do we do? We finally got a chance." In the midst of trouble, wit was born. The protagonist's brain immediately started whirring, as evil ideas sprouted. He rubbed his chin, the corners of his mouth curling into a crafty, greedy smile, analyzing, "Isn't there a tour group nearby? There are many young masters there. If I can find them, maybe I can get some spirit crystals." Thinking and acting, Kim Toyen immediately channeled his power. A surge of black energy billowed out from under his feet. "Like invisible tentacles," he whispered. "Let me sense them a bit." With half his face submerged in shadows, Kim Toyen narrowed his cold, sharp eyes and unleashed his full power. His senses snaked through the thick layers of ice to map the area and hunt for a human-powered ATM. A predator's smile bloomed on his lips, and Kim Toyen's deep blue eyes glinted with triumph as he caught the signal. "There are 4 people in the immediate vicinity. I've found the target." Kim Toyen turned and strode away. With an incredibly cool demeanor, he left behind an order to his henchmen: "You retrieve the altar and follow me." The scene shifted to another area of the ice pit, facing a giant monster corpse. A young man in a green cloak was grabbing a spirit orb. Just then, an arrogant voice rang out, "Li Huangban, you wouldn't be trying to steal the spirit orb from me on this corpse, would you?" The cloaked person. Li Huangban turned around, his face twisted with irritation, gritting his teeth in response. "You knew so. Why not back off a little?" The one who had just spoken was a young man in a suit, posh and polished, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. He pointed directly at Li Huangban and mocked, "You're an abandoned pawn thrown away by the Li family. What are you doing coming back to the lower city? And you even dare to enter the #1 pit?" Stung in his weak spot, Li Huangban furrowed his brows and glared at the young master in the suit, not hesitating to snap back. "You a trio family. Waste, and you know quite a lot, don't you?" The young master of the true family smirked, his demeanor full of smugness, slowly taunting further, "Your family has rules about core duels. When one party makes a serious mistake, they get expelled by the family. Maybe this assessment is taking place because a disciple didn't show up. Is it proof that Li Huangvu or Li Huangfi ran away?" The biting mockery of the opponent was like a knife cutting into his heart. Li Huangban's eyes were bloodshot with red, and his anger exploded to its peak. Dark red, murderous intent surged from Li Huangban's body. He roared, "I'm just here to get some good stuff. You waste, you'd better just keep acting like your second-generation heir self. Using your brain isn't for you." Seeing the situation getting tense, a bodyguard standing behind the true young master frowned vigilantly, whispering, "Master, be careful. This guy wants to make a move," with eyes blazing in the eerie darkness. Li Huangban extended his claws. A wave of dark energy exploded. He growled every word full of ambition. "The spirit orb is mine. No one is going to take it away." Not waiting for their master's order, the 2 bodyguards in suits immediately lunged toward Li Huangban with lightning speed, determined to fight to snatch the treasure. One bodyguard scoffed, "A fallen loser. A cast-off pawn thinks he can turn the tables. Keep dreaming." As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying power emerged from beneath the ground. Huge, sharp ice pillars shot upward into the air, carrying destructive force, knocking both bodyguards flying backward. Not far away, at a safe ice cliff, the protagonist, Kim Tuyen was leisurely picking his teeth, watching the free show. Ha-On Trak hid behind him, peeking out to watch the fight. Kim Tuyen calmly signaled, "Don't make a sound. We'll just watch the tigers fight from the mountain, in the middle of the battlefield." Li Huangban channeled all his strength into his palm, releasing a brilliant red energy sphere that tore through the wind straight toward his enemy, his face twisted with the craving for power. Inside, he screamed with a fierce will to survive. "As long as I get the spirit orb, I'll have a chance to break through to the 4th stage and return to the family in glory." But the world of martial arts is treacherous. All his efforts were extinguished instantly. The true young master leaped and flipped, dodging in midair, and released a chain with a razor-sharp spearhead which shot forward. The chain impaled his hand. Facing the deadly sneak attack, Li Huangban's eyes widened in horror. He only had time to raise his hand to block, letting out a pained moan as he was pierced. The true young master gracefully yanked the blood-soaked chain back with one hand, his lips curling into the cruel smile of the victor. He spoke coldly, "Sorry, this time I've let you down." Li Huangban let out a heart-wrenching scream as the chain pierced through him, his body sent flying before he slammed hard into the freezing snow, lying motionless, like a discarded rag with his breath fading. The young master stared at the glowing red spirit orb hovering nearby, his eyes burning with extreme greed as he spoke with absolute certainty. "The spirit orb belongs to me. There's no way you're taking it." Nearby, Kim Tuyen asked quietly, while the high-level priest Ha-On Trak standing behind him broke into a cold sweat, his face tense, witnessing the wealthy young master's power. Li Huangban struggled to speak through the pain, his eyes filled with bitterness. I was wrong about you." "So you've been hiding your true strength all along," he shrieked in despair, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. "I just wanted to break through to the ancient human level for a chance to join the Abyss Blade God's tomb trials. I never expected to end up in such a miserable state." The young master's expression changed instantly, sweat dripping from his forehead as he nervously asked, "Are you sure? Why would you guys want to use a Tier 9 dimensional item to attempt a Tier 4 job advancement?" Li Huangban then began to explain the reason for his presence here. "I once stole a piece of mystical scripture from a higher dimension but lost it. My uncle guessed that it must be lying here in pit number 1. That's why he sent me to look for it." He bared his teeth in a wretched grin, his eyes bloodshot as he stared straight at his opponent. Li Huanvu is the type of man who would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let a single one escape. The moment you step out of here, he will definitely be waiting for you. Don't expect to have a good outcome. Hiding above Kim Tuyen paused, his brain racing the moment he heard about that item. Mystical scripture. Li Huanvu, could it be that? The very thing I have on me. Suddenly, the young master seemed to sense something unusual. He widened his eyes and glared at the cliff where the two were hiding. He turned toward that direction and roared aggressively, "Who's there? Get out here now!" Ha-On Trak was scared out of his wits, trembling as he tugged on Kim Tuyen's sleeve. "Boss, big boss, we've been spotted. What do we do now?" However, the young master wouldn't let it go. He stared at the icy cliff and sneered, "Watching the show for this long, it's about time you showed your face, isn't it?" Ha-On Trak whined internally. "Boss, he really found us, knowing." He couldn't hide any longer. Kim Tuyen stepped out from behind the large rock with an incredibly cool demeanor draped in an aura of mysterious darkness. He walked coldly in front of the true family group and said indifferently, "Just passing through. You guys please carry on." The two bodyguards behind the young master immediately took a defensive stance, their faces pale with terror. "Young master, be careful. This aura, it's very familiar. It's the one who took down all the regional lords on the way here." At that moment, the young master froze in his tracks, cold sweat pouring down as he looked at the dark, cold-blooded weapon in Kim Tuyen's hand, realizing the person before him was not to be trifled with. The young master immediately changed his attitude, waving his hand to order his men, "Back off, all of you." The bodyguards were stunned. Young master." The young master forced a fawning smile. Trying to appear polite, he said, "To be able to approach this quietly. You truly are talented, sir. You surely heard what Li Huanban just said, right?" Kim Tuyen didn't hold back, retorting, "And what if I did? And what if I didn't?" The young master felt a chill run down his spine, feeling the incredibly bizarre energy from the opponent's dark chain. He continued to use threats to try to pull Kim Tuyen to his side. Li Huanvu has set a trap outside. He would rather kill the wrong person than let anyone escape. Everyone who comes out of pit number 1, in his eyes they are all targets to be eliminated. He curled his lips into a cunning smile and made an offer. Are you interested in teaming up with me? Kim Toyen rested his hand on his chin, his eyes filled with suspicion as he looked at the young master. Team up. Why should I trust you? Ha-an Trak, standing behind him, also stared wide-eyed, eager to see how it played out. The young master stomped hard on Lai Huanban's head to show his dominance, his voice full of confidence. Because I just helped you solve a potential nuisance. Furthermore, I know exactly where Kanyen is right now. Close-up, Kim Tuyen's pupils contracted in shock. His mind was shaken. He really did know Kanyen's whereabouts. Suddenly, a bodyguard behind them reported in a face-drained panic, "Young master, something is rushing towards us." From the shadows of the ice cavern, a massive swarm of giant spiders with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp legs crawled out like a black-purple tide. The entire True family group retreated in panic, shouting in terror, "What? What is this?" At the same time, Kim Tuyen moved like lightning, drawing his sword and lunging straight at the monsters, shouting as he realized the horrible truth. The smell of blood from that last fight has attracted these mutated insects here. A sword strike imbued with dark energy tore through the space, slicing the lead monster in two. A bright red system notification appeared. You have killed an elite insect guard above your level. Experience efficiency at 100%. The young master stood frozen for a few seconds, cold sweat rolling down his face as he gasped in horror. That cutting power is terrifying. His attack. What kind of bizarre dark magic is this? Instantly, Kim Toyen swung his sword, his eyes flashing with a fierce red light as he unleashed the blade of destruction, and then a surge of pitch-black killing intent exploded. He roared the name of his ultimate overpowering technique, Triple Dark Slash, turning the entire area into a flaming slaughterhouse of shadows. The Zhao family guards stood paralyzed, their faces drained of all color as they watched the carnage. Unbelievable. Just one strike and he wiped out that entire swarm of bugs once the dust settled. Kim Tuyen landed on the ground looking incredibly cool, leaving the ruins of the monsters he'd just butchered behind him. Suddenly, the young master's attitude shifted a full 180 degrees. He started clapping, clap, clap, fawning over him. Amazing, absolutely incredible, what a peak performance. He stepped closer, trying to act polite and negotiate. Now, can we sit down and discuss a partnership properly? I promise to guarantee your safety and provide information on Kanyen. Kim Tuyen sheathed his sword, his cold gaze piercing right through the wealthy young master as he cut straight to the most practical issue. Spirit crystals, how many do you have? The young master immediately patted his chest, guaranteeing that the amount would be enough for both of them to make a breakthrough, plus a generous consulting fee. Once you leave, I'll give you 100,000 spirit crystals immediately as a consultation fee. Seeing it was a pretty good deal, Kim Tuyen nodded in agreement. It's a deal, but I have one more condition. He pointed at the bewildered Ha-an Trak and demanded that the young master teach him a few moves like the heart web technique. Hearing this, Ha-an Trak was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. He stuttered, "Big boss, you treat me so well, I vow to follow you for the rest of my life." The young master smirked with a bitter laugh at the other guy's shrewdness. "You really don't like to miss out on a good deal, do you? Fine. But heart web isn't something you can master overnight. Find me once we get out of the ice pit." He even told him about the heart network. They seemed very close. Suddenly, the young master snapped his fingers and a ring on his hand flashed, smelling of pure money. A pile of glittering gems appeared, accompanied by a posh introduction. "This is 500 spirit crystals, enough for the two of you to break through right here. The rest will be paid in full once we're outside." This left the priest stunned by the pile of jewels before him. Ha-an Trak's eyes lit up like car headlights at the sight of the spirit crystals, almost jumping for joy. Spatial equipment. This was the sheer wealth-scented power of a young master. The upper city, Right then, Kim Tuyen casually swept the spirit crystals into his bag with a refreshed attitude. "Good. Now tell me the news about Kanyen." The young master lowered his voice. "Kanyen was a good friend, and you could even consider him half a mentor to me. He was poisoned by the soul-severing flower, which caused his class to regress. But with that stubborn personality of his, he surely wouldn't just rot away." The young master's gaze turned sharp as he pressed Kim Tuyen. "Did he enter the abyss?" Kim Tuyen didn't dodge the question, calmly confirming he went to find his own path. "Why you want to find him and catch up on old times?" The young master sighed, his face looking serious. "Not exactly. I just want to know if he's found a way to deal with his class regression yet. This is extremely important to the Zhao family." Suddenly, the ice cave shook violently, as if a major earthquake had swept through. A guard rushed over, panicking. "Young master, it's bad. The energy field in this cave is fluctuating chaotically." Kim Tuyen closed his eyes, his brain instantly analyzing the situation. This was a chain reaction caused by the death of the mother grudge bug, and the fact that the origin crystal has chosen its master. This space is starting to collapse. The young master turned pale and urged, "We have to leave right now. Lai Huanvu is definitely waiting at the exit. A major battle is unavoidable." However, Kim Tuyen smirked confidently. "As it happens, I need a punching bag to test out this new power. With the origin crystal in hand, I can command the energy of this entire pit number 1. On-Track took this opportunity. He suggested an extremely wise idea. "Big boss, why don't we try to break through first? A bit more strength means 10 times the survival rate." Hearing this, Kim Tuyen replied, "Fine. Let's find a safe place to break through first." The young master immediately agreed and led the way, running for his life. "Follow me. There's an abandoned mine up ahead. The structure there is relatively stable enough for us to meditate." After that, the group stopped at an ancient architectural structure deep underground where an eerie and silent aura radiated. On-Track didn't wait to be told. He immediately sat down to channel his energy, whispering secret formulas under his breath. He looked every bit like a true master. At the same time, the system interface appeared. The green text read, 500 spirit crystals received. The charging process officially began. A deep purple light exploded around On-Track, making him look like a ticking energy bomb. Meanwhile, Kim Tuyen also began absorbing energy from the spirit crystals, which flowed into his body like a waterfall. Behind him, the ghost of a giant dark war god gradually took form, radiating such pressure that the air seemed to thicken. Suddenly, a giant soul monster appeared. It shrieked madly, trying to disrupt his breakthrough. Kim Tuyen remained calm, eyes still closed, coldly scolding it with deadpan indifference. "Just a pathetic remnant of consciousness. And you dare to act out in front of me, Scram!" He swung his spiritual blade and shouted, "Slash!" instantly shattering the illusory monster. A massive black hole of energy appeared, swallowing all the impurities and leaving behind the purest power. Kim Tuyen stood up and stretched, his bones cracking. He felt the new power surging through every vein. A dark light converged into a single point, brilliant and dangerous, marking a new milestone. His status board appeared in a brilliant display. Name, Kim Tuyen. Class, Demon Swordsman. Level 40. Officially entered Tier 4. The system interface flashed brightly with an excited notification. On-Track has successfully advanced to a Tier 4 Radiant Priest. As he sits there meditating amidst a brilliant, dazzling halo, he truly looks the part of a Grandmaster. The massive stone door slowly creaks open, revealing 3 members of the True family standing amidst the swirling dust of the dark, abandoned mine. Young Master True 4 Million cannot hide the shock on his face, muttering with caution. Tier 4. And these fluctuations are definitely not your average Tier 4. This guy's potential is likely far more terrifying than we ever imagined. Immediately after, Kim Tuyen snaps his eyes open, his pupils glowing with a cold, icy blue light as if trying to peer straight into the other man's soul. Cold vapor from his breath turns into white mist in the eerie space. He lunges forward like a dark phantom, the blade in his hand carving a deadly arc that tears through the air with terrifying speed. A powerful swing of his sword causes the solid wall to explode into 100 pieces, dust swirling violently, proving the power of the newly leveled-up demon. The swordsman, On-Track, jumps for joy, cheering loudly to his boss. "We did it, big bro. I've reached Tier 4 too. My healing output and support effects have soared to a whole new level." Young Master True 1 Million calmly walks over, flashing a cryptic smile as he looks at the teacher and student. "Congratulations on your successful breakthrough. In that case, it's the perfect time for us to go meet the acquaintances waiting outside, isn't it?" He sneers mockingly when mentioning their opponent's plans. It's none other than the eldest young master of the Lai family, laying out a trap and waiting for us right outside the ice tunnel. Kim Tuyen stands tall, surrounded by swirling black-purple spiritual energy. He speaks with a challenging tone, "Let's go." Making him wait too long would be quite rude to our host. Following that, the group appears before an intercity train parked in the middle of a vast, snowy field. Young Master True explains, "This is the train that takes us out. Just get on and we'll be safe." But Kim Tuyen is still curious. "You said the eldest young master of the Lai family is where again?" Stepping into the luxurious train car, young Master Trio warns with a grim face. "He is definitely ambushing us right at the train's exit. So when we step off, everyone needs to be extremely careful." Kim Tuyen narrows his eyes, silently observing everything around the carriage with a vigilant gaze. A stylish girl with blue hair in a revealing outfit is lounging on a seat. The girl asks in a skeptical tone, "How come only you guys came back? Where is everyone else?" Young Master True nonchalantly sits down beside her, resting his arm on the seat, and orders in a decisive tone, "Let's move out." There's no one left alive to wait for anyway. A close-up of the girl's mesmerizing blue eyes, which narrow slightly. She seems to be silently plotting something while looking at Kim Tuyen's group. Inside the train, Ha-an-trak is gulping down water to quench his thirst after the battle while Kim Tuyen calmly enjoys some food to recover his stamina. The train begins to move. The roar of the engine echoes across the snowy expanse as it speeds away like the wind toward the exit. Soon the silhouette of the train fades away into the blizzard, leaving behind long trails of smoke in the frigid air of the far north. The scene shifts to a gloomy office where a silver-haired man sits deep in thought in front of a screen of an old computer while a small figure in a hoodie is kneeling on the floor, looking fearful. The man rests his chin on his hands, his face showing clear impatience. That kid still hasn't sent any news back. It looks like the odds are slim. He probably won't be coming back. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with massive force. A strange man walks in and dumps a bucket of ice-cold water over the head of the person kneeling, causing her to scream in pain. The silver-haired man jumps, turning around, his eyes bulging with anger and shock at this unexpected intrusion. Recognizing the intruder, he stammers his name in absolute terror. Fuang! Fuang! The young master of the Fuang family nonchalantly exhales a puff of white cigarette smoke. He holds out his hand with an impatient look. If you're smart, hand it over to me. The silver-haired man stands up, trying to stay calm, and feigns ignorance. Hand over what? I truly don't know what you're talking about. However, the Fuang guy is not easily fooled. He immediately retorts, I was digging a hole to find something, when a Tier 4 Earth mage started digging too. We found a machine repair shop. He threatens in a low, cold voice with bone-chilling eyes. 2 lowly slaves do not have the right to keep that item. And among all those who have ever ventured near that repair shop, only you have the ability to have taken it. The silver-haired man hurriedly defends himself, holding up his hands innocently. I only came here to look for the spirit flower. I absolutely did not cross any lines. As for the piece of scripture the young master wants, I know absolutely nothing about it. Without another word, the Fuang guy slams a photo onto the table with a sharp slap. In the photo is a man hard at work. It seems to be the very clue that has everyone crazily hunting for it. The Fuang guy holds out his hand with an arrogant attitude and a cold, coercive tone toward the silver-haired man. The scripture handed over to me right now. Suddenly, an old man with a silver beard and mustache appears behind the Fuang guy. He draws a saber and unexpectedly lunges straight at his opponent. With a desperate, suicidal intent, he strikes. The silver-haired man's face shows visible shock at the scene unfolding. A powerful collision occurs, leaving the silver-haired man completely at a disadvantage. He staggers back before the overwhelming power of his opponent. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl hiding behind the door and witnessing the entire event sees her face drain of color. She is terrified at the sight of the lightning spiritual energy tearing through the space. Heavy footsteps echo on the dry floor, signaling a dangerous approach. Refusing to give up, the silver-haired man grinds his teeth in indignation, shouting in desperation, Damn you! Don't you even think about getting anything from me? Suddenly, a massive vortex of energy explodes in midair, emitting a brilliant light that overwhelms the dark surroundings. The intercity train, like a wild beast, bursts out from the dimensional gate at a terrifying speed, tearing through the cold night. Below, the train brakes hard, creating violent tremors as it stops right in front of them. A squad of guards stands ready with murderous intent. A lackey hurriedly reports to the leader, young master, the train has returned. Lai Hoan View stands tall amidst the driving snow, his cloak whipping in the wind. He looks toward the train with sharp, calculating eyes. The train groans heavily and comes to a complete halt. Clouds of thick, scalding steam billowed across the railway tracks. Young Master Trio was the first to step down, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips as he locked eyes with his rival. He let out a sharp, provocative taunt. Oh, if it isn't young Master Lai the Third. I didn't realize you came all this way just to greet us. Who are you waiting for exactly? Lai Hoan View grit his teeth, his face twisting with rage. The dimensional gate hasn't even officially opened yet. How could you small fry possibly have made it out? A moment later, Kim Tuyen stepped out of the carriage at a leisurely pace. The black sword in his hand hummed with a faint vibration. He responded coldly, This pit number 1. If I want to leave, I leave. I come and go as I please, and I don't need anyone's permission. Seeing this, Lai Hoan Vu let out a sinister, jagged laugh. He reached out and barked an order, Fine, then let's stop beating around the bush. Hand over all your gear and storage items. I might consider letting you live. Young Master True suddenly erupted, a purple aura of spiritual energy surging around him as he roared, Young Master Lai, don't get ahead of yourself. You don't have the authority to rob me. You're not even qualified to try. Losing his patience, Lai Huanvu ordered his subordinates to charge. Their war cries shook the very air. Kim Tuyen didn't waste a single word. He blurred into motion, moving like a bolt of dark lightning punctuated by a death sentence. Die. A single powerful sweeping kick sent the Lai family guards flying before they could even touch him. Bodies were tossed into the air as Lai Huanvu watched in shock. He shrieked like a madman. A lowly, pathetic slave dares to act so arrogant in front of me. Behind you. He screamed, pouring every ounce of his spiritual energy into an attack meant to crush the man he deemed inferior. A massive explosion ripped through the ground, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Thick smoke and dust blanketed the area, obscuring everything. Kim Tuyen stood in the center of the wreckage, his expression terrifyingly calm. He mocked, "Is that really all you've got? That wasn't even enough to warm me up." Lai Huanvu was completely unhinged now, his eyes burning with fury as he declared, "Today I'm not just killing you. I'm going to slaughter every last beast in this Vong Nuk city." A eerie green surge of spiritual energy exploded outward, forming giant ghostly skulls that swirled around him as he bellowed, "I'll tear you all to shreds." Kim Tuyen sprang into the air, narrowly dodging the glowing green streaks that lashed out like Grim Reaper's scythes. However, he couldn't help but be impressed by his opponent's power. He cast spells incredibly fast. It seems I've underestimated this guy. Suddenly, Kim Tuyen froze, his face contorting in pain as Lai Huanvu's green energy pierced through him. He let out a sharp gasp and spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, his body was sent flying like a kicked ball, slamming into the ground with a heavy, sickening thud. Young Master Trio stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, his face turning deathly pale. Filled with anxiety, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, "That guy, is it really still too much for him to go head-to-head with that level?" Seeing his opponent fall, Lai Huanvu laughed triumphantly. He sneered with utter contempt. What a fool, overestimating his own strength. However, while Lai Huanvu was still basking in the joy of his victory, Kim Tuyen had already appeared right behind him, his eyes glowing red like a demon's, accompanied by a bone-chilling question. "Is that so?" The man surnamed Lai jumped in terror, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He only managed to gasp, "What?" in sheer horror as he realized he'd walked into a trap. A sharp, icy blade tore through the air from above, striking down before Lai Huanvu could even react, forcing him to take the full force of the lethal blow from behind. Then a surge of dark energy engulfed him. Li Huanvu's eyes widened as he felt his body being torn apart. He stuttered, unable to grasp the truth. This is impossible." The arrogant young master collapsed onto the deck like a sack of garbage, lying motionless while Kim Tuyen stood tall beside him, his sword still crackling with dark energy. Kim Tuyen nonchalantly wiped the blood from his lip, wearing a wicked, mocking smile. "You idiot. That little performance was only meant to distract you." Young Master True exclaimed in awe, "Incredible! You killed the young master of the Lai family so quickly that I didn't even have time to react." Ha'an Trak, witnessing the tables turn, so miraculously cheered in excitement. Of course, he hasn't even shown his full strength yet. The two of them stood there in the drizzling rain, watching Kim Tuyen's imposing figure next to the giant locomotive. Young Master True's phone suddenly rang. He pressed it to his ear. "Hello?" A deep, warm voice spoke from the other end. "Little brat, have you made it out of pit number 1? Young Master True smiled and answered, "Yes, sir. You're always so well informed." The man immediately commanded, "Come visit me." He nodded decisively, his demeanor becoming dead serious. "Understood, uncle." Hanging up, young Master Trio walked toward Kim Tuyen, who asked with curiosity, "What is it?" Looking at Kim Tuyen, he replied, "I'm taking you to meet someone." Kim Tuyen raised an eyebrow. "Who?" With a smug and mysterious smile, young Master Trio announced clearly, "Uncle Seven." The scene shifted away from the dreary railway area. The bustling city life with traffic weaving through golden streetlights came into view. Young Master Trio stopped. In front of a 2-story villa with classic architecture, he bowed respectfully toward the balcony. "Uncle Seven, I've arrived." The wooden door creaked open. A mature man with a long scar running across his eye was biting into a cigarette, quietly observing the group through the narrow gap. After a second of sizing them up, he swung the door wide open, breaking into a hearty, welcoming smile. "You're back. Come on in and make yourself at home." Young Master True beamed, "Thank you, sir." The group of 3 walked into the house one by one, facing the 7th Master, who stood up with the seasoned, rugged air of a wanderer to welcome them. The man suddenly froze the moment his gaze swept across Kim Tuyen's face. He stood rooted to the spot, so stunned that his cigarette butt fell into the ashtray, leaving him speechless. Regaining his composure, the host turned and led them straight into the luxurious living room. Once settled on the sofa, the Zhao young master immediately reported the tense situation. Seventh Uncle Chu Keen Hung is dead. 1 million. The seventh master frowned, leaning forward in deep thought as he asked, "Dead? How did he die?" The young man explained, "He was played by Kailin Nai and couldn't escape." Leaning back, the Zhao young master pondered how to address the fact that Kailin Yi had framed Chu Keen Hung's death. If this goes public, our Faiung Empire might fall into chaos. The Zhao seventh master waved his hand to reassure him. "Don't you worry about that, uncle. Just focus on mastering those 6 skills the boss ordered you to learn." Seemingly unbothered by the political mess, the Zhao seventh master's gaze shifted back to Kim Tuyen. He dropped a cryptic remark, staring straight at the protagonist with a probing tone. "I'm very curious now. How did you end up traveling with him?" Kim Tuyen, caught off guard by being addressed, pointed at himself in confusion. "Me." The Zhao young master looked at his uncle in surprise. "Seventh uncle, do you know him?" The seventh master replied in a nostalgic voice. "I don't know him personally, but I knew his father. I had some dealings with the fifth family back in the day. I thought the fifth family had been completely wiped out." This news hit Kim Tuyen like a bolt from the blue. He widened his eyes, stuttering nervously. "My father? Who is my father?" Taking a drag from his cigarette, the seventh master slowly delivered the verdict. "So you are the eldest son of the fifth Tan through the fifth Kim Tuyen, aren't you?" Kim Tuyen nodded. "My name is indeed fifth Kim Tuyen." Meanwhile, his mind was racing. This man knew his father and had connections to his family. It seemed his lineage wasn't as nameless as he thought. Holding the cigarette between 2 fingers, the seventh master narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "According to all the intelligence I've gathered," he continued, "the aptitude of fifth Kim Tuyen was rejected. You were considered a waste. How did you awaken?" Caught off guard by the piercing question, Kim Tuyen broke into a cold sweat. He dodged the question, stammering, I had help from Kenyen." The Zhao seventh master's face betrayed pure shock at the name just mentioned. "Kenyen, you actually have ties to him, no wonder." Just then, breaking the intense atmosphere, the Zhao young master stood up and brazenly made a request. "Seventh uncle, I need 200,000 spiritual stones from your legion. I'll pay you back later." Without a word, the seventh master quietly stubbed out his half-burnt cigarette in the ashtray, flashing a smirk that oozed true wealth. The uncle flicked 2 fingers, giving a commanding order, "Bring it here immediately." 2 henchmen in suits rushed into the living room, carrying 2 file boxes and placing them on the table. The seventh master sat back and generously announced, "I have some stock kept here in these 2 boxes. Each box contains a spatial ring worth 100,000 each. Take them and use them first." The gray-haired man standing behind them broke into a cold sweat at the sheer display of wealth. Pale-faced and thinking with admiration, "He's so generous." The gray-haired man handed Kim Tuyen a wooden box and said calmly, "This is the reward we agreed upon. Take it." Kim Tuyen took the box, nodded slightly in gratitude. "Thank you very much. I need to head to the Huangthu Street checkpoint. We'll meet again." However, the seventh master suddenly frowned, his expression turning grave. He interrupted, "The Huangthu Street checkpoint, it doesn't exist anymore." Kim Tuyen asked in surprise. "It doesn't exist anymore?" The scarred uncle pursed his lips and continued, "Yesterday, that brat from the Fong family claimed to be catching thieves went to the checkpoint and got into a fight with a commander. I was nearly beaten to death." Hearing this, Kim Tuyen became immediately anxious. He gestured to show a height and asked hurriedly, "Then did you see a thin girl?" "About this tall. She looks very ordinary." The seventh master rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and hesitated before answering, "It seems she was taken away by Fuang Huai." At this, the gray-haired man crossed his arms and curiously chimed in, "What's wrong? What is this girl to you?" Kim Tuyen's gaze sank as he replied briefly, "She saved my life once." Seeing this, the gray-haired man generously offered, "Want me to step in and bring her back? It'll only take 1 phone call." Kim Tuyen's face instantly lit up, his eyes widening with hope as he blurted out, "Really? That would be fantastic." Scene change at a high-rise building overlooking the gorgeous city at night. Fuang Huai was soaking and relaxing in a massive bathtub. He tilted his head back, exhaling contentedly, enjoying the wealthy lifestyle. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A sultry female bodyguard brought in the timid blue-haired girl, reporting, "Young master, the girl you brought back yesterday has woken up." Fuang Huai remained calmly submerged in the water, his cold gaze flickering toward the girl cowering on the floor. He spoke, "Lam An, before your brother died. Did he give you anything?" He slowly lifted his hand, holding up a glowing purple crystal, and added coldly, "Something like this, for example." Terrified, Lam An squeezed her eyes shut. She turned her face away, avoiding him, her forehead covered in cold sweat. The little girl stubbornly kept her mouth shut, refusing to reveal a single word. Seeing her lack of cooperation, Huang Huai lost his temper. He slammed his fist against the edge of the tub, sending water splashing everywhere, and roared angrily, "Can't you talk?" The violent slam made little Lam An jump, causing her to collapse onto the cold tile floor. She let out a choked sob of terror, tears rolling down her freckled cheeks. The little girl sobbed pitifully. Just then, the little girl was sobbing uncontrollably, poor thing. And just at that moment, the phone on the shelf suddenly lit up with a new message. "I've arrived downstairs with your person. Give that girl to me, the heart lotus belongs to me." Reading the message, Huang Huai was so excited he jumped straight out of the bathtub, eyes glued to the screen as he uttered his ambitious words. Water dripped from Ha Tam's muscular body onto the floor. He strode forward, radiating an oppressive aura as he approached the little girl who was cowering in fear, showing not a hint of pity. With a sinister smile, Huang Huai commanded, "Come with me," and grabbed the girl by the collar, dragging her outside. Down in the quiet street, two men in formal black suits were waiting on the sidewalk. One carried a suspicious-looking metal briefcase, while the other wore a stony professional expression, checking his watch repeatedly. Huang Huai gripped the girl's shoulder tightly. Dragging Lam An along, he held his head high and challenged them. "Trio Lu Bok sent you guys right." The bodyguard in the suit held the metal briefcase forward, his attitude professional and decisive. "The heart lotus is in here. We are taking the girl." It was a quick and clean underground exchange. The bodyguards took the girl while pushing the precious briefcase into Huang Huai's hands. The lock clicked open. The briefcase opened to reveal a lotus-shaped flower emitting a brilliant, dazzling orange-red light nestled on velvet cushioning. It shone brightly. Huang Huai's face softened with extreme joy. He chuckled triumphantly, muttering, "It really is the heart lotus. Aviam doesn't have to die anymore." On the other side, the bodyguard's attitude changed. He knelt and spoke to the girl gently. "Hello, Miss Lam. Your friend sent me to pick you up." The girl blinked in confusion and asked, "Whose friend?" The bodyguard replied with just two words, "Kim Tuyen." Hearing that familiar name, Lam Man's eyes widened in surprise and a happy blush appeared on her cheeks. It's him, he succeeded. Back at the luxurious villa, Kim Tuyen was hunched over, looking restless and anxious, while the gray-haired Trio Lu Bok calmly sipped a cup of hot tea. He spoke up to reassure him, "No need to worry, they will be back very soon." Kim Tuyen clasped his fingers together, his gaze steady as he looked at the man across from him, sincerely asking, "You helped me so much. How can I ever repay you?" Trio Lu Bok lifted his teacup to hide half his face, his sharp eyes peering from behind it as he said his terms. "Career advancement requires mastering 6 skills. To reach level 39, if you are willing to help me, that will be considered repayment." Kim Tuyen did not hesitate to ask, "How can I help you?" Setting his teacup down firmly, Trio Lu Bok explained clearly, "There is a secret realm called the Bone-Cursed Cavern. It's a dark realm filled mostly with undead creatures." He tapped his finger on the table to seal the deal. "You're coming in there with me. Help me pull mobs and farm equipment." After a moment of thought, Kim Tuyen nodded slightly, his gaze firm as he replied to the offer. "It sounds like a dangerous mission, but I accept." Just then, the room door swung open and Trio Lu Bok's men led in a small figure wrapped in a coat. They reported, "Young master, she has been brought here." Lam Man looked up, her freckled face visible. Her teary eyes suddenly widened with immense joy. She exclaimed emotionally, "Kim Tuyen, is it really you?" Kim Tuyen stood tall and opened his arms to welcome the girl with a warm smile. "I kept my promise, didn't I?" Without a second's hesitation, Lam Man rushed forward and hugged Kim Tuyen's waist, sobbing like a child who had finally found her family. "Wah, thank you." He gently stroked her blue hair. Kim Tuyen comforted her tenderly. "We don't need to return to Vong City anymore. The world outside is vast. Just stay by my side." Suddenly, he held up a golden coin that shone with a brilliant, mysterious aura. "Besides, I have a gift for you." Seeing the glowing object in his hand, the experienced Trio Lu Bok, standing nearby, widened his eyes in shock, blurting out, "A legendary grade metal." Ignoring the covetous stares of others, Kim Tuyen decisively pressed the priceless metal into the girl's hands. Immediately, Lam Man's body hovered in the air. She closed her eyes to savor the moment as a massive surge of spiritual energy poured out from the metal. It enveloped her entire body. A dazzling explosion of light erupted like a brilliant sun, tearing through the living room space and marking the glorious moment of power transfer. The light was so intense that Kim Tuyen and the True family group had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Ha-Antrak stammered, unable to hide his terror. Has she awakened? Behind Lam Manch, a massive system status board appeared, radiating brilliant green and red light, majestic and imposing. The system officially signaled the birth of a legendary-grade controller. Hexagonal energy blocks with a futuristic aesthetic danced around the girl's outstretched hands, looking at her own hands with an expression of disbelief. Lam Man wondered, I awakened successfully, and it's a legendary profession. Kim Tuyen stood firmly, giving her a thumbs up and smiling to congratulate her. Congratulations, Miss Lam Man, you are no longer the little girl people can bully. The girl obediently bowed in thanks. Immediately after, Trio Lu Bok, standing nearby, leaned in and said, A legendary-grade marksman, you certainly have plenty of good things in your hands. I will remember this debt of gratitude. Kim Tuyen replied, She just awakened. I want to take her into the secret realm with us. Rubbing his chin to think for a moment, the young master nodded, finding it reasonable. A legendary grade, huh? It's not like she's unqualified. Kim Tuyen wore a serious expression as he instructed the girl like a mentor. Your talent is very strong, but the flower of chaos requires you to pay special attention to controlling your emotions on the battlefield. Calm is more important than ferocity. Lam Man looked up and nodded firmly. I understand, Brother Kim Tuyen. I will try to control it. Trio Lu Bok, hands in his pockets, prepared to leave and called out. Time is running out. Since everyone is here, let's head to the bone-cursed cavern right now. But after taking only half a step, he suddenly stopped and looked back. But before that, he turned to his subordinate in the black suit, instructing him to get them some suitable tactical gear, and added, also bring out that batch of top-tier unsealed firearms from the vault. The henchman stepped out and relayed the orders, and in no time the whole group began gearing up, pulling on tactical gloves and zipping up their jackets with professional precision. Under the dim moonlight, the team stood out in their sleek gray and orange striped tactical uniforms, radiating an undeniable cool, while a massive metal suitcase was thrown wide open. Inside was a treasure trove of weaponry with menacing black sniper rifles neatly arranged. Trio Lu Bok turned to the blue-haired girl, gesturing as he introduced the aggressive gear. These are all basic unsealed Tier 1 weapons, should be decent enough for you two to use for now. Lam An, you can use your ability to bind them directly. Following the order, Lam An curiously reached out her gloved hands, brushing against the massive sniper rifle. Miraculously, the moment she touched it, the weapon dissolved into beams of light. The blinding spiritual energy was sucked straight into her palms, leaving her stunned. She stared at her hands in amazement, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, It feels so magical. It's like they've become a part of my own body. Once fully armed, the team gathered in front of a rugged green off-road armored vehicle that looked just like a $1 million tank. Lu Bok jerked his head, signaling, Get in. Ride in this beast of mine. It's faster than public teleporters and way safer, he added. Once settled in the spacious, smooth interior, Kim Tuyen looked around and clicked her tongue, impressed by how wealthy her partner was. This ride is huge. You guys are seriously loaded, Kim Tuyen remarked, while Lu Bok, sitting in the driver's seat, started the engine and bragged. This baby can withstand most monster attacks. The only downside is that it costs a fortune to run. As soon as he finished, the armored beast roared to life and shot out onto the main road, leaving a massive cloud of dust billowing behind them.